But the gradual discovery of so many lesions, and the fear of some catastrophe to come, would not have had her weeping helplessly at her table like this, but rather would have made her pull herself together in her need to resist and recover. She knew herself. She was a fighter. No, if she sobbed so hard, like a sickly child, it was because she loved Saccard, and because Saccard, at that very moment, was with another woman. And that admission she was forced to make to herself filled her with shame and redoubled her tears until they almost choked her. To have so little pride, my God, she stammered aloud. To be so weak and wretched. To be so incapable of doing what I need to do. Just then, in the darkness of the room, she was astonished to hear a voice. It was Maxime who, familiar with the house, had let himself in. "Hello, what are you doing, sitting here weeping in the dark?" Embarrassed at being caught like this, she struggled to control her sobbing, while he went on. "I beg your pardon. I thought my father was back from the bourse. A lady asked me to bring him to dinner with her." But the valet then brought in a lamp, put it on the table, and withdrew. The whole of the vast room was illuminated by the gentle light from the lampshade. "It's nothing," Madame Caroline tried to explain. "Just one of those little upsets that women sometimes have, though I'm generally more stable." And dry-eyed, sitting up straight, she was already smiling, valiant and mettlesome as ever. For a moment, the young man looked at her, sitting so proudly, with her large, clear eyes and firm mouth, her face full of noble kindness, softened and made especially charming by her dense crown of white hair. And he thought how young she still looked, with her white hair and equally white teeth, an adorable woman, who had become beautiful. Then he thought of his father, and shrugged his shoulders with a mixture of pity and scorn. "It's because of him, isn't it? He's the one who's got you into such a state." She tried to deny it, but she was choking, and her eyes once more filled with tears. My dear lady, I told you that you had illusions about Papa and that they wouldn't do you any good. It was inevitable that he'd devour you too." Then she remembered the day when she had gone to Maxime to borrow the 2,000 francs to pay for Victor's release. Hadn't he then promised to talk to her, when she wanted to know more? Wasn't this her opportunity to question him, and learn all about the past? An irresistible need drove her on. Now that she had started on the downward path, she had to go all the way. That was the only brave thing to do, the only thing worthy of her, and useful for everyone. But finding such an interrogation repugnant, she changed the subject, as if wanting to break off the conversation. "I still owe you 2,000 francs, she said. "I hope you don't mind too much having to wait for them." He made a gesture indicating that she could have all the time she wanted. Then, suddenly, he added, "By the way, how is that monster, my little brother?" "He's making me despair. I haven't told your father anything yet. I should so like to scrub him up a bit, so the poor thing might be loved." Maxime gave a disturbing laugh, and when she looked at him inquiringly, "Lord, I think you're just giving yourself unnecessary bother. Papa won't understand all the trouble you've taken. Family problems are nothing new to him." She was still looking at him, so very proper in his self-centered enjoyment of life, so thoroughly cynical about human relations, even those created by pleasure. He had smiled to himself, enjoying the hidden malice of his last remark, and she realized she was getting very close to the secrets of these two men. "You lost your mother when you were very young?" "Yes, I hardly knew her. I was still in school in Plassans when she died here in Paris. Our uncle, Dr. Pascal, kept my sister Clotilde with him in Plassans, and I've only ever seen her once since then." "But your father remarried?" He hesitated. His eyes, so clear and empty, had clouded over with a slight reddish mist. "Oh, yes, remarried. A magistrate's daughter, a Barad du Châtel. Renée, not a mother to me, but a good friend." Then, with a certain familiarity, he sat down beside her. "Look, you have to understand Papa. He's no worse, God knows, than the rest. But his children, his wives, in fact everyone and everything around him, all comes second to money. Oh, let's be clear. It's not that he loves money like a miser, wanting to have a whole heap of it and hide it in a cellar. No. If he wants to make it gush out from everywhere, and if he doesn't care what sources he taps, it's just to see it flowing around him in torrents. It's for all the enjoyment he can get out of it, in luxury, pleasure, and power. What can you do? It's in his blood, and he'd sell us both, you, me, anyone at all, if we were part of some deal. And he would do all that quite unthinkingly, as a man of quality, for he really is the poet of the million. Money simply makes him mad, makes him a scoundrel. Oh, a scoundrel on a grand scale. This was just what Madame Caroline had thought, and she nodded in agreement as she listened to Maxime. Ah, money. Money the corrupter, the poisoner, shriveling souls, driving out all goodness, affection, and love for others. Money alone was the great culprit, the promoter of all human cruelty and filth. At this moment, she cursed it and loathed it, with all the indignant revulsion of her nobility of soul and her womanly probity. If only she had the power, she would have destroyed all the money in the world, as one would crush disease underfoot to save the world's health. And your father remarried, she repeated after a silence, in a slow, embarrassed voice, caught in a confused awakening of memories. Who was it had mentioned this story to her? She couldn't tell. A woman, no doubt, some friend from the time of her first moving in to the Rue Saint-Lazare, when the new tenant had arrived to occupy the first floor. Wasn't it something about a marriage for money, a shameful bargain that had been struck, and then later on hadn't some crime entered the household, tolerated and even thriving, a monstrous kind of adultery, almost incest? René, Maxime went on very quietly, as if in spite of himself, was only a few years older than me. He had raised his head and was looking at Madame Caroline, and with sudden abandon and an irrational surge of confidence in this woman who seemed so robust and reasonable, he related the past, not as a coherent narrative but in bits, in incomplete, seemingly involuntary admissions that she had to stitch together. Was it an old rancor against his father that he was thus settling? That rivalry that had existed between them, and still made them strangers to each other, even now, with nothing in common? He made no accusations against him, and seemed incapable of anger, but his quiet laugh turned into a sneer, and he spoke of these abominations with an unpleasant and sneaky pleasure in blackening his father by raking up so many vile events. And thus it was that Madame Caroline learned the terrible story from beginning to end. Saccard selling his name, taking money to marry a girl whom someone had seduced. Saccard, with his money and wild and dazzling life, finally making that sick, grown-up child quite unbalanced. Saccard in need of money, and requiring a signature from her, accepting the love affair of his son and his wife under his own roof, shutting his eyes to it, like a good patriarch, happy for people to enjoy themselves. Money, money the king, money the god, reigning high above blood, above tears, adored in its infinite power far above any vain human scruples. And as money grew ever greater, and Saccard was revealed to her with all that diabolical greatness, Madame Caroline was seized by a real terror, frozen and distraught at the thought that she, like so many others, belonged to this monster. "There," said Maxime, ending his story. "It hurts me to see you like this, but it's better for you to be warned. And don't let it make you fall out with my father. I'd be really sorry to see that, because it would again be you who'd end up weeping over it, not him. So now do you understand why I refused to lend him a sou?" As she made no reply, struck to the heart and unable to speak, he stood up and glanced at a mirror with the tranquil ease of a good-looking man, certain of the propriety of his life. Then he came back to her. "You see, such things age one very quickly. I decided to settle down right away, so I married a girl who was sick and who died, and today I can swear that no one will make me do stupid things ever again. No, you see, Papa is incorrigible because he has no moral sense." He took her hand, and feeling how cold it was, held it for a moment in his own. "I'm going now, since he's still not back, but don't take it so hard. I thought you were so strong. And say thank you to me, for the only really stupid thing is to be duped." He was at last leaving when he paused at the door with a laugh, and added, "I was forgetting. Tell him Madame de Jumont wants him to come to dinner. You know, Madame de Jumont, the one who slept with the Emperor for 100,000 francs. And have no fear on that score, for however mad Papa may be, I dare to hope he's not capable of paying that sort of price for a woman." Once alone, Madame Caroline did not move. She just sat, crushed, on her chair, in the suddenly heavy silence of the vast room, gazing fixedly at the lamp with eyes widened. It was as if a veil had suddenly been torn away. What she had been refusing to see clearly until then, what she had only tremulously suspected, she now saw it all, in all its hideous crudeness, with no possible mitigation. She saw Saccard stripped naked, with his ravaged money-man's soul, a soul complicated and murky in its decay. He really knew no ties nor barriers, just pursuing his appetites with the unbridled instincts of a man who recognizes no limit save his own impotence. He had shared his wife with his son, sold his wife, sold everyone who came within his reach. He had sold himself, and he would sell her too, would sell her brother, and turn their hearts and minds into cash. He was no more than a money-maker, one who threw things and beings alike into the melting pot to turn them into money. In a brief moment of lucidity, she saw the universal sweating money from every pore, forming a lake, an ocean of money, in the midst of which, suddenly, with a terrible cracking noise, the whole enterprise sank to the bottom. Money. Horrible money that soils and devours everything. With an angry movement, Madame Caroline got up. No, it was monstrous, it was over. She could not stay with this man any longer. His betrayal of her she would have forgiven, but she felt sickened by all this filth in his past, and she shook with terror at the threat of further crimes yet to come. She simply had to leave at once if she didn't want to be spattered with mud herself and crushed beneath the wreckage. And she felt a need to go far away, very far, to rejoin her brother in the Orient, a need to disappear even more than a need to warn him. To get away immediately. It was not yet 6 o'clock. She could catch the express for Marseilles at 7:55, for she felt it quite beyond her to set eyes on Saccard again. She would buy what she needed in Marseilles before going on board. Just some underwear in a trunk, a spare dress, and she would be off. She would be ready in a quarter of an hour. Then the sight of her work on the table, the report she had begun, made her pause for a moment. What was the use of taking all that, since everything was bound to collapse, being rotten at the base? She began, nevertheless, to put the documents and notes carefully away, out of her good housewifely habit of never leaving things in a mess. That task took her a few minutes, and calmed down the initial fever of her decision. And she was quite self-possessed again, casting a final glance around the room before leaving it, when the valet reappeared and handed her a bundle of newspapers and letters. Madame Caroline automatically looked at the addresses and recognized in the pile a letter for her from her brother. It had been sent from Damascus, where Hamelin was then occupied with the planned branch line from that city to Beirut. At first, she started to skim through it, standing near the lamp, promising herself she would read it slowly later, in the train, but every sentence gripped her attention. She was unable to skip a single word, and eventually she sat down again at the table and gave herself over entirely to reading the long and exciting 12-page letter. Hamelin appeared to be having one of his happier days. He thanked his sister for the latest good news she had sent him from Paris, and he was now sending her even better news, for everything was going very well. The first balance sheet of the General United Steamboat Company promised to be splendid, for the new steamboats were proving very successful, thanks to their excellent equipment and improved speed. He jokingly added that people traveled on them just for pleasure, and described the seaports as being overrun by people from the West. He couldn't go anywhere off the beaten track, he wrote, without bumping into someone from the Paris boulevards. The Orient really had been opened up to France, just as he had predicted. Soon towns would spring up again on the fertile slopes of Lebanon. But above all, he painted a very vivid picture of the remote Carmel Gorge, where the silver mine was now fully operative. That wild site was becoming more human, for springs had been discovered in the gigantic pile of fallen rocks that blocked the valley to the north, and fields were being created. Wheat was replacing the mastic trees, while a whole village had already been built close to the mine. Simple wooden huts at first, just shacks for the workers, but now small stone-built houses with gardens. The beginnings of a city which was going to keep on growing for as long as the deposits of or were not exhausted. About 500 inhabitants lived there, and a road had just been built, linking the village to St. Jean-d'Acre. From dawn to dusk, the digging machines were roaring. Wagons started up with a loud cracking of whips. Women sang and children played and shouted here in this desert, where once the only sound that had broken the death-like silence was the slow beating of eagles' wings. The scent of myrtles and brooms still filled the air, so warm and deliciously pure. Finally, Hamelin went on at length about the first railway line he was to open, from Bursa to Beirut via Angora and Aleppo. All the formalities had been concluded in Constantinople, and he was very pleased with some excellent modifications he had made to the planned route for the difficult passage through the Taurus Mountains. He wrote of the mountain passes and the plains that lay at the foot of the mountains with the rapture of a scientist who had found new coal mines and could already see the country covered with factories. His guidelines were in place. The location of the stations had been decided, some of them in totally isolated spots. With one town here and another further off, new towns would grow up around these stations, each placed at the crossing of natural highways. The seed was already sown for the future harvests of men and great things, and it was all germinating. Within a few years it would be a new world. He ended with a tender kiss for his beloved sister, happy to associate her with this resurrection of a people, telling her that she was an important part of it, she who for so long had helped him, with her courage and her robust strength. Madame Caroline had finished the letter, which now lay open on the table, and she was lost in thought, her eyes once more fixed upon the lamp. Then, without thinking, she looked up, scanning the walls, pausing at each of the maps and every watercolor. In Beirut, the residence of the managing director of the General United Steamboat Company had now been built, with vast warehouses all around it. At Mount Carmel, the floor of that savage gorge, choked with bushes and rocks, was now being populated like the gigantic nest of a new race. In the Taurus Range, levelings and new outlines were altering the horizons, opening up a path for the development of trade. And before her eyes, from these sheets pinned on the wall, with their geometric lines and faded colors, arose a whole image of that far-off country, visited so long ago and loved so much for its eternally blue sky and fertile soil. She saw once more the terraced gardens of Beirut, the valleys of the Lebanon, full of olive groves and mulberry trees, and the plains of Antioch and Aleppo with their vast orchards of delicious fruit. She could see herself once more with her brother in their continual journeying through that wonderful country where incalculable wealth was being wasted, unrecognized or spoiled, in a land of idleness and ignorance, with no roads, no industry, no agriculture, and no schools. But now it was all springing to life in an extraordinary burst of new vigor. In this vision of the Orient of tomorrow, she could already see prosperous cities, cultivated fields, and happy people. She could see them. She could hear the noisy work on the building sites. And she saw that this ancient dormant land, now reawakened, was giving birth. Madame Caroline then had the sudden conviction that money was the manure in which this humanity of tomorrow was growing. Various phrases of Saccard's came back to her, fragments of theories about speculation. She recalled his idea that without speculation there would be no great lively and fertile ventures, just as without lustfulness there would be no children. That excess of passion and that base expenditure and wasting of life were all necessary for the very continuation of life. If her brother was rejoicing and singing of victory far away, Where construction work was underway and buildings were springing from the ground, it was because in Paris money was pouring down, rotting everything in the madness of speculation. Money, poisonous, destructive money, became the ferment of all social vegetation, providing the necessary compost for the accomplishment of the great works that would bring nations together and create peace on the earth. She had cursed money, but now she was falling into a terrified admiration of it. For was it not money that alone had strength enough to raise a mountain, fill up a stretch of sea, and at last make the earth habitable for men, delivered from toil, and now merely the drivers of machines? From money, which did so much evil, everything good was being born. Now she didn't know what to think, shaken to the roots of her being, already resolved not to leave after all, since there seemed to be such complete success in the East, and the battle was here in Paris. But she could not yet be calm, with her heart still bleeding. Madame Caroline rose, and went to lean her brow against the pane of one of the windows overlooking the Beauvilliers' garden. Night had fallen, and she could only see a faint light in the little side room where the Countess and her daughter lived, to avoid getting the other rooms dirty and having to spend money on heating. Behind the thin muslin curtains, she could just make out the profile of the Countess, mending some garment with her own hands, while Alice painted watercolors, which she knocked off by the dozen, and must be selling in secret. They had a stroke of bad luck when their horse had fallen sick, so they had been tied to the house for 2 weeks, determined not to be seen out on foot, but shrinking from hiring a carriage. But in that poverty, so heroically concealed, one hope now kept them going with more courage, and that was the continued rise of the universal shares and the already very considerable gains which they could see falling upon them in a dazzling shower of gold on the day they decided to sell with the share price at its peak. The Countess was promising herself a genuinely new dress and dreaming of giving 4 dinner parties a month in the winter without having to live on bread and water for a fortnight. Alice no longer just laughed with her look of affected indifference when her mother spoke about her marriage, but listened, with slightly trembling hands, beginning to think it might even happen, that she too might come to have a husband and children. And Madame Caroline, looking at the little lamp that cast its light on them, felt a great wave of calmness rising up to her, and compassion, as she recalled the remark that money, even the mere hope of money, was enough to give happiness to these poor creatures. If Saccard made them rich, wouldn't they bless his name, and wouldn't he always be, in their eyes, a good and charitable man? So goodness was everywhere, even in the worst of people, for they are always good for someone. And even in the midst of general execration, a few humble voices will be thankful and adoring. This reflection made her think of the work foundation, while her eyes went on staring blindly at the darkness of the garden. The day before, acting on Saccard's behalf, she had handed out toys and sweets to celebrate a birthday, and she gave an involuntary smile at the memory of the children's noisy delight. For the past month, they had been happier about Victor at the foundation. She had read some satisfactory reports about him during her long, twice-weekly discussions about the institution with Princess d'Orvieto. But as the recollection of Victor suddenly came to mind, she was astonished at having quite forgotten him in her crisis of despair when she was thinking of leaving. Could she really have abandoned him like that, undermining the good deed she had accomplished with so much difficulty? A feeling of gentleness rose from the obscurity of the tall trees, filling her ever more deeply with a wave of inexpressible renunciation and divine tolerance, which seemed to make her heart grow bigger, while down below, the poor little lamp of the Beauvilliers ladies continued to shine like a star. When Madame Caroline got back to her table, she gave a slight shiver. What was that about? She was cold, and that amused her, she who always boasted of spending the whole winter without a fire. It was as if she had just emerged, rejuvenated and strong, with a steady pulse, from an ice-cold bath. This was how she felt on getting up in the morning when she was in the bloom of health. Then she decided to put another log on the fire, and when she saw the fire had gone out, she resolved to light it again herself rather than ring for the servant. It was quite hard work, as she had no firewood, but she managed to get the logs to catch, just using old newspapers that she burned one after another. Down on her knees in front of the hearth, she found she was laughing at herself. For a moment she stayed there, surprised and happy. So another of her great crises was now over, and she still had hope. But of what? She still had no idea, just the inevitable unknown that lies at the end of life, at the end of humanity. Just being alive had to be enough, and life would always bring healing for the wounds that it caused. Once again she recalled the disasters of her existence, her dreadful marriage, her hard times in Paris, her abandonment by the only man she had loved, and yet after every calamity, she had rediscovered the vital energy, the immortal joy that set her on her feet again, even among the ruins. Hadn't everything just collapsed on her? She had lost all esteem for her lover in the face of his frightful past. She was like the sainted women who, faced by loathsome wounds, go on dressing them night and morning, never expecting them to heal. She would continue to belong to him, knowing that he belonged to others, and not even seek to win him back from them. She would live on hot coals, in the breathless forge of speculation, with the constant threat of a final catastrophe, in which her brother might lose both his honor and his life. And yet here she stood, almost carefree, as if squarely facing up to danger on the morning of a beautiful day, enjoying the exhilaration of battle. Why? For no good reason, for the simple pleasure of living. As her brother was always telling her, she was invincible hope. When Saccard returned, he found Madame Caroline buried in her work, finishing, in her firm hand, a page of the report on the Oriental Railways. She raised her head and gave him a tranquil smile, while he touched with his lips her beautiful, radiant white hair. "You've been very busy, my dear." "Oh, just one thing after another. I saw the Minister of Public Works, met up with Hart again. Then I had to go back to see the minister, but there was only a secretary there. In the end, I did get his promise for our overseas concerns." In fact, since leaving Baroness Sandorf, he had hardly stopped for breath, entirely occupied with business affairs, and carried away by his customary zeal. She passed him Hamelin's letter, which delighted him, and she watched as he exulted over the coming triumph, telling herself that she would henceforth keep a close eye on him, to try to prevent the follies he was certain to commit. However, she couldn't manage to be severe. "Your son came with an invitation for you from Madame de Jumont," he protested. "But she wrote to me. I forgot to tell you I was going there this evening. That really is a chore, when I'm so tired." And he left, after once more kissing her white hair. She went back to her work, with her friendly smile, full of indulgence. Wasn't she simply a friend, who gave herself to him? Her jealousy made her feel ashamed, as if she had somehow further sullied their relationship. She intended to be above any anguish at sharing, quite free of the carnal selfishness of love. Belonging to him, knowing he belonged to others, was of no importance. And yet she loved him, with all her brave and charitable heart. It was a triumph of love that this Saccard, this bandit of the financial streets, should be loved so absolutely by this adorable woman, because she saw him as brave and dynamic, creating a world, creating life. Chapter 8. It was on April 1st that the Universal Exhibition of 1867 opened, with great celebrations and ostentatious splendor. It was the start of the grand season of the Empire, a season of supreme festivity that would turn Paris into the hostelry of the world, a gaily beflagged hostelry, full of music and song, with feasting and fornication in every room. Never had any regime at the height of its power summoned the nations of the world to so colossal a spree. The long procession of emperors, kings, and princes from the four corners of the earth set forth for the Tuileries, which blazed with light like the finale of a theatrical extravaganza. It was just then, a fortnight after the opening of the exhibition, that Saccard opened the monumental mansion he had always wanted as the majestic new home of the Universal Bank. It had only taken 6 months to build, for work had gone on day and night, never wasting an hour, achieving a miracle only possible in Paris. and the facade now stood there in all its flowery ornamentation, like a cross between a temple and a music hall, with such a lavish display of opulence that passers-by stopped on the pavement to gaze at it. Inside, it was utterly sumptuous, as if the millions in the coffers were streaming out along the walls. A grand staircase led up to the boardroom, resplendent in red and gold, like the auditorium of an opera house. There were carpets and hangings everywhere, and offices equipped with furniture of dazzling wealth. In the basement, where the share offices were, huge safes were fixed, showing gullets deep as ovens behind plate glass that allowed the public to see them lined up there like the barrels in storybooks, full of countless fairy treasures. And the nations and their kings on their way to the exhibition could come and file past. It was all ready. The new building was waiting to dazzle them and catch them, one after another, in that irresistible snare of gold, blazing in the sun. Saccard was enthroned in the most sumptuous of the offices, with Louis Quatorze's furniture in gilded wood, covered in Genoese velvet. The staff had just been increased again. There were now more than 400 employees. This was the army that Saccard commanded, with all the pomp of a tyrant who was both adored and obeyed, for he was very generous with his rewards. In reality, in spite of being nominally just the manager, it was he who ruled, above the chairman of the board, indeed even above the board itself, which merely ratified his orders. Madame Caroline was now constantly on the alert, busily finding out about his decisions, in order to try to counter them if necessary. She disapproved of this new establishment, which was far too magnificent, and yet could not entirely condemn it in principle, for in the happy days of her tender confidence in Saccard, she had recognized the need for a larger building, and had joshed her brother for being worried about it. The fear that she acknowledged, and her argument against all this luxury, was that the bank was losing its air of respectable integrity and lofty, religious gravity. What would customers, used to the monkish restraint and sober half-light of the ground floor in the Rue Saint-Lazare, make of this palace in the Rue de Londres, with its many floors, all so lively and noisy, and flooded with light? Saccard had replied that they would be struck with admiration and respect, and those who were bringing in 5 francs, once they were filled with self-esteem and intoxicating confidence, would produce 10 from their pockets. And it was he, with his brutal flashiness, who was proved right. The success of the building was prodigious, creating a stir more effective than even the most extraordinary of Jantru's advertisements. Well-off, pious people from the quiet parts of the city, and needy country priests just off the train that morning, all gaped in beatitude at the door, and came out flushed with pleasure at having funds in such a building. In truth, what was especially worrying Madame Caroline was that she was no longer able to be constantly there in the bank, carrying on her supervision. She could scarcely do more now than go to the Rue de Londres at infrequent intervals, on some pretext or other. She was living alone in the workroom, hardly seeing Saccard except in the evenings. He had kept his apartment, but the whole of the ground floor was closed up, as were the first-floor offices, and the Princess d'Orvieto, with her deliberate indifference to any even legitimate gain, was not even trying to find a new tenant, glad in fact to be relieved of her nagging remorse about having that banking house, that money shop, installed in her building. The empty house, echoing to the sound of every passing carriage, was like a tomb. All Madame Caroline could hear now was the vibrant silence rising through the ceilings from the closed counters, from which, for 2 years, she had heard the faint, incessant tinkling of gold. The days seemed all the more heavy and long. She was, however, doing a lot of work, still kept busy by her brother who, from the east, was sending her various bookkeeping tasks. But sometimes she would pause in her work and listen, with instinctive anxiety, needing to know what was happening down below, and there was nothing, not so much as a whisper, just the desolation of the cleared rooms, now empty, dark and securely locked. Then she would feel a little cold shiver, and stay uneasily lost in thought for a few minutes. What was happening in the Rue de Londres? Was it perhaps at this very second that the crack was appearing, the crack that would bring the whole edifice down? There was a rumor, quite vague and insubstantial as yet, that Saccard was preparing a further increase in the bank's capital. He wanted to raise it from 100 million to 150 million. And this was a moment of special excitement, the inevitable moment when all the prosperity of the reign, the vast works that had transformed the city, the frenzied circulation of money and the wild extravagances of luxury, were bound to end in a frantic fever of speculation. Everybody wanted a share in it, risking their fortune on the gaming table, hoping to see it increased tenfold so they could enjoy themselves like so many others suddenly made rich overnight. The banners of the exhibition flapping in the sunshine, the illuminations, the bands playing on the Champ de Mars, crowds from the entire world flowing along the streets, all completed the intoxication of Paris in a dream of inexhaustible wealth and sovereign domination. During the long evenings, from this huge, festive city, dining out in exotic restaurants, and changed into a colossal fairground, with pleasure everywhere for sale beneath the stars, there rose an ultimate spasm of madness, the blithe and voracious frenzy that grips great capital cities on the edge of destruction. And Saccard, with his cut-purse flair, had so well recognized this general craze, this urge to throw money to the winds, to empty one's pockets and one's body, that he had just doubled the funds destined for advertising, urging Jantru to make the most deafening din. Ever since the opening of the exhibition, the Universal had been getting paeans of praise every day in the press. Every morning there was a new clashing of cymbals to attract the attention of the public. Some extraordinary news item, the story of a woman who had lost 100 shares in a cab, an extract from a journey in Asia Minor, claiming that Napoleon I had predicted the bank in the Rue de Londres. A big leading article in which the political role of the bank was considered in relation to the impending solution of the Orient question, and there were continual notes in the financial journals, all under orders and marching together in a solid phalanx. Jantru had set up yearly contracts with the minor financial papers, by which he had a column in each issue, and he used this column with an amazingly fertile and varied imagination, sometimes going so far as to launch an attack on the bank in order to enjoy the triumph of winning the day in the end. The famous pamphlet he'd been planning had just been launched on the world in 1 million copies. His new agency had also been created, and under the pretext of sending a financial news bulletin to the provincial newspapers, it was making itself absolute master of the market in all the important towns. And finally L'Espérance, under his skillful management, was daily acquiring more and more political importance. Particular interest had been aroused by the series of articles that followed the decree of January 19th, in which the address was replaced by the right to interpellation, a further concession from the emperor in his move towards greater liberty. Saccard, who inspired the articles, did not yet have them openly attack his brother, who had after all remained a minister of state, resigned, in his passionate attachment to power, to defending today what he had condemned the day before. But Saccard was clearly watching, keeping a close eye on the false position of Rugen, caught as he was in the chamber between the third party, hungrily waiting to take over from him, and the clericals who had allied themselves with the authoritarian Bonapartists against the liberalization of the empire. Insinuations were already beginning. The paper was again supporting militant Catholicism and remarking sourly on each one of the minister's acts. Now that L'Espérance had gone over to the opposition, its popularity was assured, as the expression of a spirit of revolt that would end up carrying the name of the Universal to the four corners of France and the world. Then, after the formidable surge of publicity, in that overexcited atmosphere, ripe for every kind of folly, the probable increase of the bank's capital and the rumor of a new issue of 50 millions stirred even the most sensible to fever pitch. From humble dwelling to aristocratic mansion, from the concierge's lodge to the drawing rooms of duchesses, heads were set afire and infatuation became blind faith, heroic and ready for battle. People reeled off the great things the Universal had already achieved, the first dazzling successes, the unhoped-for dividends, such as no company had ever distributed in its early days. They recalled the excellent idea of the United Steamship Company, so quick to yield magnificent results, its shares already carrying a premium of 100 francs. The Carmel silver mines with its miraculous product, mentioned during Lent at Notre Dame by a revered preacher, who called it a gift from God to faithful Christians. Another company created for the exploitation of immense coal fields, and yet another which was going to carry out periodic felling in the vast forests of Lebanon, and lastly, the establishment of the unshakably solid Turkish National Bank in Constantinople. Without a single failure, this constantly increasing success that turned everything the bank touched into gold, along with a large number of prosperous companies already providing a sure base for future operations, justified the rapid increase of capital. Then there was the future, opening out in overheated imaginations, a future so full of even greater enterprises that it necessitated the call for the 50 millions, the mere announcement of which was sufficient to wreak havoc in people's brains. So the scope for rumors, from stock exchange or drawing rooms, was limitless, but the next great undertaking, the Oriental Railway Company, stood out from the other projects, and was the subject of every conversation, derided by some and exalted by others. Women especially were passionate about it, generating enthusiastic propaganda in favor of the idea. In boudoirs and at gala dinners, behind potted plants in bloom, at the late tea hour, and even in the bedroom, charming creatures could be found catechizing their menfolk. Really? You have no universals? But they're the thing. Hurry up and buy universals if you want to be loved. It was the new crusade, they said, the conquest of Asia which the crusaders, Peter the Hermit and St. Louis, had been unable to achieve, but which these ladies were now taking under their wing with their little gold purses. They all claimed to be well informed, speaking in technical terms of the main line, which was going to be opened first, running from Broussa to Beirut, via Angora and Aleppo. Later there would be the branch line from Smyrna to Angora, through Erzurum and Chivas, and later still, a line from Damascus to Beirut. And they smiled and winked and whispered that there would perhaps be another, in the distant future, from Beirut to Jerusalem through the ancient coastal cities of Sidon, St. Jean d'Acre, Jaffa, and then, heavens, who could say? There might be a line from Jerusalem to Port Said and Alexandria. Not to mention the fact that Baghdad was not far from Damascus, and if a railway line got that far, then one day would see. Persia, India, and China, all acquired for the West. It seemed that with just one word from their pretty lips, the rediscovered treasures of the caliphs shone once more, as in a wonderful tale from the Arabian Nights. The dream jewels and gems rained down into the coffers of the Rue de Londres, while the incense from Carmel gave off the vague and delicate atmosphere of biblical legend, lending a touch of the divine to the eager appetites for profit. Was this not Eden regained, the Holy Land delivered, and religion triumphant in the very cradle of humanity? And they would stop, refusing to say any more, their eyes shining with what had to be kept hidden, what could not even be whispered. Many of them did not know what it was, but pretended to know. It was the mystery. It was what would perhaps never happen, or what would one day burst upon the world like a thunderbolt. Jerusalem bought back from the Sultan and given to the Pope, with Syria as his kingdom. The papacy with a budget provided by a Catholic bank, the treasury of the Holy Sepulchre which would keep it safe from political disturbances, and finally Catholicism rejuvenated, freed from all compromise, finding a new authority and ruling the world from the summit of the mountain on which Christ died. In the morning, in his luxurious Louis Quatorze office, Saccard now had to defend his door when he wanted to work, for there was an assault upon it, a procession like that of a court attending a king's levee, a procession of courtiers, businessmen, supplicants of all sorts, clustering around his omnipotence in a frenzied mixture of adoration and begging. One morning during the first days of July, he was especially merciless, giving orders that nobody should be allowed in. While the antechamber was crammed with people, a crowd which, in spite of the usher, insisted on waiting, hoping against hope, Saccard had shut himself in with 2 department heads to finish planning the new share issue. After looking at several suggestions, he had just decided on an arrangement which, thanks to the new issue of 100,000 shares, would allow the complete release of the 200,000 old shares, on each of which only 150 francs had been paid. To reach this end, the share issue reserved for shareholders only, at the rate of 1 new share for 2 old ones, would be priced at 850 francs, to be paid immediately, that is, 500 francs for the capital, and a premium of 350 francs for the proposed release. But complications arose, for there was still a big hole to be filled, a fact that made Saccard very edgy. The noise of the voices in the antechamber irritated him. This Paris, groveling at his feet, all this homage that he normally received with a despot's amiable informality, on that day simply filled him with contempt. And when de Joy, who sometimes acted as usher in the morning, took it upon himself to walk round and appear at a little door from the passageway, he greeted him with fury. "What? I told you nobody, d'you hear? Here, take my walking stick, plant it at my door, and let them kiss that." Quite unmoved, de Joy ventured to insist. "I beg your pardon, monsieur. It's the Countess de Beauvilliers. She begged me, and as I know monsieur likes to be nice to her." "Ah," cried Saccard in fury. "She can go to the devil along with all the rest." But then he thought better of it, and with a gesture of suppressed anger, said, "Let her in, since I'm fated not to get any peace. Through this little side door, so the whole herd doesn't come in with her." Saccard greeted the Countess with the prickliness of a man still rather annoyed. Even the sight of Alice, who accompanied her mother, and her air of quiet seriousness, did not calm him. He had sent the heads of department away, and was thinking only of when he could call them back and get on with his work. "I beg you, please be quick, madam. I am dreadfully busy." The Countess, always slow to speak, with her air of sadness as of a fallen queen, stopped short in surprise. "But monsieur, if I'm disturbing you—" He had to ask them to be seated, and the girl, the braver one, was the first to sit down with a resolute air, while her mother went on. "Monsieur, I've come for some advice. I am in the most painful state of indecision, and I feel I shall never be able to make up my mind by myself." She reminded him that when the bank was founded, she had taken 100 shares, which had been doubled at the first increase of capital, and doubled again at the second increase, which now meant 400 shares on which, including the premiums, she had paid 87,000 francs. To pay this sum, above and beyond her savings of 20,000 francs, she had had to borrow 70,000 francs on her farm, Les Oblates. "And now," she continued, "I have a buyer for Les Oblates, so, if there is indeed going to be a new share issue, I could place our entire fortune in your bank." Saccard was calming down now, flattered to see these 2 poor ladies, the last of a great and ancient race, standing before him, so anxious and trusting. He rapidly told them all about it, with facts and figures. "Yes, quite right, a new share issue. I'm just dealing with it. The share price will be 850 francs, with the premium. Well now, we're saying you have 400 shares, so you'll be allocated 200 new ones, for which you'll need to pay 170,000 francs. But all your shares will be released, and you will have 600 shares totally your own, with nothing further owing." They didn't understand, so he had to explain how the premium would release the shares, and they remained rather pale, faced by these big numbers, and discomfited at the thought of the boldness of the risk they would be taking. In terms of money, the mother eventually murmured, "That would be all right. I am being offered 240,000 francs for Les Oblates, which was formerly worth 400,000, so when the money already borrowed is paid back, we would have just enough to make the investment. But oh, what a terrifying thing, to see this fortune moved around like this, and our whole existence put at risk." Her hands were trembling, and there was a silence. during which she reflected on the chain of events that had taken first her savings, then the 70,000 francs she had borrowed, and was now threatening to take her entire farm. Her innate respect for landed property, for plowed fields, grasslands, and forests, and her repugnance for trafficking in money, that base Jewish activity, unworthy of her race, came back to her, filling her with anguish at this moment of decision, when everything was about to be concluded. Her daughter gazed at her in silence, with pure and ardent eyes. Saccard gave her an encouraging smile. Indeed, it's clear you will need to have confidence in us, but the figures are there. Just examine them, and there's no more room for hesitation. Let's say you go ahead. You'll then have 600 shares, which, when released, will have cost you a total of 257,000 francs. In fact, they are quoted today at an average of 1,300 francs, which makes a total for you of 780,000 francs. You have already more than tripled your money, and that will go on. You'll see how the price will rise after the flotation. I promise you $1 million before the end of the year. Oh, Mama, said Alice with a sigh, as if in spite of herself. $1 million. The house in the Rue Saint-Lazare freed of its mortgages, cleansed of the grime of poverty. The household set back on a proper footing, delivered from the nightmare of keeping a carriage but not having enough to eat. The daughter married, with a respectable dowry, able at last to have a husband and children, that joy granted to the lowliest poor woman of the streets. And the son, who was being killed by the climate of Rome, released from all that, able once more to maintain his rank while waiting to serve that grand cause which now made so little use of him. The mother re-established in her high position, able to pay her coachman, not needing to worry about adding an extra dish to her Tuesday dinners, no longer having to condemn herself to fasting for the rest of the week. That $1 million blazed before them. It was salvation, it was their dream. The Countess, quite won over, turned towards her daughter to share in the decision. Well, what do you think? But the daughter said nothing more, slowly closing her eyelids to dim the shining of her eyes. Yes, I know, her mother went on, smiling in her turn. I was forgetting that you want me to be absolute mistress in this matter. But I know how courageous you are, and everything you hope for. Then, turning to Saccard. Ah, monsieur, people speak so highly of you. We can't go anywhere without someone telling us some lovely and very touching stories about you. It's not only the Princess d'Orvieto, but all my friends, who are full of enthusiasm for your work. Many of them envy me for being one of your first shareholders, and if people listened to the advice of those friends, they'd sell their very beds to buy your shares. Pleasantly joking, she added, I find them a little mad. Yes, indeed, a little bit mad. It's no doubt because I'm no longer young enough. My daughter is one of your admirers. She believes in your mission and campaigns for it in all the salons we visit. Saccard, quite charmed, looked at Alice, and at that moment she was so animated, so vibrant with her faith that she seemed to him really pretty, in spite of her sallow complexion and her rather skinny, already withered neck. So he felt himself to be great and good, thinking he had made the happiness of this poor creature, who became pretty at the mere hope of a husband. Then in a low and faraway voice, she said, Oh, it's so splendid, that far-off conquest. Yes, it's a new era, with the cross shining forth. It was the mystery, it was what remained unspoken, and her voice sank lower still, fading into a gasp of rapture. Saccard, in any case, was silencing her with a friendly gesture, for he would not allow anyone to speak in his presence of the grand affair, the supreme and hidden goal. His gesture indicated that one must always aim towards it, but never speak of it. In the sanctuary, the censers were swinging in the hands of the few initiates. After a moment of tender silence, the Countess at last stood up. Ah well, monsieur, I am convinced. I shall write to my lawyer to say I accept the offer for Les Oblates. May God forgive me if I do wrong. Saccard, also standing now, declared in a voice of deeply felt gravity, It is God himself who inspires you. Madam, be assured of it. As he was accompanying the ladies to the passageway, to avoid the still overcrowded antechamber, he met DeJoy, who was hovering about with an embarrassed air. "What is it? Not another person, I trust." "No, no, monsieur. If I dare ask monsieur's advice, it's for myself." And he maneuvered so skillfully that Saccard found himself back in his study, while the other remained very deferentially in the doorway. "For you? Ah, yes, of course you too are a shareholder. Well, my lad, take the new shares which will be reserved for you, even if you have to sell the shirt off your back to buy them. That's the advice I give all my friends." "Oh, monsieur, it's all too much for me. My daughter and I don't aim that high. At the start, I bought 8 shares with the 4,000 francs of savings my poor wife left us. And I still have just those 8, because, you see, when it came to the other share issues, in which the capital was doubled twice over, we didn't have the money to take the shares we were allocated. No, no, that's not the point. One must not be greedy. I just wanted to ask monsieur, without offense, if monsieur thinks I should sell." "What? That you should sell?" Then DeJoy, with all sorts of anxious and respectful circumlocutions, explained his situation. At the rate of 1,300 francs, his 8 shares represented a sum of 10,400 francs. He was therefore well able to give Natalie the 6,000 francs needed for the cardboard manufacturer. But after seeing the continual rise of the shares, he had acquired an appetite for money. Then came the idea, vague at first, then overwhelming, of having his own share in it, to get a little income of 600 francs, which would allow him to retire. But a capital of 12,000 francs, added to his daughter's 6,000 francs, made the enormous sum of 18,000 francs, and he despaired of ever reaching that figure, for he had worked out that to do that, he would have to wait for the rate to reach 2,300 francs. "You understand, monsieur, that if it's not going to rise any more, I'd rather sell, because Natalie's happiness must come first, mustn't it? On the other hand, if it all goes up again, what a heartbreak it will be if I've sold." Saccard exploded. You really are stupid, my lad. Do you think we're going to stop at 1,300? Am I selling? You'll have your 18,000 francs, I can assure you. And now get going. And get rid of all those people in there. Tell them I've gone out." When he was alone again, Saccard was able to call back the 2 department heads and finish his work in peace. It was decided that an extraordinary general meeting should be held in August to vote the new increase in capital. Hamelin, who was to chair it, landed in Marseilles in the last days of July. For 2 months, his sister, in each of her letters, had been urging him more and more insistently to come back. In the midst of the bank's emphatic success, more apparent day by day, she had the sense of a lurking danger, an irrational fear she dared not even mention, and she wanted her brother to be there, to take account of things for himself, for she was beginning to doubt her own judgment, fearing she would have no strength against Saccard, would let herself be blinded to such a point as to let down the brother she loved so much. Shouldn't she have confessed her affair to him, the affair that he was very far from suspecting, in his innocence as a man of faith and science, moving through the world like a sleepwalker? This idea was extremely painful for her, and she let herself drift into cowardly compromises. She was arguing with duty, which very clearly commanded her to tell all, now that she knew Saccard and his past, so that her brother might be on his guard. In her hours of strength, she promised herself she would get things sorted out once and for all, and not abandon the unfettered management of such large sums of money to criminal hands in whose grip so many millions had already cracked and crumbled away, bringing ruin to so many people. It was the only possible sound and honest course worthy of her. Then her clarity of mind faded and she weakened and temporized, now finding that the only grounds for complaint were irregularities common, so Saccard affirmed, to all banking houses. Perhaps he was right to tell her with a laugh that the monster that frightened her was success, that resounding Parisian success that strikes like a thunderbolt, and which left her trembling as if from the shock and anguish of a catastrophe. She didn't know where she stood any more. There were times when, full of that infinite affection she still felt for Saccard, She admired him even more, even though she could no longer esteem him. Never would she have believed her heart could be so complicated. She felt herself to be very much a woman, and feared she might lose the power to act. That was why she was so pleased at her brother's return. It was on the very day of Hamelin's return that Sackgard decided to see him in the workroom, where they were certain not to be disturbed, to show him the resolutions that the board would be asked to approve before putting them to the vote in the general meeting. But by tacit agreement, the brother and sister anticipated the agreed time of the meeting, and alone together, were able to talk freely. Hamelin had come back very cheery, delighted at having successfully arranged the complex railway deal in that eastern country, so sleepy and idle, so strewn with political, administrative, and financial obstacles. At last success was complete. The first work was about to begin, and construction sites would be opening on all sides as soon as the company had been properly set up in Paris. He showed such enthusiasm, such confidence in the future, that this became a new reason for keeping silent, since it hurt her so much to spoil his delighted joy. However, she did express some doubts, and warned him against the infatuation that was transporting the public. He stopped her and looked her straight in the eye. Did she know of anything shady? Why didn't she speak of it? And she didn't speak, unable to articulate anything definite. Sackgard, who had not yet seen Hamelin, threw his arms around him when they met, and kissed him with the exuberance of a man from the Midi. Then, when Hamelin had confirmed the news given in his recent letters, and given him details of the complete success of his long journey, Sackgard became effusive. "Ah, my dear chap, this time we shall be the masters of Paris, the kings of the market. I too have worked to some purpose. I've had an amazing idea. You shall see." Without more ado, he outlined his plan to take the capital from 100 to 150 million by issuing 100,000 new shares, and in this way to release all the shares, the old as well as the new. He was launching the new shares at 850 francs, thus creating, with the premium of 350 francs, a reserve which, with the addition of the monies already put aside at each distribution, would reach the figure of 25 million. And he needed now only to find an equal sum to obtain the 50 million necessary for the release of the 200,000 old shares. And that was where his amazing idea came in. It was to draw up a balance sheet of the approximate profits of the current year, profits which, in his view, would reach a minimum of 36 million. From this, he could easily take the 25 million he needed. And the Universal would therefore, after December 31st, 1867, have a definitive capital of 150 million in the form of 300,000 fully paid-up shares. The shares would be unified and made payable to bearer to facilitate their free circulation on the market. It was the ultimate triumph, the stroke of genius. "Yes, genius," he cried. "That is not putting it too strongly." Somewhat dazed by all this, Hamelin was flicking through the pages of the plan, examining the figures. "I don't much care for this hastily drawn-up balance sheet," he said at last. "These are real dividends you're going to be giving your shareholders, since you're releasing their shares, and it's essential to be certain that all these sums have really been gained. Otherwise, we could justifiably be accused of issuing fictitious dividends." Sackgard got angry. "What? But I am lower than the estimates. Just see whether I haven't been reasonable. Won't the steamship company in Carmel and the Turkish bank bring in greater profits than those I've listed? You bring me news of victory from those countries, where everything is going well and prospering, and then you quibble about the certainty of our success." Hamelin smiled and calmed him with a gesture. Yes, he had faith in it, but he liked things to take their regular course. "Indeed," said Madame Caroline gently. "What's the point of hurrying? Couldn't we wait until April for this increase in capital? Or else, since you need 25 million more, why not issue the shares at 1,000 or 1,200 francs straight away, which would avoid the need to anticipate the profits of the next balance sheet?" Sackgard looked at her, stunned for a moment, astonished that she should have thought of that. No doubt, at 1,100 francs instead of 850, the 100,000 shares would produce exactly the 25 millions. Well then, she went on, that's the solution. You need have no fear that the shareholders will complain. They will be just as willing to give 1,100 as 850. Oh yes, they'll give whatever we like, and even fight over who will give most. They're like madmen. They'd tear down the building just to give us their money. But suddenly he regained his self-possession with a violent start of protest. But what are you going on about? I don't want to ask them for 1,100 francs, emphatically not. That would really be too stupid and too simple. Try to understand that in these financial matters, it is vital to excite the imagination. The great idea is to take the money out of people's pockets before it has even got there. They at once imagine that they are not giving it, but receiving it as a gift. And then, don't you see the colossal effect this anticipatory balance sheet will have when it appears in all the newspapers, with its profit of 36 million announced in advance with a great fanfare? The bourse will catch fire, we'll be quoted at over 2,000, and we're going up, and there'll be no stopping us. He was standing up, gesticulating, stretching himself up on his little legs, so that he actually seemed to grow taller, gesturing into the stars, like the poet of money, undaunted by bankruptcies and ruins. This was his instinctive system, the urge and impulse of his whole being, to whip his business affairs ferociously onward, driving them along feverishly at a double-quick gallop. He had pushed success to the limit, kindling people's greed with this lightning march of the universal. 3 share issues in 3 years, the bank's capital leaping from 25 to 50, 100, then 150 million, in a progression that seemed to promise miraculous prosperity. And the dividends too proceeded in leaps and bounds. Nothing in the first year, then 10 francs, then 33 francs, then the 36 million bringing the release of all the shares. And all this in the deceitful overheating of the whole machine, in the midst of fictitious subscriptions of shares kept by the company to create the impression they had been fully paid up, all under the impact of speculation on the bourse, where every increase in capital created an exaggerated rise in the share price. Hamelin, still absorbed in his scrutiny of Saccard's plan, had not supported his sister's remarks. He shook his head and returned to matters of detail. No matter. Your anticipatory balance sheet asterisk is simply not right, when the profits indicated have not yet been made. I'm not talking now about our ventures, although they too can be afflicted by catastrophic events, like any other human endeavor. But I see here the Sabatani account, 3,000 or so shares, representing more than 2 million. You have placed these on the credit side, but they ought to be on the debit side, since Sabatani is only our man of straw. Just between ourselves, we can say this, can't we? And wait a moment. I can also see the names of several of our employees, and even some of our directors, all men of straw. Oh, I see what you're doing. You don't need to tell me. It makes me tremble to see that we're keeping such a large number of our own shares. Not only do we get no cash, but we paralyze ourselves, and we'll end up one day simply destroying ourselves. Madame Caroline looked on approvingly, for he was at last giving voice to all her own fears, uncovering the cause of that vague unease of hers which grew ever greater with the growing success. Ah, gambling, she murmured. But we are not gambling, cried Saccard. It's quite allowable for us to support our share prices, and we'd really be stupid if we didn't see to it that Gunderman and others don't devalue our stock by going for a fall against us. They haven't quite dared to do so yet, but it can happen. That's why I'm glad to have a certain number of our shares in hand. And I warn you, if it becomes necessary, I'm even ready to buy some. Yes, I'll buy some myself, sooner than let them drop by a centime. He had spoken these last words with extraordinary vehemence, as if he were vowing to die rather than suffer defeat. Then, with an effort, he calmed down and began to laugh with a rather forced air of affability. Oh, look, it's starting up again, all that distrust. I thought we'd had that out once and for all on these matters. You had agreed to place yourselves in my hands, so let me get on with it. All I want is to make your fortune, a great great fortune. He paused and lowered his voice, as if himself alarmed at the enormity of his desire. Shall I tell you what I want? I want to see the rate at 3,000 francs. He waved his hand as if pointing it out in midair, that triumphant rate of 3,000 francs, seeing it rising up like a star and setting the horizon of the bourse on fire. That's mad, said Madame Caroline. Once the rate goes past 2,000 francs, Hamelin declared, every new rise will be a danger, and as for me, I warn you I shall sell my shares to avoid having anything to do with such madness. But Saccard just began humming a tune. People always say they'll sell, but they don't do it. He would make them rich in spite of themselves. He was smiling once more, in a very tender and slightly mocking way. Put your trust in me. It seems to me I've not done too badly for you. Zadova alone brought you 1,000,000. It was true, the Hamelins had forgotten that. They had accepted that 1,000,000, fished out of the murky waters of the bourse. They remained silent for a moment, turning pale, with that disturbance of the heart felt by people still honest, but who are no longer certain they have done what they ought to have done. Had they themselves become tainted with the leprosy of speculation? Were they too growing corrupt in this feverish atmosphere of money, in which their concerns forced them to live? No doubt, the engineer finally murmured, but if I had been there. Saccard did not let him finish. Oh, come on. No need for remorse. It's just money won back from those dirty Jews. At this, all three of them laughed, and Madame Caroline, who had sat down, made a gesture of tolerance and resignation. Could one simply allow oneself to be eaten and not eat others? It was just life. One would need excessively sublime virtues, or the temptation-free solitude of the cloister. Come, Saccard continued gaily. Don't seem to be spitting on money. First of all, that's stupid, and anyway it's only the powerless who despise power. It would be illogical to kill yourselves with work to make others rich, without taking out your own legitimate share. Otherwise you might just as well go to bed and sleep. He was in control now, and would not let them utter another word. You know you will soon be pocketing a pretty sum. Wait. And with the exuberance of a schoolboy, he rushed over to Madame Caroline's table, and picked up a pencil and a sheet of paper, on which he began to scribble figures. Wait, I'm making up your account. Oh, I know it already. At the start you had 500 shares, doubled once, then doubled again. So now you have 2,000. So after our next share issue, you'll have 3,000. Hamelin tried to interrupt. No, I know you have enough money to pay for them, with the 300,000 francs of your inheritance on the one hand, and your 1,000,000 from Zadova on the other. Look, your first 2,000 shares cost you 435,000 francs. The other 1,000 will cost you 850,000 francs, a total of 1,285 francs. So, you will still have 15,000 francs left to live on, not to mention your salaries of 30,000 francs, which we're going to raise to 60,000. They both listened in some bewilderment, and in the end became passionately interested in these figures. You can see very well that you're quite honest, that you're paying for what you get, but all that is just trivial. This is what I wanted to get at. He stood up again, waving his sheet of paper triumphantly. At the rate of 3,000, your 3,000 shares will give you 9,000,000. What? A rate of 3,000, they cried, with a gesture of protest against his obstinate persistence in this madness. Yes, of course. I forbid you to sell before that. I shall be able to stop you. Yes, indeed, by force if necessary, by the right that one has to prevent one's friends from doing something stupid. And as for the rate of 3,000, I must have it, and I will have it. What response could there be to this terrible man, whose shrill voice, like the crowing of a cock, proclaimed his triumph? They laughed once more, and simply shrugged their shoulders. They declared they were quite unworried, for that fantastic rate would never be reached. Saccard, however, had gone back to the table, where he was making further calculations, this time on his own account. Had he paid, would he pay, for his 3,000 shares? That remained very hazy. In fact, he must be in possession of an even greater number of shares, but it was difficult to know, for he himself was also one of the company's straw men, and how could one distinguish, in such a heap of shares, which ones were actually his? His pencil went on endlessly producing line after line of figures. Then, in one lightning stroke, he crossed it all out and crumpled up the paper. That and the 2 million collected from the mire and blood of Zadova was his share. "I have an appointment, so I'll leave you now," he said, picking up his hat. "But everything's agreed, isn't it? In a week, there'll be the board of directors, then immediately afterwards, the extraordinary general meeting for the vote." When Madame Caroline and Hamelin were alone again, tired and alarmed, they looked at each other in silence for a moment. "What's to be done?" Hamelin said at last, responding to his sister's unspoken thoughts. "We are in it, and we have to stay in it. He's right to say it would be silly of us to refuse this fortune. As for me, I've always considered myself nothing more than a man of science, bringing water to the mill, and I think I have brought it, clear and abundant water, in the shape of excellent business deals, to which the company owes such rapid success. So, since there's nothing I can be reproached for, let's not be discouraged, let's get to work." Madame Caroline rose unsteadily from her chair, stammering, "Oh, all that money, all that money." And, choked by an overpowering emotion at the thought of those millions that were going to fall upon them, she laid her head on his shoulder and wept. No doubt it was joy, her happiness at seeing him at last worthily rewarded for his intelligence and his work, but it was also pain, pain for which she could not easily account, a mixture of shame and fear. He made a joke of it, and they once more assumed a cheerful mood, yet a certain unease still lingered, a vague feeling of dissatisfaction with themselves, an unspoken remorse for a shameful complicity. "Yes, he's right," Madame Caroline repeated. "It's the same for everyone. That's life." The board of directors met in the new room in the sumptuous building of the Rue de Londres. No longer the damp drawing room slightly tinged with the green from the next-door garden, but a huge room, lit by 4 windows overlooking the street, and with a high ceiling and majestic walls, adorned with large paintings and gleaming with gold. The chairman's seat was a real throne, dominating the other chairs which stood in line, superb and grave, as if for a meeting of royal ministers, around an immense table with a cover of red velvet. And on the monumental white marble fireplace in which, in winter, enormous logs were burned, was a bust of the Pope, a fine and kindly face which seemed to smile mischievously at finding itself there. Saccard had managed to get his hands on all the members of the board by, for the most part, simply buying them. Thanks to him, the Marquis de Beauhain, involved in a backhander bordering on a swindle and caught with his fingers in the till, had been able to stifle the scandal by paying back the company he had robbed. So he was now Saccard's humble servant, while continuing to carry his head high, like the flower of the nobility and the most handsome ornament of the board. Hurrick, too, ever since Rugen had sacked him over the theft of the telegram announcing the seating of the Veneto, had devoted himself entirely to the fortunes of the Universal, representing the bank at the Legislative Assembly and fishing on its behalf in the muddy waters of politics, while keeping the major part of his shameless and shady deals, which one day could land him in Mazas. Asterisk and Viscount de Robin-Chagot, vice-chairman of the board, was receiving 100,000 francs of secret bonus for giving his signature without hesitation during Hamelin's long absences. And the banker Kolb was also getting paid for his passive compliance, through being allowed to use the Universal's power overseas, even going so far as to involve the bank in his arbitrage deals, and Sedil the silk merchant, himself shaken by a terrible settlement day, had managed to borrow a large sum that he had been unable to pay back. Only Dagermont still retained his absolute independence of Saccard, a fact that sometimes worried the latter, although the amiable fellow remained charming, inviting him to his parties, and he too signed everything without comment, with the easy grace of the skeptical Parisian who finds everything is quite all right, so long as he's making money. That day, in spite of the exceptional importance of the session, the work of the board was conducted just as speedily as on other days. It had become a matter of habit. All the real work was done in the little meetings on the 15th of the month, while the big meetings at the end of the month simply approved the resolutions with much ceremony. So great now was the indifference of the directors that, as the minutes threatened to be the same banal account of constant approval for every meeting, it had been necessary to invent some scruples and comments for the directors, a wholly imaginary discussion that no one was surprised to hear being read out at the following meeting, in which they all signed with perfect seriousness. Knowing the good news, the great news, that Hamelin was bringing, Dagermont had rushed forward to shake his hand. "Ah, my dear chairman, how happy I am to congratulate you." Everyone gathered round, eagerly welcoming him, even Saccard himself, as if he had not yet seen him, and when the session began, when Hamelin started reading the report that he was to deliver to the general meeting, they listened, which they never normally did. The excellent results already achieved, the magnificent promise for the future, the ingenious increasing of the capital, which at the same time released the old shares, everything was greeted with admiring nods of the head. And nobody thought of asking for further details. It was perfect. When Sedil pointed out an error in one of the figures, it was even agreed that his remark be omitted from the minutes, so as not to spoil the beautiful unanimity of the meeting, and in their enthusiasm, they all signed rapidly, one after another, without further comment. The meeting was already over. People were standing up, laughing and joking, surrounded by the glittering gold adornments of the room. The Marquis de Beauhain was describing a hunt at Fontainebleau, while Deputy Harrit, who had been to Rome, was telling how he had brought back with him the blessing of the Pope. Kolb had just disappeared, rushing off to an appointment, and the other directors, the minor figures, were receiving quiet instructions from Saccard on the position they were to take at the next meeting. But Dagermont, irritated by Viscount de Robinchagot's exaggerated praise of Hamelin's report, grasped the manager's arm as he went by, and whispered in his ear, "Not too rapid a rise, eh?" Saccard stopped dead and looked at him. He remembered how hesitant he had originally been about bringing him into the affair, knowing him to be unreliable in business matters. "Ah, if you're with me, follow me," he replied very loudly, so that everyone could hear. 3 days later, the extraordinary general meeting was held in the grand function room of the Hôtel du Louvre. For such a solemn occasion, the poor, rather bare room in the Rue Blanche had been rejected, for they wanted a festive hall, still warm, as if between an official banquet and a wedding ball. It was necessary, according to the Articles of Association, to be possessed of at least 20 shares to be admitted, and there were more than 1,200 shareholders there, representing more than 4,000 votes. The entry formalities, presentation of cards, and signing of the register took nearly 2 hours. A hubbub of happy chatter filled the room, in which one could see all the directors and many of the senior employees of the Universal Bank. Sabatini was there, in the middle of a group, talking about the Orient, his native land, in a caressing and languorous tone, telling wondrous stories, as if over there one had only to bend down to pick up silver, gold, and precious stones. And Majindra, who had decided in June to buy 50 shares in Universal at 1,200 francs each, convinced that they would rise, was listening to him open-mouthed, delighted at the flair he had shown. Jantru, meanwhile, who had fallen into a life of utter depravity since becoming rich, was sniggering to himself, his mouth twisted in an ironic sneer, showing the after-effects of the previous night's debauchery. After the appointment of the officers, when Hamelin, as rightful chairman, had opened the meeting, Lavinière, re-elected as auditor and who, after his report, was to be raised to the status of director, fulfilling his dream, was invited to read a report on the company's financial position as it would be on December 31st. This, in order to comply with the statutes, was a way of checking in advance the anticipatory balance sheet that was to be presented. He recalled the previous balance sheet, presented at the ordinary meeting in April, That magnificent balance sheet showing a net profit of $11.5 million, which, after allowing for the 5% for shareholders, 10% for the directors, and 10% for the reserve fund, had still permitted the distribution of a dividend of 33%. Next, he demonstrated, with a deluge of figures, that the sum of $36 million, given as the rough total of the profits of the current year, far from striking him as exaggerated, was well below the most modest expectations. He did this, no doubt, in good faith, and he must have conscientiously examined the documents submitted for his inspection, but nothing is more illusory, for to study a set of accounts with any thoroughness, it is necessary to create an entirely new set. In any case, the shareholders were not listening. A few devotees, Majendra and some other minor figures who represented only 1 or 2 votes, drank in each and every figure, amid the persistent rumble of conversation. Auditors' reports were not of the slightest importance. A reverential silence fell only when Hamelin, at last, rose to his feet. Applause broke out even before he opened his mouth, in homage to his zeal, and the obstinate, courageous genius of this man who had traveled so far to seek out barrels of gold to empty over Paris. From this point on, there was nothing but ever-growing success, almost glory. There was applause at a reminder of the previous year's balance sheet, on which Laviniere had been unable to make himself heard. But the estimates for the next balance sheet aroused special delight. Millions for the United Steamships, millions for the Carmel silver mines, millions for the Turkish National Bank. The list seemed endless. The 36 millions fell into place easily and naturally, and poured down, thundering like a waterfall. Then the horizon opened out further on to future operations. The Oriental Railway Company made its appearance. First, the central main line on which work was about to begin, then the branches, the whole network of modern industry cast over Asia, the triumphant return of humanity to its cradle, the resurrection of a world, while in the dim distance, between the sentences, loomed the matter that remained unspoken, the mystery, the crowning of the edifice, which would astonish the peoples of the world. And there was a totally unanimous response when Hamelin, in conclusion, began to outline the resolutions he was going to submit to the vote of the meeting. The raising of the capital, the issuing of 100,000 new shares at 850 francs, and the release of the old shares, thanks to the premium on the new shares and the profits of the next balance sheet, on which they could draw in advance. A storm of bravos greeted this brilliant idea. Above the heads of the audience, the fat hands of Majendra could be seen, clapping with all their might. In the front rows, the directors and the bank staff were making a huge uproar, led by Sabatani, who was standing up and shouting "Bravo! Bravo!" as if at the theater. All the resolutions were enthusiastically accepted. However, Saccard had organized a little incident, which now occurred. Aware that he was being accused of gambling, he wished to remove even the slightest suspicions of any distrustful shareholders who might be there in the hall. Jantru, primed by Saccard, rose to his feet, and in his thick voice, "Mr. Chairman, I believe I speak for many of the shareholders when I ask whether it is firmly established that the bank holds none of its own shares." Hamelin, who had not been forewarned, was disconcerted for a moment. He turned instinctively to Saccard, who until then had stayed out of sight in his seat, but he now rose, stretching himself up to increase his height, and replied in his strident voice, "Not one, Mr. Chairman." Bravos, for no obvious reason, broke out again at this response. If he was fundamentally lying, it was nevertheless true that the bank did not hold a single share in its own name, since Sabatani and others were covering for it. And that was all. The applause went on, and the meeting broke up with much gaiety and noise. In the days that followed, the report of the meeting in the newspapers produced a huge effect on the Bourse and on the whole of Paris. Jantru had kept a last surge of advertisements for this moment, the most deafening fanfare blown for some time on the trumpets of publicity. And there was even a joke going around to the effect that he had had the words by Universals tattooed on the most secret and delicate parts of good-hearted ladies, launching them too into circulation. Besides, he had just, at last, made his great coup, the buying of La Cote Financière, that old, respectable paper with a 12-year history of impeccable honesty. It had been expensive, but its serious readers, the nervous bourgeois, and the prudent holders of large fortunes, all the self-respecting world of money, were won over. In a fortnight, the rate on the bourse had risen to 1,500, and in the last week of August, it rose by successive leaps to 2,000. The general infatuation had grown even stronger, and it got worse with every hour, in an epidemic of speculation fever. People were buying and buying, even the most sensible, in the conviction that the rate would continue to rise, would go on rising indefinitely. It was the opening up of the mysterious caves of the Arabian Nights, and the immeasurable wealth of the caliphs was being delivered to the greed of Paris. All the dreams, whispered for months, were now, it seemed, being realized for an enchanted public. The cradle of humanity reoccupied, the ancient historical cities of the coast, resuscitated from their sand, Damascus, Baghdad, then India and China would be exploited by the invading troop of French engineers. That conquest of the East that Napoleon had failed to achieve with the sword would be accomplished by a financial company with an army of pickaxes and wheelbarrows. Asia was being conquered by force of millions, for a return of billions. The women's crusade was especially triumphant, in little, intimate 5 o'clock meetings and grand midnight receptions, whether at table or in the boudoir. They had foreseen it all. Constantinople was taken. Soon they would have Broussa, Angora, and Aleppo, and later on, Smyrna, Trebizond, all the cities besieged by the Universal, until in the end they would have the last one, the sacred city, the one they did not name, and which seemed like the Eucharistic promise of that far-off expedition. Fathers, husbands, and lovers, bullied by the passionate ardor of the women, now only went to give orders to their brokers with the repeated cry of "It's the will of God." Then there was the frightening horde of the humble, the tramping crowds that follow great armies, as the passion moved down from drawing room to kitchen, from bourgeois to workman and peasant, and hurled into this mad gallop of millions, poor subscribers with only 1, 2, 3, 4, or 10 shares, concierges on the point of retiring, old spinster ladies living with their cat, provincial pensioners on a budget of 10 sous a day, country priests impoverished by their almsgiving. The whole gaunt and hungry mass of people with tiny incomes that a catastrophe on the bourse carries off like an epidemic, and at one stroke lays in a communal pauper's grave. And this exaltation of the universal shares, this ascension, carrying them up as if on a divine wind, seemed to harmonize with the louder and louder music from the Tuileries and the Champ de Mars, and the continual festivities with which the exhibition was driving Paris mad. The flags flapped more noisily in the heavy air of the warmer days, and there was no evening when the blazing city did not sparkle under the stars like some colossal palace, in the depths of which debauchery went on until dawn. Joy had spread from house to house. The streets were an intoxication, a cloud of animal vapors, cooking smells from the feastings, the sweat of couplings, all rolling away to the horizon, carrying over the rooftops the nights of Sodom, Babylon, and Nineveh. Ever since May, emperors and kings had been coming on pilgrimage from the 4 corners of the earth in endless processions, nearly 100 sovereigns, princes, and princesses. Paris was filled to the brim with majesties and highnesses. It had welcomed the Emperor of Russia and the Emperor of Austria, the Sultan and the Viceroy of Egypt, and had thrown itself under the wheels of the carriages just to see close up the King of Prussia, followed by Count von Bismarck like a faithful hound. Jubilant salvos were continually thundering through the invalids. While the crowds, crammed into the exhibition, made a great popular success of Krupp's huge and somber cannon that Germany had put on show. Almost every week the opera lit up its chandeliers for some official gala. In the smaller theaters and in the restaurants, people could hardly breathe, and the pavements were not wide enough now for the overflowing torrent of prostitution. Napoleon III decided to distribute in person the awards for the 60,000 exhibitors, in a ceremony that excelled all others in its magnificence. Like a glorious halo glowing on the brow of Paris, the resplendence of the reign, in which the emperor appeared, in a fairy tale lie, as master of Europe, speaking with calmness and strength and promising peace. That same day, news had come to the Tuileries of the appalling catastrophe of Mexico. The execution of Maximilian, French blood spilt and French money spent, all for nothing. And the news was concealed in order not to cast a blight on the festivities. It was a first death knell on the evening of this splendid day, still dazzling in the sun. Then, in the midst of all this glory, it seemed as if the star of Saccard was also rising to its greatest brilliance. At last he had achieved what he had sought for so many years. He had fortune as his slave, a thing of his own to dispose of as he would, to keep under lock and key, a living reality. So many times his coffers had been full of lies, so many millions had flowed through them, leaking out through all sorts of unseen holes. No, this was no longer the deceptive facade of wealth. This was the genuine royalty of gold, solid and enthroned on sacks full of gold. And he had this royalty of his, not thanks to the economies of a long line of bankers, like a Gunderman. He flattered himself proudly that he had conquered it for himself, like a soldier of fortune who seizes a kingdom at one stroke. In the time of the land deals in the Europe district of Paris, he had often risen very high, but never had he felt Paris so thoroughly conquered, so humble at his feet. And he recalled that day when, eating at Champeau's, ruined once again, and no longer believing in his star, he had cast hungry eyes upon the Bourse, suddenly in a fever to start everything all over again, to conquer again, in a fury of revenge. So, now he was once again the master. What an appetite he had for enjoyment. First, as soon as he felt all-powerful, he dismissed Huret, and ordered Jantrou to launch an article against Rugen, in which the minister would find himself unambiguously accused, in the name of the Catholics, of playing a double game on the Roman question. This was a definitive declaration of war between the brothers. Ever since the September Convention of 1864, and especially after Zadova, the clerical party had decided to show intense anxiety over the position of the Pope, and from now on L'Espérance, resuming its former ultramontane political stance, violently attacked the liberalization of the empire, begun with the decrees of January 19th. One of Saccard's comments went around the chamber. He had said that despite his profound affection for the emperor, he would resign himself to Henri V. rather than allow the revolutionary spirit to lead France into catastrophe. Then, his victories making him ever more audacious, he no longer concealed his plan of attacking the big Jewish banks in the person of Gunderman, whose billion he meant to pound and batter until a final assault and capture. The Universal had grown so miraculously that, supported as it was by the whole of Christendom, why should it not become, in a few more years, the undisputed mistress of the Bourse? And with a warlike swagger, Saccard presented himself as a rival, as a neighboring king of equal power, while Gunderman phlegmatically went on watching and waiting, with not so much as an ironic smile, seeming simply interested in the continual rise of the shares, as a man whose entire strength lies in patience and logic. It was his passion that took Saccard so high, and his passion that would cast him down. In order to satisfy his appetites, he would like to have discovered a sixth sense to indulge. Madame Caroline had reached the point of being able to go on smiling, even when her heart was bleeding, and she remained a friend, who listened to him with a sort of wifely deference. Baroness Sandorf, whose bruised eyelids and red lips were so deceptive, was beginning to lose her charm for him, with her icy coldness even in the midst of his perverse experiments. And besides, he had himself never known any grand passion. he was too busy, in his world of money, using his nerves in other ways, and paying for love by the month. So when, on the heap of his new millions, he thought of women at all, he thought only of buying himself an expensive one, to show her off to the whole of Paris, just as he might have bought himself, simply out of vanity, a very large diamond pin for his cravat. Then, wouldn't it be an excellent bit of publicity? When a man can pay a lot for a woman, doesn't that mean he must have a considerable fortune? His choice at once fell on Madame de Jumont, at whose house he had dined 2 or 3 times with Maxime. She was still very beautiful at 36, with a regular, grave and Juno-esque beauty, and she had a great reputation due to the fact that the emperor, for one night with her, had paid 100,000 francs, not to mention a decoration for her husband, a man of propriety who had no other role in life than to be his wife's spouse. The two lived a life of ease and were received everywhere, in the ministries and at court, keeping themselves afloat with a few rare and select deals, restricting themselves to no more than 3 or 4 nights a year. Everyone knew how hideously expensive it was and how extremely distinguished the clientele. Saccard, who was particularly excited by the thought of having a taste of the emperor's morsel, bid as high as 200,000 francs, since the husband had at first pulled a face at this shady former financier, finding him too slight a personage and of compromising immorality. It was around this time that little Madame Conan flatly refused to take her pleasure with Saccard. He often went to the stationery shop in the Rue Feydeau, always needing to buy order books and very attracted by this adorable blonde, all pink and plump, with her pale, silky hair, so fluffy, a little curly lamb, graceful, beguiling, and always cheerful. "No, I don't want to. Never with you." When once she had said never, that was it. Nothing ever made her change her mind over a refusal. "But why? I saw you with someone else coming out of the house in the Passage de Panoramas." She blushed, but went on looking him straight in the eye. That house, kept by an old lady who was a friend of hers, was indeed the place she used for her rendezvous, when some whim made her give in to a gentleman from the Bourse, at those hours when her good soul of a husband was pasting up his registers, and she was out and about in Paris, always on stationary business. "You know perfectly well that young man Gustave Sedil is your lover." With a pretty gesture, she protested. No, no, she had no lover. No man could boast of having had her more than once. What sort of person did he think she was? Once, yes, from time to time, for pleasure, without its being of the slightest significance. And they all remained her friends, very grateful and very discreet. Is it because I'm no longer young? But with a new gesture, and still with a laugh, she seemed to say that for her, being young was of no importance at all. She had yielded to men less young than he, less good-looking too, often indeed to some wretched poor devils. Why then? Just tell me why. My word, it's simply that I don't fancy you. With you, never. She was still just as amiable, and sorry to have to refuse. Come on, he went on, brutally. It can be as much as you want. Do you want 1,000, 2,000 francs, for just one time? Each time he raised his offer, she shook her head gently. Do you want? Come now, do you want 10,000? Do you want 20,000? Gently, she interrupted him, placing her little hand on his. Not 10, not 50, not 100,000. You could go on and on like that, but it would still be no, always no. You can see I don't wear any jewels. Oh, I've been offered them. I've been offered lots of things, money, all sorts of things. But I don't want anything. Isn't it enough in itself, when it gives pleasure? But just understand that my husband loves me with all his heart, and I too am very fond of him. He's a very decent man, my husband. So, I'm certainly not going to kill him by causing him pain. What do you expect me to do with your money, since I can't give it to my husband? We are not badly off. We shall retire one day with a tidy sum. And if those gentlemen are all so well disposed as to continue to buy their supplies from us, that I gladly accept. Oh, I'm not pretending to be more disinterested than I really am. If I were single, I'd think about it. But one more thing, You can't imagine that my husband would take your 100,000 francs after I had slept with you. No, no, not for 1,000,000. And she dug in her heels. Saccard, exasperated by this unexpected resistance, went on badgering her for nearly a month. She bowled him over, with her laughing face and her big eyes full of tenderness and compassion. What? So money could not buy everything. This woman others had enjoyed for nothing, and he could not have her, even at a crazy price. She said no, and she meant it. In all his triumph, he suffered cruelly over this, as if it cast a doubt over his power, a secret disillusion about the power of money, which until then he had thought absolute and sovereign. But one evening his vanity experienced the most intense enjoyment. It was the high point of his existence. There was a ball at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he had chosen this event, celebrating the exhibition, to make known to the public his good fortune of one night spent with Madame de Jumont. For it was always agreed, in the deals of this beautiful person, that the buyer would have the right, just once, to exhibit his good luck in such a way that the affair could have all the publicity desired. So towards midnight, in the rooms where bare shoulders were crushed among the men's black evening jackets, under the blazing light of the chandeliers, Saccard made his entrance with Madame de Jumont on his arm, and her husband following. When they appeared, groups broke up to make way for this 200,000 franc whim on display, this scandal of uncontrolled appetite and lunatic extravagance. There were smiles and whispers, amusement, and no indignation, in the intoxicating scent of the corsages and the distant lulling of the orchestra. But at the end of one of the rooms, a quite different group was gathered inquisitively around a colossus, dressed in the dazzling and superb white uniform of a cuirassier. It was Count von Bismarck, his tall figure towering above the heads of all, laughing heartily, with his big eyes, prominent nose, and powerful jaw, adorned by the mustaches of a barbarian conqueror. After Zadova, he had given Germany to Prussia. The treaties of alliance against France, denied for so long, had been signed months before, and the war which had almost broken out in May over Luxembourg was now inevitable. When the triumphant Saccard went through the room, with Madame de Jumont on his arm, and her husband following, Count von Bismarck stopped laughing for a moment to watch them passing, with the curiosity and ironic amusement of a kindly giant. Chapter 9. Madame Caroline found herself alone once more. Hamelin had stayed in Paris until the beginning of November for the formalities required for the definitive constitution of the company, with a capital of 150 millions. It was he, too, who went, at Saccard's request, to make the legal declaration stating that all the shares had been subscribed and the capital paid, which was not true. Then he left for Rome, where he was to spend 2 months, having some important matters to study there, matters he kept to himself. Doubtless his great dream of the Pope in Jerusalem, as well as another, more substantial and practical project, the transformation of the Universal into a Catholic bank supported by the interests of the whole of Christendom. He went away happy about the rapid success of the bank, convinced of its unshakable solidity, and with only a vague anxiety about its excessive success. So on the eve of his departure, in conversation with his sister, he firmly recommended just one thing: that she should resist the general infatuation and sell their shares if the price went beyond 2,200 francs, since he intended to make a personal protest against the continual rise, which he judged to be foolish and dangerous. Once she was on her own, Madame Caroline felt even more troubled by the hothouse atmosphere in which she was living. Towards the first week of November, the price of 2,200 was reached, and all around her there was rapture, with cries of thankfulness and unlimited hope. Joy was brimming over with gratitude. The Beauvilliers ladies now treated her as an equal, as a friend of the god who was going to restore their ancient house. A concert of benedictions arose from the happy crowd of investors, great and small alike, daughters with dowries at last, the poor suddenly rich, their retirement secure, and the rich burning with the insatiable joy of being even richer. All the stocks and shares had risen. Even the weakest found credulous takers, and the market was flooded with a plethora of highly dubious companies, choking it almost to the point of apoplexy, while underneath lay a resounding emptiness, the real exhaustion of a reign that had greatly enjoyed itself and spent billions on public works, fattening in the process huge financial houses, whose gaping coffers were splitting open on all sides. In this giddy whirl, the first sign of any cracking meant disaster. And it was doubtless an anxious foreboding of this sort that made Madame Caroline so alarmed at each new leap in the price of universals. No bad rumors were going round, only a slight ripple of movement from the astonished and daunted short sellers. And yet she was definitely uneasy. Something seemed already to be undermining the whole edifice. But what? Nothing showed up clearly, and she was obliged to wait, in the dazzle of the ever-growing triumph, in spite of those minor rumbles of disturbance that precede catastrophes. Besides, Madame Caroline now had another worry. At the Work Foundation they were at last satisfied with Victor, who had become silent and sly. And if she had not already told Saccard of the whole affair, it was because of an odd feeling of embarrassment that made her put off telling him from day to day, suffering over the shame he would feel. On the other hand, Maxime, to whom, at around this time, she returned the 2,000 francs out of her own pocket, was greatly amused by the fact that Bush and Lamacaine were still demanding their 4,000. These people were robbing her, he said. After innumerable vain efforts, he at last grew angry, especially since his old idea of blackmailing Saccard had come back to him. Given Saccard's new situation, that elevated situation in which Bush thought the fear of scandal placed him at his mercy. So one day, exasperated at getting nothing out of such a promising affair, he decided to contact Saccard directly and wrote asking him to drop into his office to take a look at some old papers found in a house on the Rue de la Harpe. He mentioned the number of the house and made such clear reference to the events of the past that Saccard, gripped by anxiety, could not fail to obey the summons. But in fact the letter was delivered to the Rue Saint-Lazare and fell into the hands of Madame Caroline, who recognized the writing. Trembling, she briefly wondered whether to run straight away to see Bush and persuade him to give up. Then she told herself that he was perhaps writing on some other matter entirely, and in any case this was one way to get it over with, and she was even glad, perturbed as she was, that someone else should have to tell the story. But in the evening, when Saccard came home and opened the letter in her presence, she saw him simply take on a serious expression and thought it must be some financial problem. However, Saccard had in fact experienced a considerable shock and a tightening of the throat at the thought of falling into such filthy hands, sensing some vile machination. He calmly put the letter in his pocket and decided he would go to the suggested meeting. Some days went by. It was the second fortnight in November, and every morning Saccard put off the visit, dazed by the torrent of events carrying him along. The rate of 2,300 francs had just been passed, and he was delighted, but still felt that at the Bourse some resistance was forming and growing as the mad rise continued. Clearly some short sellers were taking up a position, engaging in the battle, timidly thus far, in mere preliminary skirmishes. On 2 occasions he had felt obliged to give orders to buy, using front men, so that the steady rise of the market rates would not be interrupted. The practice of the bank buying its own shares, gambling on them, and one evening, stirred up by his passion, Saccard could not help talking to Madame Caroline about it. I really think things are hotting up. We are proving too strong, getting in their way too much. I can scent Gunderman. This is his strategy. He'll keep on selling at regular intervals, so much today, so much tomorrow, gradually increasing the amount until he makes an impact on US. She interrupted him in her grave voice. If he's holding universals, he's quite right to sell. What? He's quite right to sell. Yes, indeed. My brother told you, a market price over 2,000 is absolutely crazy. At this he looked at her and exploded, quite beside himself. Well, sell then. Just dare to sell your own shares. Yes, play against me, since you want me to be defeated. She reddened slightly, for just the day before she had indeed sold 1,000 of her shares in obedience to her brother's orders, and with a certain feeling of relief herself, as if this sale were an act of tardy honesty. Since he did not question her directly, she did not admit what she had done, and was all the more embarrassed when he added, "In fact, I'm sure there were some defections yesterday. A whole parcel of shares came onto the market, and the price would surely have faltered if I hadn't intervened. That's not how Gunnerman operates. His methods are slower, but more devastating in the long run. Ah, my dear, I am quite confident, but I can't help trembling a little, for defending one's life is nothing. The worst thing is defending one's money and the money of others." Indeed, from that moment on, Saccard was no longer his own man. He belonged to the millions he was making, still triumphant, but always on the verge of being beaten. He no longer had time to go and see Baroness Sandorf in the little apartment on the Rue Comartin. The truth was that she had wearied him, with the deception of her ardent eyes, and that coldness which even his most perverse endeavors had failed to overcome. Besides, a misadventure had befallen him, the same that he had inflicted on Delcom. One evening, thanks this time to the stupidity of a chambermaid, he had entered just at the moment when the Baroness lay in the arms of Sabatini. In the stormy discussion that followed, he calmed down only after a total confession, in which she admitted to mere curiosity, culpable of course, but so understandable. That Sabatini, all the women talked about him as if he were such a phenomenon. They whispered about this enormous thing of his, and she had not been able to resist the desire to see for herself. And Saccard forgave her when, in answer to a brutal question from him, she had replied, "My word, it wasn't that astonishing after all." He now rarely saw her more than once a week, not because he felt any rancor, but simply because he was finding her boring. Baroness Sandorf, sensing that he was breaking away from her, returned to her former doubts and uncertainties. Ever since she had been sharing his secrets in their hours of intimacy, she had been gambling almost on certainties and winning a great deal, sharing in his good luck. Now she could see he was no longer willing to answer her questions, and she even feared he might lie to her. And whether it was that her luck had changed, or whether he had indeed deliberately sent her off on a false track, it happened that she lost one day, while following his advice. Her confidence was badly shaken. If he could mislead her like that, who was now going to be her guide? And the worst of it was that the signs of hostility to the Universal at the Bourse, so slight at first, were now growing day by day. As yet it was only rumors. Nothing specific was being said, and no actual fact was damaging the soundness of the bank. But it was being suggested that there must be something wrong, that there was a worm in the fruit. None of this, however, prevented the increasingly amazing rise of the stock. After an unsuccessful deal in Italians, the Baroness grew decidedly anxious and decided to visit the offices of L'Espérance to try to get Jantre to talk. "Come on, what's going on? You of all people must know. Universals have just gone up again by 20 francs. Yet there was a rumor. No one could tell me exactly what, but certainly something not good." But Jantre was equally puzzled. Placed as he was at the very source of rumors, starting them himself when necessary, he jokingly compared himself to a clockmaker living in the midst of hundreds of clocks, but never knowing the right time. Thanks to his advertising agency, he was in everybody's confidence, but had no single, solid opinion he could rely on, for the various pieces of information he received were so contradictory, they canceled each other out. "I know nothing, nothing at all." "Oh, you just won't tell me." "No, on my word of honor, I know nothing. In fact, I was thinking of coming to see you to ask you about it. So Saccard isn't being nice to you anymore." She made a gesture which confirmed what he had suspected, an end to an affair of which they had both grown weary, the sulking woman and the cooled-off lover no longer talking to each other. For a moment he regretted not having played the role of the well-informed man in order to have her at last, as a treat for himself, as he put it, this little Ladricord, whose father had so enjoyed kicking him. But he felt that his time was not yet come, and he went on looking at her and thinking aloud. "Yes, it's annoying. I was counting on you. Because, don't you think? If there's going to be some disaster, we need to know in good time to be able to cope with it. Oh, I don't think it's urgent. Things are still very solid. But one sees such odd things. Even as he gazed at her, a plan was taking shape in his head. Look, he suddenly went on. Since Saccard is leaving you, you should get friendly with Gunderman. She was startled for a moment. Then, why Gunderman? I know him a little. I've met him at the Royvilles and at the Kellers. All the better if you know him already. Go and see him on some pretext, chat with him, try to become his girlfriend. Just imagine that. Be the girlfriend of Gunderman and rule the world. He sniggered at the licentious images he conjured up with a gesture, for the Jew was well known for his coldness, and nothing could be more complicated or more difficult than trying to seduce him. The Baroness, taking his meaning, smiled silently without showing any annoyance. But, she repeated, why Gunderman? Jantru then explained that Gunderman must certainly be directing the group of short sellers who were beginning to maneuver against the Universal. That he knew. He had proof. Since Saccard was not being helpful, didn't simple prudence suggest making friends with his adversary, without, however, actually breaking with him? With a foot in each camp, one could be sure of being on the side of the victor on the day of battle. He proposed this act of treachery in a kindly way, simply as a man offering good advice. If he had a woman working for him, he would sleep better. What do you say? Let's work together. We'll keep each other informed and share everything we get to know. As he then took hold of her hand, she drew it away with an instinctive movement, misreading his intentions. No, that's not what I meant, for we shall now be comrades. Later you'll be wanting to reward me. With a laugh, she now abandoned her hand to him, and he kissed it. She had already lost her contempt for him, forgetting the lackey he had been, and no longer seeing on him the marks of the vile debauchery into which he had sunk, with his ravaged face, his handsome beard reeking of absinthe, his new frock coat covered with stains, and his shiny hat scratched by the plaster of some foul staircase. The Baroness went to see Gunderman the very next day. Ever since Universal shares had reached 2,000 francs, he had indeed been conducting a short-selling campaign, though with the utmost discretion, never going to the bourse, not even having an official agent there. His reasoning was that a share is worth, first of all, its issue value, then the interest it can bring, which depends on the prosperity of the company and the success of its undertakings. So there is a maximum value that it should not reasonably go beyond, and if it does go beyond that, because of public infatuation, then the rise is artificial, and the wise course is to bet on a fall, with the certainty that it will happen. Despite his conviction and his absolute faith in logic, he was still surprised by Saccard's rapid achievements and his suddenly increased power, which was beginning to alarm the big Jewish banks. This dangerous rival had to be cut down as soon as possible, not only to recoup the 8 million lost after Zadova, but above all, to avoid having to share the sovereignty of the market with this terrible adventurer, whose reckless actions seemed to be successful against all good sense, as if by miracle. And Gunderman, full of contempt for passion, exaggerated even further his phlegmatic attitude as a mathematical gambler, with the cold obstinacy of a numbers man, still selling in spite of the continuing rise, and losing ever greater sums at each settlement, but always with the serenity of a wise man simply putting his money in the savings bank. When the Baroness was at last able to get in to see him, in the midst of all the turbulence of the clerks and jobbers, the showers of papers to sign and telegrams to read, she found the banker suffering from a horrible cold, which was tearing at his throat. However, he had been there since 6 o'clock that morning, coughing and spluttering, utterly exhausted but still standing firm. That day, on the eve of a foreign loan, the huge room was invaded by a flood of visitors even more impatient than usual, who were being very hastily received by 2 of his sons and 1 of his sons-in-law. Meanwhile, on the floor near the narrow table he had kept for himself, while back in the embrasure of a window, 3 of his grandchildren, 2 girls and a boy, were fighting with shrill cries over a doll whose one arm and one leg lay beside them, already torn off. The Baroness at once announced her pretext. "Monsieur, I have taken it upon myself to see you personally with my request. It's a lottery for charity, star." He didn't let her go on, for he was very charitable and always bought 2 tickets, especially when ladies he had met in society took the trouble to bring them to him. But he had to ask her to wait a moment, as a clerk had brought him the papers of some deal or other. Enormous numbers were rapidly exchanged. 52 million, you were saying? And the credit was how much? 60 million, sir. Oh well, take it up to 75 million. He was just getting back to the Baroness, when a word he overheard in a conversation his son-in-law was having with a jobber made him rush over to him. But not at all. At the rate of 587.50, that makes 10 sous less per share. "Oh, monsieur," said the jobber, humbly, "it would only make 43 francs less." "What? 43 francs? But that's enormous. Do you think I steal money? Everyone should get what's due. That's all I know." At last, to be able to talk in peace, he decided to take the Baroness into the dining room, where the table was already laid. He was not fooled by the pretext of the charity lottery, for he knew of her affair, thanks to a whole police force of obsequious informers, and he easily guessed that she had come on some serious matter. So he came straight to the point. "Come now, tell me what you have to say to me." She affected surprise. She had nothing to say. She only wanted to thank him for his kindness. "So you haven't been given some message for me?" And he seemed disappointed, as if he had thought for a moment that she had come on a secret mission from Saccard, about some scheme or other from that madman. Now that they were alone, she looked at him with a smile and that falsely ardent air of hers, by which men were so futilely excited. "No, no, I have nothing to say to you, and since you are so kind, I might rather perhaps have something to ask of you." She leant over towards him, brushing against his knee with her delicate gloved hands. She told him about herself, spoke of her deplorable marriage to a foreigner who had never understood either her nature or her needs. And she explained how she had taken to gambling in order to maintain her position in society. And finally, she told of her solitude and her need for advice and guidance on the frightening terrain of the Bourse, where any false step can cost one dear. "But," he interrupted, "I thought you already had someone." "Oh, someone," she murmured with a gesture of deep disdain. "No, no, there's no one. I have no one. It's your advice I'd like to have, you the master, the god. And really it wouldn't cost you much just to be my friend and say a word to me, just a word from time to time. If you only knew how happy you'd make me, and how grateful I'd be, oh, with my whole being." She drew even closer, wrapping him in her warm breath, and the fine and powerful scent her whole body exhaled. But he remained very calm, not even drawing back, his flesh being quite dead, without a twinge of excitement to suppress. While she was speaking, he, whose digestion was also destroyed, and who lived on a milk diet, was taking some grapes, one by one, out of a fruit bowl on the table and eating them mechanically, the only debauch he sometimes allowed himself, in his most sensual moments, knowing he would pay for it with days of suffering. He gave the sardonic smile of a man who knows he is invincible, when the Baroness, as if forgetfully, in the ardor of her plea, at last laid on his knee her little seductive hand with its predatory fingers, supple as a nest of snakes. Smiling, he took that hand and removed it, nodding a thank you as if refusing a useless gift, and without wasting any more time, he went straight to the point. "Look, you are very charming, and I'd like to be helpful to you. So, my beautiful friend, on the day you bring me a piece of good advice, I promise to do the same for you. Come and tell me what's going on, and I'll tell you what I'm going to do. That's a bargain, right?" He had got up, and she had to go back with him into the big room. She had perfectly well understood the bargain he was offering, espionage and treason, but she chose not to reply, and took it upon herself to talk once more about her charity lottery, while he, with a mocking nodding of his head, seemed to add that he didn't really need any help, for the logical and inevitable outcome would happen anyway, even if perhaps a little later. And when at last she left, he was already caught up again in other matters, in the extraordinary tumult of this great money market, amid the procession of market people, the rushing about of the clerks, and the playing of the grandchildren, who had just torn the doll's head off, with shouts of triumph. Gunderman sat down at his narrow table and, absorbed in the contemplation of a sudden new idea, became deaf to everything. Baroness Sandorf twice went back to the offices of L'Espérance to give Jantru an account of her actions, but he was not there. At last DeJoy let her in one day, when his daughter Natalie was chatting with Madame Jordan on a bench in the corridor. It had been raining torrents since the day before, and in this damp, gray weather the mezzanine of the old building, deep in the dark well of the courtyard, seemed dreadfully melancholy. The gas was lit in the murky twilight. Marcel, waiting for Jordan, who was out hunting for money to pay a new installment to Bush, was listening with a melancholy air to Natalie, who was chattering away like a conceited magpie, with her harsh voice and the angular gestures of a girl grown up too fast in Paris. "You understand, madam, Papa doesn't want to sell. A certain person is urging him to sell, trying to frighten him into it. I shan't name the person, for it's hardly her role to go around frightening people. Now it's I who am stopping Papa from selling. Sell? Not likely, when it's still going up. You'd have to be really stupid, wouldn't you?" Marcel simply answered, "No doubt." "The shares, you know, are at 2,500, Natalie went on. "I keep the accounts, for Papa can hardly write. So, with our 8 shares, that already makes 20,000 francs. Isn't that nice? At first, Papa wanted to stop at 18,000, because that was the sum he wanted, 6,000 francs for my dowry and 12,000 for him. A little income of 600 francs that he would really have earned, after all this excitement. But say, isn't it lucky he didn't sell? For now there are 2,000 francs more. So now we want more, we want an income of at least 1,000 francs. And we shall have it. Monsieur Saccard has said so. He is so nice, Monsieur Saccard." Marcel could not help smiling. "So you're not intending to get married anymore?" "Oh yes, as soon as the shares stop rising. We were in a hurry, especially Theodore's father, because of his business. But after all, one can hardly block up the source when the money's coming through. Oh, Theodore understands, especially since if Papa has a better income, there's that much more capital to come our way in due course. My goodness, it's worth considering. And there you are, we are all waiting. We've had the 6,000 francs for months, so we could get married, but we prefer to let the francs multiply. Do you read the articles about the shares in the newspapers?" And, without waiting for an answer, she added, "Myself, I read them in the evening. Papa brings me the newspapers. He has read them already, and I have to reread them for him. We could go on and on reading them. It's so lovely, the things they promise. When I go to bed my head is full of them, and I dream of them in the night. And Papa, too, tells me that he sees things that are very good omens. The day before yesterday we both had the same dream, about shoveling up 5-franc coins in the street. It was very funny." Once again she stopped short to ask, "How many shares do you have?" "We don't have any," Marcel replied. Natalie's little face, with her pale blonde hair flying around it, took on an expression of immense pity. Ah, the poor souls who had no shares. And when her father called her to ask her to deliver a package of proofs to a reporter on her way back up to the Batignolles, she took herself off with the amusing self-importance of a capitalist who, almost every day now, went down to the newspaper office to learn the stock market prices as soon as possible. Left by herself on the bench, Marcel sank into a melancholy reverie, she who was usually so cheerful and stalwart. Lord, how dark it was, and how dismal, and her poor husband pacing the streets in this torrential rain. He had such contempt for money, was so uncomfortable at the mere idea of concerning himself with it, that it cost him a huge effort to ask for money even from those who owed it to him. Lost in thought, and deaf to everything, she began to relive her day since waking. this bad day. Whilst the feverish work of the newspaper went on all around her, the rushing about of reporters, the hustle and bustle of news items coming in, doors slamming and bells ringing. First of all, at 9 o'clock, when Jordan had just left to cover an investigation into an accident, Marcel, who had barely had time to wash and was still in her chemise, was amazed to see Bush descending on them along with two very dirty-looking men, perhaps bailiffs, or else bandits. She hadn't been able to decide. That abominable Bush, no doubt taking advantage of the fact that there was only a woman there, declared that they were going to seize everything if she didn't pay up immediately. She had argued in vain, having no knowledge of any of the legal formalities. He maintained with such vigor that the judgment had been notified, and the notice displayed, that she ended up quite distraught, believing these things might be possible without one's knowing about them. But she did not give up, explaining that her husband would not even be back for lunch and that she would not allow them to touch anything until he was there. There then ensued the most painful of scenes between these three undesirable persons and the not fully dressed young woman, with her hair down on her shoulders, the men already making an inventory of everything, and she closing the cupboards and throwing herself in front of the door to try to stop them taking anything out. Her poor little lodging that she was so proud of, her few bits of furniture that she had polished until they shone, and the Turkish bedroom curtain she had put up herself. She kept shouting, with fierce courage, that they would have to walk over her dead body, and she yelled out that Bush was a scoundrel and a thief. Yes, a thief who had no shame even about demanding 730 francs and 15 centimes, not to mention new costs, for a debt of 300 francs, a debt bought for 100 sous as part of a heap of rags and old iron. To think that they had already paid 400 francs in installments, and that this thief now spoke of carrying off their furniture as payment for the 300 or so francs he still wanted to steal from them. And he knew perfectly well that they were honest people who would have paid him straight away if only they had the money. And he was taking advantage of her being on her own, to frighten her and reduce her to tears, unable to answer back, ignorant of legal procedure as she was. "You scoundrel! You thief! You thief!" Bush, now furious, shouted even more loudly than she did, fiercely beating his breast. Wasn't he an honest man? Hadn't he paid for the debt with good money? He had the law on his side and meant to see the thing through. However, when one of the two very dirty-looking men began opening the cupboard drawers in search of linen, Marcel took on such a terrible air, threatening to rouse the whole house and the street, that the Jew calmed down a bit. At last, after another half-hour of sordid argument, he had agreed to wait until the next day, swearing angrily that he would then take everything if she did not keep her word. Oh, what a burning shame she still felt to have had those horrible men in their home, wounding all her tender feelings, all her modesty, as they rummaged about even in her bed, making such a stink in that happy bedroom that she had to leave the window wide open after they'd gone. But another, even greater grief lay in wait for Marcel that day. She had thought of running straight away to her parents to borrow the money, so that when her husband returned in the evening, she could save him from despair and be able to make him laugh at the events of that morning. She could already see herself describing the great battle, the ferocious assault upon their household, and the heroic way in which she had repulsed the attack. Her heart was beating fast as she entered the little house in the Rue Legendre, that comfortable house in which she had grown up, but where she thought she would now find only strangers. So different and so icy was the atmosphere. As her parents were just sitting down to eat, she had accepted their invitation to join them, to try to make them more friendly. Throughout the meal, the conversation remained stuck on the rise of the universals, their price having gone up 20 francs just the day before, and she was astonished to find her mother more feverish, more grasping even than her father, though she, at the start, had quivered with fear at the very thought of speculation. But now, with the ferocity of a woman converted, it was she who, desperately eager for a great stroke of luck, chided him for his timidity. From the very first course, she had lost her temper, amazed that he was talking of selling their 75 shares at the unhoped-for price of 2,520 francs, which would have made them a handsome profit of 189,000 francs, more than 100,000 francs above the purchase price. So, when La Côte Financière was promising a price of 3,000 francs, was he going mad? For after all, La Côte Financière was long known for its honesty, and he himself had often said that if you followed that paper, you had nothing to worry about. Ah, no, absolutely not. She was not going to let him sell. She would rather sell their house to buy more shares. And Marcel, silent, felt a pang at the heart on hearing all these huge sums flying about with such passion, and wondered how she was going to dare to ask for a loan of 500 francs in this house taken over by gambling. This house in which she had seen the steadily rising flood of financial newspapers which were now drowning it in the intoxicating dreams of their advertisements. At last, when the time came for dessert, she had risked it. They needed 500 francs, or they were going to be sold up. Surely her parents could not abandon them in this disaster. Her father had at once bowed his head, with an embarrassed glance at his wife. But her mother was already firmly refusing. 500 francs. Where were they expected to find them? All their capital was tied up in their dealings. And besides, she returned to her old diatribes. When you married a pauper, a man who wrote books, you had to accept the consequences of your folly, not try to fall back as a burden on your family. No, she didn't have a sou to offer idlers who affect a fine contempt for money, dreaming only of devouring that of other people. And she had allowed her daughter to leave in despair, with a heart bleeding from finding her mother unrecognizable, that mother who had once been so sensible and kind. Once out in the street, Marcel had walked along like one unaware of her surroundings, looking at the ground as if she might find money there. Then she had suddenly thought she might appeal to Uncle Chave, and immediately called in at the ground-floor apartment in the Rue Nollet before the opening of the Bourse, so as not to miss him. She could hear some whisperings and some girlish laughter. However, once the door was opened, she had found the captain alone, smoking his pipe, and he was terribly sorry, even angry with himself, as he exclaimed that he never had 100 francs to hand, since he always, day by day, used up, pig that he was, the little that he won on the Bourse. Then, after hearing of the refusal of the Magendras, he thundered against them. The wretched scoundrels! He didn't even see them any more. Now the rise of their shares had driven them mad. Just the other week, hadn't his sister called him a penny pincher, ridiculing his caution as a speculator just because, in a friendly spirit, he had been advising her to sell? That was one person he wouldn't be weeping over, when she came a cropper. Marcel, out in the street once more with empty hands, had to resign herself to going to the newspaper office to tell her husband what had happened that morning. Bush absolutely had to be paid. Jordan, whose book had not yet been accepted by any publisher, had at once launched himself into a hunt for money, all through the muddy Paris of that rainy day, with no idea of where to seek help, from friends, the newspapers for which he wrote, or from some chance meeting. Although he had begged her to go back home, Marcel was so anxious that she had preferred to stay there on that bench and wait for him. After his daughter had gone, DeJoy, seeing Marcel by herself, brought her a paper. Perhaps Madame would care to read this, to pass the time. But she refused with a wave, and as Saccard was just arriving, put on a brave face and gaily explained that she had just sent her husband off on an errand in the neighborhood, a tiresome errand she had unloaded on him. Saccard, who had kindly feelings for this little household, as he called them, absolutely insisted that she come into his office to wait more comfortably. Marcel refused, saying she was fine where she was. He ceased to insist when, to his surprise, he found himself suddenly face to face with Baroness Sandorf, coming out of Jantru's office. They just smiled at each other, with an air of amiable understanding, in the manner of people who greet each other formally to avoid displaying their relationship. Jantru, in the course of their conversation, had just told the Baroness that he no longer dared advise her. He was growing more and more perplexed at the solidity of the Universal. In spite of the efforts of the Bears, Gunderman would no doubt win, but Saccard could last quite a while yet, and there might still be much to gain by staying with him. He had persuaded her to play for time and stay on good terms with both. The best plan was to try always to be amiable enough to learn the secrets of the one, either keeping them to herself and profiting by them, or else selling them to the other, according to which was more profitable. And all this without any dark plotting, presented as if in jest, while the Baroness, with a laugh, promised to cut him in on the deal. "So she's forever closeted with you now? It's your turn, is it?" said Saccard with his usual brutality as he went into Jantru's office. Jantru affected astonishment. "Who do you mean?" "Ah, the Baroness. But my dear sir, she adores you. She was just saying so." With the gesture of a man who is nobody's fool, the old pirate stopped him there, and he gazed at Jantru, wrecked as he was by vile debauchery, and thought that if the Baroness had yielded to her curiosity about Sabatani's physique, she might well have also wanted a taste of the vice of this old ruin. "Don't defend yourself, my dear chap. When a woman starts playing the market, she would go for the doorman round the corner, if he could bring her an order." Jantru was very hurt, and merely laughed, while still insisting on explaining the presence of the Baroness, who had come, he said, about a publicity matter. Anyway, with a shrug of his shoulders, Saccard had already dropped the subject of the woman, of no interest as far as he was concerned. Remaining standing, walking back and forth, then planting himself at the window to watch the gray rain endlessly falling, he vented his joy and agitation. Yes, the Universal had again gone up 20 francs the day before. But how the devil was it that sellers were still persisting? For the rise would have gone up to 30 francs, without a whole package of shares that had fallen on the market as soon as the bourse opened. What he didn't know was that Madame Caroline had again sold 1,000 of her shares, herself now struggling against the unreasonable rise, as her brother had ordered her to do. Saccard could hardly complain about the ever-increasing success, and yet he was agitated that day, trembling inwardly with ill-defined fear and anger. He exclaimed that the dirty Jews had sworn to defeat him, and that scoundrel Gunderman had just placed himself at the head of a syndicate of short sellers to bring him down. He had been told of it at the bourse. There was talk of a sum of 300 million, intended by the syndicate to cover the short selling. Ah, the robbers! And what he did not repeat aloud were the other rumors going around, growing clearer day by day, rumors that questioned the solidity of the Universal and already alleged some facts, some signs of approaching difficulties, without yet, it's true, having at all shaken the blind confidence of the public. But the door was pushed open and Hart appeared, with his simple, straightforward air. "Ah, there you are, you Judas," said Saccard. Having learned that Rugen was definitely going to abandon his brother, Hart had joined up again with the minister, for he was convinced that once Saccard had Rugen against him, catastrophe was inevitable. To obtain his pardon, he had re-entered the household of the great man, once more running errands for him and exposing himself in his service to insults and kicks on the backside. "Judas," Hart repeated, with the sly smile that sometimes lit up his crude peasant features. "Well, at any rate, a good-natured Judas, who comes to give a disinterested piece of advice to the master he betrayed." But Saccard, as if refusing to understand, shouted, simply to confirm his triumph. 2,520 yesterday, 2,525 today. I know, I just sold." Immediately, the anger Saccard had been hiding beneath his jesting manner exploded. "What? You sold? Ah, well, that's it then. You leave me for Rugen, and you join up with Gunderman." The deputy gazed at him in bewilderment. "Why with Gunderman? I'm simply looking after my own interests. You know I'm not a reckless fellow. No, I don't have the stomach for it. I prefer to realize as soon as there's a nice profit. And perhaps that's why I have never lost." He was smiling again, like a prudent and sensible Norman who simply, unhurriedly, gathers in his harvest. "One of the directors of the company," Saccard expostulated. "So who can be expected to have faith in us? What must people think? seeing you selling like that while the price is still rising. Good Lord. I'm not surprised now if people claim our prosperity is artificial and that the day of our downfall draws nigh. These gentlemen are selling, so let's all sell. It's a panic. Hurrit, without a word, made a vague gesture. Basically, he didn't care. He had seen to his own business. His only concern now was to carry out the mission with which Rugen had entrusted him as decently as possible, with not too much bother for himself. As I was saying, my dear chap, I came to give you a disinterested piece of advice. Here it is. Be sensible. Your brother is furious. He will totally abandon you if you allow yourself to be defeated. Holding back his anger, Saccard didn't move a muscle. It was he who sent you to tell me that. After a brief hesitation, the deputy thought it best to admit the fact. Oh well, yes, it was he. Oh, don't go thinking the attack's in. L'Espérance played a part in his irritation. He is above such matters of wounded vanity. No, but truly, just think how much your newspaper's Catholic campaign must be hampering his current policies. Ever since those unfortunate complications with Rome, he has had the whole of the clergy on his back, and he has just been forced to have a bishop condemned for abuse of his position. And you choose to attack him just at the moment when he's struggling to avoid being overwhelmed by the liberal movement arising from the January 19th reforms, which he agreed to apply, as one might say, simply in order to keep them prudently under control. Come now, you're his brother. Do you think he's likely to be pleased? Indeed, Saccard mockingly replied. It's really nasty of me. There's that poor brother of mine who, in his rage to remain a minister, goes on governing in the name of the very principles he formerly fought against, and takes it out on me because he can no longer keep his balance between the right, annoyed at having been betrayed, and the third party, hungry for power. Only a short time ago, to calm the Catholics, he uttered his famous never, swearing that never would France allow Italy to take Rome from the Pope. And now, in his terror of the liberals, he would like to give them a pledge too, and deigns to think of cutting my throat just to please them. Just a week or so ago, Émile Zola gave him a real shaking in the house. Oh, Hurrit interrupted. He still has the confidence of the Tuileries. The emperor has sent him a diamond medallion. Star. But with a violent gesture, Saccard responded that he was not fooled. The Universal is too powerful now, isn't it? A Catholic bank that threatens to invade the whole world and conquer it with money, just as it was previously conquered by faith. Can such a thing be tolerated? All the free thinkers and all the Freemasons, striving to become ministers, feel the chill of it in their bones. Perhaps there is also some loan to be fixed up with Gunderman. What would happen to a government if it didn't allow itself to fall prey to these dirty Jews? And so my idiot of a brother, just to hang on to power for another 6 months, will throw me to the dirty Jews, to the liberals, and all the rest of the scum, in the hope that they'll give him a bit of peace while they're devouring me. Well, go back and tell him I don't give a damn about him. He straightened up his short body, rage at last bursting through his irony like a warlike blast of trumpets. Get this clear, I don't give a damn about him. That's my answer, and I want him to know it. Hurrit had dropped his shoulders. When dealings became heated, he just opted out. After all, in all this he was only a messenger. All right, he will be told. You are going to break your neck, but that's your affair. There was a silence. Jantru, who had remained absolutely silent, pretending to be wholly absorbed in the correction of a packet of proofs, raised his eyes in admiration at Saccard. How splendid he was, the bandit, in his passion. These scoundrels of genius sometimes triumph at this level of recklessness, when the intoxication of success carries them away. And Jantru, at this moment, was on Saccard's side, convinced of his good fortune. I was forgetting, Hurrit began again. It seems that Delcom, the public prosecutor, detests you. And one thing you don't yet know is that the emperor this morning appointed him Minister of Justice. Suddenly Saccard paused. With darkened face, he at last commented, Another nice bit of goods. So they've made a minister of that object. And what's that to me? Well, Hurrit went on, exaggerating his air of simplicity. If a misfortune should befall you, as happens to everyone in the business world, your brother doesn't want you counting on him to defend you against Delcom. But damn it all, Sackart shouted. When I tell you that I don't give a damn for the whole mob of them, Rugen, Delcom, and you two come to that. At that moment, fortunately, Dagermont came in. He never called at the newspaper office, so it was a surprise to everyone, which cut short the violent encounter. With perfect politeness, he shook hands all round with a smile, and the flattering affability of the man of the world. His wife was giving an evening reception at which she would sing, and he had come simply to invite Jantru in person, hoping for a good review. But the presence of Sackard seemed to delight him. "How are things, great man?" Without answering, Sackard asked, "Tell me, you haven't been selling, have you?" "Selling? Oh no, not yet." And his laugh was very sincere. He really was made of more solid stuff than that. "But one must never sell, in our position," cried Sackard. "Never. That's what I meant. We are all in it together. You know you can count on me." Dagermont's eyelids drooped, and he looked to one side while he answered for the other directors, Sedil, Kolb, the Marquis de Beauhain, as well as for himself. Everything was going so well. It was really a pleasure to be all in agreement, in the most extraordinary success the Bourse had seen for 50 years. And he had a charming remark for each of them, then went away repeating that he was counting on all three of them for the soirée. Mounier, the tenor from the opera, would be singing with his wife. Oh, it would be quite an event. "So," Hurd asked, he too now preparing to leave, "is that all the answer you're giving me?" "Indeed it is," Sackard curtly replied. And he made a point of not going down with him, as he usually did. Then, when he was alone again with the editor of the newspaper, "This is war, my dear fellow. There is no more need for caution. Just thump the whole bunch of crooks. I'm now going to be able to fight the battle my way." "All the same, it's pretty rough," commented Jantru, who was beginning to feel perplexed again. Out in the corridor, on the bench, Marcel was still waiting. It was hardly 4 o'clock, and already DeJoy had lit the lamps. Darkness was falling so early under the gray, relentless downpour of rain. Every time DeJoy went past, he found something to say to try to cheer her up. Anyway, the comings and goings of the contributors were now increasing, and the sound of voices burst out from the next room in all the mounting feverishness of creating the newspaper. Marcel, suddenly looking up, saw Jordan before her. He was soaked, and looked quite shattered, with the trembling lips and slightly crazy eyes of those who have pursued a hope for a long time without attaining it. She at once understood. "So you got nothing?" she asked, turning pale. "Nothing, my darling, nothing at all. Not anywhere, just not possible." She simply let out a low moan that expressed the bleeding of her heart. "Oh my God!" At that moment Sackard came out from Jantru's office and was astonished to find her still there. "What, madam, your truant husband has only just got back. I told you to come and wait in my office." She stared at him, a sudden thought having just awoken in her large, desolate eyes. She did not stop to reflect. She yielded to that wild courage that drives women forward under the impulse of passion. "Monsieur Sackard, I have something to ask you. If you don't mind, we could now go into your office." "But certainly, madam." Jordan, who feared he had guessed her intentions, tried to hold her back, stammering, "No, no." In her ear, in the sick anguish that always afflicted him where money was concerned. She broke away, and he had to follow her. "Monsieur Sackard," she resumed, as soon as the door was closed, "my husband has been rushing about for the last 2 hours trying to find 500 francs, and he doesn't dare to ask you for them. So it is I who am asking you." And then, with vigor and the droll expressions of a lively and resolute young woman, she described the happenings of the morning, the brutal entry of Bush, the invasion of her room by the 3 men, telling how she had managed to repel the assault, and the promise she had made to pay up that very day. "Oh, the wounds money makes for humble folk," The great suffering created by shame and helplessness, life itself constantly under threat, all for a few wretched hundred-so coins. Bush, Saccard repeated. It's that old scoundrel Bush who has you in his claws. Then with charming affability, turning to Jordan, who sat silent and pale in unbearable discomfort, he said, "Well, I'll advance you the 500 francs. You should have asked me straight away." He had sat down at the table to write a check when he stopped, with a sudden thought. He remembered the letter he had received and the visit he had to make, which he had been putting off from day to day, in annoyance at the shady business he scented. Why shouldn't he go straight away to the Rue Feydeau, taking advantage of the opportunity now he had a pretext? "Listen, I know this scoundrel of yours very well. It will be better for me to go in person to pay him, and see if I can't get your notes back for half the price." Marcel's eyes now shone with gratitude. "Oh, Monsieur Saccard, how kind you are!" And to her husband, "See, you great ninny, Monsieur Saccard didn't eat us up." In an irresistible impulse, Jordan threw his arms round her neck and kissed her, for it was she that he thanked most of all for being more active and skillful than he in these difficulties that paralyzed him. "No, no," said Saccard, when the young man at last shook his hand. "The pleasure is all mine. You are very sweet, the two of you, to love each other so much. Go on home in peace." His carriage, which was waiting for him, took him in 2 minutes to the Rue Feydeau, in this muddy Paris, in the bustling of umbrellas and the splashing of puddles. But at the top of the stairs he rang in vain at the old door with flaking paint, on which a brass plate displayed the word "Litigation" in big black letters. It did not open, and there was no movement from inside. And Saccard was just about to leave when, in his frustration, he beat the door violently with his fist. Then halting footsteps were heard, and Sigismund appeared. "Ah, it's you. I thought it was my brother coming back, having forgotten his key. I never answer the doorbell. He won't be long. You can wait for him if you really want to see him." With the same painful and faltering steps he returned, followed by the visitor, to the room he occupied, looking out on the Place de la Bourse. It was still full daylight up in these heights, above the mist with which the rain filled the streets below. The room was bleak and bare, with its narrow iron bed, its table and 2 chairs, its few planks loaded with books, and no furniture. In front of the fireplace, a little stove, untended and forgotten, had just gone out. "Sit down, monsieur. My brother said he was only going out and coming back straight away." But Saccard refused the chair, looking at him and seeing the progress the tuberculosis had made upon this tall, pale youth with the eyes of a child, eyes drowning in dreams, so strange beneath the energetic obstinacy of the brow. Between the long curls of his hair, his face was extraordinarily hollowed out, as if elongated and dragged towards the tomb. "You've been ill?" he asked, not knowing what to say. Sigismund made a gesture of total indifference. "Oh, just the same. Last week was not good, because of this filthy weather. But anyway, things are all right. I don't sleep any more, I can still work, and I've a slight fever that keeps me warm. Ah, there is so much to be done." He had gone back to the table, on which a book in German stood open. He went on, "Forgive me for sitting down, but I've been awake all night reading this book which I received yesterday. A great work indeed. 10 years of the life of my master, Karl Marx, the book on capital that he had been promising us for so long. And now here it is, here is our Bible. Star." His curiosity aroused, Saccard moved to take a look at the book, but the sight of its Gothic characters asterisk immediately put him off. "I'll wait until it's translated," he said with a laugh. The young man, shaking his head, seemed to say that even when translated it would be properly understood only by a few initiates. It was not a work of propaganda. But what forceful logic, and what a triumphant abundance of proofs, demonstrating the inevitable destruction of our present society based on the capitalist system. Once the ground was cleared, the rebuilding could begin. "So it's the clean sweep?" Saccard asked, still joking. In theory, yes, absolutely, replied Sigismund. Everything I explained to you a while ago, the whole revolutionary process, is all in there. It only remains for us to bring it about in fact. But you are all blind if you don't see the great advances the idea is making hour by hour. So, with your universal, in 3 years you've moved around and centralized hundreds of millions, and you don't seem to have the slightest inkling that you are driving us straight into collectivism. I've followed your business with passionate interest, yes, from this quiet, out-of-the-way room I have studied its growth day by day and know it as well as you do yourself. And I tell you it's a wonderful lesson you're giving us, for the collectivist state will only have to do what you do. Take you over in one go after you've taken over the smaller companies one by one, and thus fulfill the ambition of your extravagant dream, which is to absorb all the capital of the world, to be the sole bank. Isn't that so? To be the one general depository of public wealth. Oh, I greatly admire you. I would let you continue if I were the master, for you are beginning our work, like a forerunner of genius. He smiled with his pale invalid smile, noticing the attentiveness of his interlocutor, who was very surprised to find him so well acquainted with the business of the day, and very flattered, too, by the intelligent praise. But, Sigismund went on that happy morn when we take you over in the name of the nation, replacing your private interests with those of all, making your great machine for sucking up the wealth of others into the very regulator of social wealth, we shall begin by abolishing this. He had found a so among the papers on his table and held it up between 2 fingers as the intended victim. Money, cried Saccard. Abolish money. What utter madness! We shall abolish cash money. You must realize that metal money has no place, no justification in the collectivist state. For all remuneration, money is replaced by work vouchers. And if you think of money as a measure of value, we have an alternative which will stand perfectly well in its stead, one that we shall obtain by establishing the average day's labor in our workplaces. It has to be destroyed, this money that masks and encourages the exploitation of the worker, allowing him to be robbed by reducing his wage to the smallest sum needed to prevent him starving to death. Is it not appalling? The way the possession of money builds up private fortunes, bars the way to fruitful circulation, and creates scandalous kingships that powerfully rule both the financial market and social production? All our crises, all our anarchy arise from this. It must be killed, money must be killed off. But Saccard was getting annoyed. No more money, no more gold, no more of those shining stars that had illuminated his whole life. Wealth for him had always taken the form of that dazzle of new coins, raining down through the sunshine like a spring shower and falling like hail on the ground, covering it with heaps of gold that you stirred with a shovel just to see their brightness and hear their music. And they were going to abolish that joy, that reason for fighting and living. That's idiotic, that is, idiotic. Never, do you hear? Why never? Why idiotic? Do we make use of money in the family economy? There all you see is common effort and exchange. So, what's the use of money when society is nothing other than one great family governing itself? I tell you it's mad. Destroy money? But money is life itself. There would be nothing left. Nothing. Saccard walked up and down, beside himself, and in his anger, as he passed by the window, he looked out to make sure the bourse was still there, for this terrible young man had perhaps blown it away. It was still there, though very blurred in the depths of the oncoming night, as if melted under the shroud of rain, a pale and spectral bourse, almost vanishing into a smoky grayness. Anyway, I'm really stupid to be arguing about this. It's impossible. Go on. Abolish money. I'd like to see you try. Bah, Sigismund muttered. Everything gets abolished. Everything changes and disappears. For instance, we have already seen the form of wealth change once before, when the value of land went down and landed fortunes, big estates, fields and woods declined in favor of securities and industrial wealth, stocks and shares. And today we are observing the precocious decay of the latter, a sort of rapid depreciation, for it's certain that the value of money is being debased, and the norm of 5% return per annum is no longer reached. The value of money is declining then, so why shouldn't it disappear altogether? Why shouldn't a new form of wealth come in to govern social relations? It's the wealth of tomorrow that our work vouchers will provide. Sigismund had become absorbed in contemplation of the so, as if dreaming that he was holding the last coin of past ages, a stray so that had survived the old dead society. What joys and sorrows had worn away the humble metal, and he had fallen into the sadness of eternal human longing. Yes, he went on quietly, you are right, we shall not see these things. It will take years and years. Can we even know whether love of one's fellow men will have enough vigor in it to replace egoism in the organization of society? And yet I hoped the triumph would be sooner. I should so like to have been there to see that dawn of justice. For a moment, bitterness over the illness from which he suffered broke his voice. He, who in his denial of death, treated it as though it did not exist, made a gesture as if to push it away. But he was already becoming resigned once more. I have completed my task. I shall leave my notes in case I don't have time to draw out of them the complete work of reconstruction I have envisaged. The society of tomorrow must be the mature fruit of civilization, for if we do not keep the good side of emulation and control, then all is lost. Ah, that society, how clearly I see it now, at last created and complete, such as I have managed to set it up after so many sleepless nights. Everything is foreseen, everything is resolved, and at last there is sovereign justice and absolute happiness. It's all there on paper, mathematical and definitive. And he stretched out his long, emaciated hands over the scattered notes, and exulted in this dream of the billions won back and equitably shared among all. In this joy and health he was restoring to suffering humanity with a stroke of the pen, he who neither ate nor slept, and was simply dying, needing nothing, in that bare room. But a harsh voice made Saccard start. What are you doing here? It was Bush, who had come back and now looked askance at the visitor like a jealous lover, in his constant fear that someone would make his brother talk too much and provoke a fit of coughing. Anyway, he did not wait for an answer but started scolding in despair, like a mother. What? You've let your stove go out again. I just ask you, is that reasonable in such damp weather? He was already on his knees, in spite of the heaviness of his large body, breaking up some kindling and relighting the fire. Then he went to get a broom and tidied things up, asking anxiously about the medicine his brother had to take every 2 hours. He was not content until he had persuaded him to stretch out on his bed. Monsieur Saccard, if you'd like to come into my office. Madame McCain was there, sitting on the only chair. She and Bush had just made an important visit in the neighborhood, and were delighted with its successful outcome. At last, after a long and desperate wait, they had been able to make a start on one of the affairs they most cared about. For 3 years La McCain had scoured the streets searching for Leonie Cron, that seduced girl for whom the Count de Beauvilliers had signed a note promising 10,000 francs, payable on her majority. In vain had she appealed to her cousin Fayeur, the collector of revenues in Vadome, who had bought the note for Bush in a pile of old debts, part of the estate of one Charpier, a grain merchant and occasional moneylender. Fayeur knew nothing. He wrote only to say that the girl Leonie Cron must be in service with a bailiff in Paris, that she had left Vadome more than 10 years before and never come back, and he couldn't even question one of her relatives, for they were all dead. La McCain had found the bailiff and managed to trace Leonie from there to a butcher, then a lady of ill repute, then a dentist. But after the dentist the thread suddenly broke, the trail came to an end. Now it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, a fallen woman lost in the mire of huge Paris. In vain had she done the rounds of the employment agencies, visited seedy boarding houses, rummaged about in haunts of debauchery, always on the watch, looking about her and asking questions as soon as the name Leonie struck her ear. And this girl she had gone so far afield to search for, she had just that very day, by chance, laid hands on her in the Rue Feydeau, in the local brothel, where Lama Kane had been pursuing a former tenant of the Site de Naples who owed her 3 francs. A stroke of genius had enabled her to sniff her out and recognize her under the distinguished name of Leonide, just when the madam in a high-pitched voice was calling her to the salon. Bush, being notified, had at once gone back to the house with Lama Kane to negotiate, and this fat girl, with her coarse black hair falling over her eyebrows and her flat, flabby face, of vile vulgarity, had at first surprised him. Then he had recognized what must have been her special charm, especially before 10 years of prostitution, delighted anyway that she had fallen so low and become so abominable. He had offered her 1,000 francs if she ceded to him her rights on the promissory note. She was stupid. She had accepted the bargain with childlike joy. Now at last they would be able to pursue the Countess de Beauvilliers. They had the weapon so long sought, a weapon of an even unhoped-for degree of ugliness and shame. "I was expecting you, Monsieur Saccard. We need to talk. You received my letter, no doubt." In that tiny room, full of papers and already dark, lit only by one feeble, smoky lamp, Lama Kane, still and silent, did not budge from the only chair in the room. Still standing, and not wanting to look as if he had come in answer to a threat, Saccard at once embarked on the Jordan affair, in a harsh and contemptuous tone. "Excuse me, I came to settle a debt for one of my contributors, young Jordan, a very charming fellow whom you are pursuing most cruelly, with a truly revolting ferocity. This very morning, it seems, you conducted yourself with his wife in a manner any gentleman would find shameful." Shocked at being attacked in this way when he was expecting to take the offensive, Bush lost his grip on things and, forgetting the other matter, became annoyed over this one. "The Jordans, you've come about the Jordans. There's no such thing as wife or gentlemanly behavior in business. When people owe, they pay, that's all I know. Wretched pests who've been messing me about for years, from whom I've had the devil's own job getting 400 francs, so by so. Oh yes, by God. I'll sell them up, I'll throw them onto the street tomorrow morning if I don't get, this evening, right here on my desk, the 300 francs and 15 centimes they still owe me." When Saccard deliberately, to drive him mad with rage, said that he had already been paid 40 times over for that bill, which had surely cost him less than 10 francs, Bush did indeed choke with anger. "There we go again. That's what you all say? But there are also the expenses, aren't there? This debt of 300 francs that has risen to more than 700. Is that my fault? When people don't pay, I sue. And if justice is expensive, too bad. It's their fault. So, when I bought a 10-franc debt, I should just get repaid the 10 francs, and that would be the end of it, eh? And what about my risks? My comings and goings, my mental efforts, yes, and all my research. Indeed. Now, with regard to this Jordan affair, you can ask Madam here. It's she who has been in charge of it. She has done so much walking, approached so many people, used up lots of shoe leather climbing the stairs of all the newspapers, from which she was often driven away like a beggar, without even being given the address she wanted. We have been nursing this affair for months. We have dreamed about it, worked on it like one of our masterpieces. It has cost me a crazy amount, even at only 10 sous an hour." He was getting carried away, and with a sweeping gesture pointed to the folders filling the room. "I have papers here for debts of 20 million, owed by people of all ages and every level of society, debts both tiny and colossal. Do you want them for 1 million? I'll give them to you. When you remember that there are debtors here that I've been tracking for a quarter of a century, to get a few miserable hundreds of francs, sometimes even less, I wait for years, I wait for them to be successful or to inherit. The rest, the unknown ones, the most numerous, lie sleeping there. Look, in that corner, all that huge pile. That's the rubbish, or rather the raw material, out of which I have to make my living, after heaven only knows what complications of searching and worrying. And you're asking me, when at last I get hold of a solvent one, not to squeeze him dry? No, you'd think I was too stupid. You certainly wouldn't be that stupid yourself." Without waiting for any further discussion, Saccard drew out his wallet. I'm going to give you 200 francs, and you're going to give me the Jordan papers, with a receipt showing everything fully paid. Bush leaped up in exasperation. 200 francs, never. It's 330 francs and 15 centimes, and I want the centimes. But in an even voice, with the tranquil assurance of a man who knows the power of money visibly offered and displayed, Saccard repeated 2 or 3 times. I'm going to give you 200 francs. And the Jew, convinced at heart that it was sensible to compromise, finally agreed, with a cry of rage and tears in his eyes. I am too weak. What a wretched occupation. Upon my word, I am stripped and robbed. Go on. While you're at it, don't hold back. Take some more, yes. Rummage about in this heap, for your 200 francs. Then when he had signed a receipt and written a note for the bailiff, who was now holding the documents, Bush stood panting for a moment in front of his desk, so shaken that he would have let Saccard leave, were it not for La McCain, who had not thus far made a gesture or uttered a word. And the other matter? She asked. He suddenly remembered. He was going to get his revenge. But everything he had prepared, his story, his questions, the cunningly planned unfolding of the interview, all were forgotten in his haste to get to the point. That matter, yes indeed. I wrote to you, Monsieur Saccard. We have an old account to settle. He had stretched out his hand to take down the Saccard folder, which he opened out in front of him. In 1852 you stayed in lodgings on the Rue de la Harpe, and you signed 12 promissory notes of 50 francs each to a certain Rosalie Cheval, then 16 years old, whom you assaulted one evening on the stairs. Here they are, those notes. You never paid a single one of them, for you went off, leaving no address, before the payment of the first one fell due. And what is even worse is that you signed with a false name, Saccard, the surname of your first wife. Saccard, now very pale, was listening and staring. Suddenly, in an unspeakable spasm, his whole past was conjured up. He had a sensation of something crumbling, of a huge, confused mass falling upon him. In the alarm of that first moment he lost his head and stammered. How do you know? How did you get this? Then with trembling hands, he hastened to pull his wallet out once more, just wanting to pay and get these upsetting documents back. There aren't any costs, are there? It's 600 francs. Oh, there's a great deal I could say, but I'd rather just pay, with no further discussion. And he held out the 6 banknotes. Not so fast, cried Bush, pushing aside the money. I haven't finished. Madam, here is Rosalie's cousin, and these papers are hers. It's in her name that I am seeking reimbursement. The unfortunate Rosalie was disabled as a result of your violence. She had a great deal of misfortune and died in atrocious penury in the house of Madame, who had taken her in. Madame, if she chose to, could tell you a few things. Terrible things, emphasized La McCain in her reedy voice, at last breaking her silence. Alarmed, Saccard turned towards her. He had forgotten she was there, slumped in a heap like a huge, half-empty wineskin. He had always found her disturbing, with her unsavory trade as a bird of prey devouring devalued securities, and now there she was again, mixed up in this unpleasant story. No doubt, poor thing, it's very unfortunate, he murmured. But if she's dead, I don't really see. Anyway, here are the 600 francs. For a second time, Bush refused to take the money. Excuse me, but you don't know everything yet. She had a child. Yes, a child now in his 14th year. A child who looks so very like you that you cannot deny him. Stunned, Saccard repeated several times. A child, a child. Then, with a sudden movement putting the 6 banknotes back in his wallet, now quite reassured and cheery. Come on, do you take me for a fool? If there's a child I shan't give you a sou. The child is his mother's heir, and it's he who shall have all that, along with whatever else he wants. A child? Well, that's very nice. It's very natural. There's nothing wrong with having a child. On the contrary, I'm really pleased about it. Honestly, that makes me feel quite young. Where is he, so I can go and see him? Why didn't you bring him to me at once?" Now Bush, stupefied in his turn, thought about his long hesitation and the endless care taken by Madame Caroline to avoid revealing Victor's existence to his father. And quite taken aback, he launched into the most violent and complicated explanations, letting everything out all at once. The 6,000 francs claimed by La McCain for Victor's keep and the money lent to Rosalie, the 2,000 francs Madame Caroline had paid on account, the appalling instincts of Victor, and his entry into the work foundation. And it was Saccard now who shuddered at each new detail. What? 6,000 francs. But how could he know, on the contrary, whether they had not robbed the child? A down payment of 2,000 francs. And they had had the audacity to extort 2,000 francs from a lady who was a friend of his. But it was theft and abuse of trust. The little chap, clearly, had been badly brought up, and they wanted him to pay the people responsible for that bad upbringing. Did they take him for an idiot? Not a so, he cried. Do you hear? Don't expect to get a single sou out of my pocket. Bush, his face pale, had stood up in front of the table. We'll see about that. I'll take you to court. Don't talk nonsense. You know perfectly well that the courts don't deal with matters of this sort. And if you hope to blackmail me, that's even more stupid, because as far as I'm concerned, I don't give a damn what you do. A child, I can assure you, I find it very flattering. And as La McCain was blocking the doorway, he had to push past her and even step across her to get out. She was choking, but in her piping voice she yelled out to him in the stairway. You scoundrel! You heartless wretch! You'll be hearing from us, Bush shouted as he slammed the door shut. Saccard was in such a state of excitement that he told his coachman to go back at once to the Rue Saint-Lazare. He was impatient to see Madame Caroline, and he approached her without any embarrassment and scolded her right away for having given them the 2,000 francs. But my dear friend, one never gives money away like that. Why the devil did you act without consulting me? Astonished that he already knew the whole story, she remained silent. It had indeed been Bush's handwriting that she had recognized, and now she had nothing more to hide, since someone else had taken on the burden of revealing the secret. However, she still hesitated, embarrassed for this man who was interrogating her and seemed so much at ease. I wanted to spare you some suffering. That unfortunate child was in such a state of degradation. I would have told you a long time ago, but for a feeling. What feeling? I confess, I don't understand. She did not try to explain herself or excuse herself any more. Normally so courageous about life, she was overcome by a wave of sadness, a weariness of everything, while he went on exclaiming, seeming delighted, truly rejuvenated. The poor little fellow. I shall really love him, I assure you. You did well to send him to the Work Foundation to get him cleaned up a bit. But we're going to take him out of there. We'll get teachers for him. Tomorrow I'll go and see him. Yes, tomorrow, if I'm not too busy. The following day there was a board meeting, and 2 days went by, then the week, without Saccard's managing to find a free minute. He still talked about the child quite often, while putting off his visit, giving in to the flood tide which was carrying him along. In the first days of December, the rate of 2,700 francs was reached in the midst of the unhealthy fit of extraordinary fever still overwhelming the Bourse. What was worse was that alarming reports had multiplied, and that the rise went on wildly, in an atmosphere of intolerable and growing unease. Now the inevitable catastrophe was being openly predicted, and the price went on rising relentlessly, thanks to the obstinate force of one of those prodigious infatuations which are impervious to evidence. Saccard now was just living in the extravagant fiction of his triumph. As if wearing a halo from the shower of gold, he was scattering down on Paris, but still shrewd enough to sense that the ground beneath his feet was undermined, cracking up, and threatening to collapse under him. So, although he remained victorious at each settlement, he continued to be enraged by the short sellers, whose losses must already be frightful. What possessed these dirty Jews to persist like this? Wasn't he at last going to destroy them? And he was especially exasperated in that he said he could sniff out others alongside Gunderman who were playing Gunderman's game, other sellers, even troops from the Universal perhaps, traders who had gone over to the enemy, shaken in their faith and hastening to realize their gains. One day when Saccard was expressing his annoyance about this to Madame Caroline, she felt impelled to tell him everything. "You know, my dear, I too have sold. I have just sold our last 1,000 shares at the rate of 2,700. He was utterly shattered, as if by the blackest of treacheries. "You have sold. You. Even you. My God." She had taken his hands and was pressing them, truly grieved, but reminding him that she and her brother had warned him. Her brother, still in Rome, had been writing letters full of mortal anxiety about that exaggerated rise, which he could not account for, and which at all costs had to be stopped for fear of falling into an abyss. Only the day before, she had received a letter from him giving her formal instructions to sell, and she had sold. You. Saccard kept repeating. It was you fighting against me. You I sensed in the shadows. It was your shares I had to buy back. He did not fly into a rage as he usually did, and she suffered all the more from his dejection. She would have liked to reason with him, to persuade him to abandon this merciless battle that could only end in massacre. "My dear, listen to me. Remember that our 3,000 shares have produced more than 7.5 million. Isn't that an unhoped-for, extravagant profit? Personally, all that money horrifies me. I can't believe it belongs to me. But anyway, it's not a matter just of our personal interests. Think of the interests of all those who have placed their fortune in your hands, the frightening number of millions you are risking in this game. Why keep on with this senseless rise? Why stimulate it further? People all around are saying that it will inevitably end in catastrophe. You can't just keep on rising. There's no shame in letting the shares revert to their real value. Then the company will stand firm, and everything will be put right." But he had angrily leapt to his feet. "I want the rate at 3,000. I have bought, and I shall go on buying, even if it kills me. Yes, let me be killed, and everything along with me, if I don't reach the rate of 3,000, and keep to it." After the settlement of December 15th, the share price rose to 2,800, 2,900. It was on the 21st that the rate of 3,020 francs was announced at the Bourse, amid the commotion of a demented throng. There was no more truth or logic. The very idea of value was corrupted to the point of losing any real meaning. It was rumored that Gunderman, contrary to his normal habits of prudence, had embarked on fearful risks. For months he had been working towards a fall, and every fortnight, as the rise went on by leaps and bounds, his losses had grown in parallel, and people were beginning to say he might well come a real cropper. Brains were all turned upside down. People were expecting wonders. And at that supreme moment, when Saccard, at the summit, felt the earth tremble beneath him and secretly felt the dread of a fall, he was king. When his carriage arrived in the Rue de Londres, stopping outside the triumphant palace of the Universal, a valet came running out, spreading a carpet that rolled down from the steps of the vestibule to the pavement, and down to the very gutter. Saccard then deigned to alight from his coach, and made his entrance, like a sovereign spared from contact with the common paving of the streets. Chapter 10. At the end of that year, on the day of the December settlement, the great hall of the Bourse was already full at 12:30, with an extraordinary commotion of voices and gestures. Excitement had been mounting for weeks, culminating now in this last day of conflict, with a feverish mob in which there were already rumblings of the decisive battle about to be fought. Outside it was freezing hard, but the slanting rays of a bright winter sun came in through the high windows, brightening up the whole of one side of the bare hall, with its stern pillars and somber vaulting, all made even more chilly by the dreary allegorical pictures on the walls. Heating pipes along the whole length of the arcades puffed out their warm breath into the cold draughts coming from the continual opening of the reinforced doors. The Bear Moser, even more anxious and jaundiced-looking than usual, bumped into the bull Pillaralt, standing arrogantly on his long, heron-like legs. You know what they're saying? But he had to raise his voice to make himself heard in the growing clatter of talk, a regular, monotonous rumble, like the clamor of floodwater endlessly pouring along. They say we'll have war in April. That's how it's bound to end, with all these massive armaments. Germany won't want to give us time to apply the new army law * the chamber is about to vote on. And anyway, Bismarck. Pillaralt burst out laughing. Oh, do let up about your Bismarck. I spent 5 minutes talking to him myself this summer when he was here. He seems a very decent chap. If you're still not satisfied after the thundering success of the exhibition, what more do you want? My dear fellow, the whole of Europe is ours. Moser shook his head in despair. Then, though he was continually interrupted by the jostling of the crowd, he continued to speak of his fears. The market was too prosperous, with an excessive prosperity, of no more real worth than the surplus fat of obesity. Thanks to the exhibition, too many new businesses had sprung up, people had got too carried away, there was now a sheer mania for gambling on the market. Universals, for instance, at 3,030, wasn't that just crazy? Now we're getting to it, cried Pillaralt. And moving closer, emphasizing each syllable, he said, My dear chap, by this evening they'll be up to 3,060. You'll all be knocked sideways, I'm telling you. Moser, easily impressionable though he was, gave a little hiss of defiance, and he gazed into the air to underline his false tranquility of soul, pausing for a moment to look intently at the heads of some women who were leaning over, up there in the telegraph gallery, astonished at the spectacle in this room that they were not allowed to enter. There were shields bearing the names of towns, while capitals and cornices stretched away up there in a colorless perspective, stained here and there with yellow where rain had leaked in. It's you, Moser went on, lowering his head as he recognized Salmon standing in front of him, smiling his eternal and profound smile. Then, somewhat disturbed, taking that smile as approval of Pillaralt's comments. Well, if you know something, tell us. My own reasoning is simple. I'm with Gunderman, because, well, Gunderman is Gunderman, isn't he? With him things always turn out right. But, said Pillaralt with a snigger, how do you know Gunderman is short-selling? At this, Moser's eyes widened with alarm. For some time, everyone had been saying in the bourse that Gunderman was out to get Saccard, and that he was promoting short-selling against the Universal, until he could finally cripple it at some month's end, with a sudden effort, when the time was ripe for crushing the market with his millions. And if this session already looked so turbulent, it was because everyone thought, and kept repeating, that the battle was at last going to take place that very day, one of those merciless battles in which one of the two armies is left on the field, destroyed. But could you ever be sure, in this world of lies and trickery? Even the most certain things, the most firmly predicted, could, at the slightest breath, become subjects of anguished doubt. You're denying the evidence, Moser murmured. Of course I haven't seen the orders, and one can't be certain of anything, Salmon, what do you think? Gunderman really can't give up, damn it. He didn't know what to think, faced with Salmon's silent smile that seemed to narrow with an extreme subtlety. Moser went on, indicating with his chin a large man who was passing by. If only that man chose to speak, I'd have no problem. He sees things clearly. It was the famous Amadou, still living on his success with the Celsius mines, shares he had bought at 15 francs in an idiotic fit of obstinacy, and later sold for a profit of about 15 million, without his having foreseen or calculated anything at all, but just by chance. He was revered for his great financial abilities. He had a real court of followers who tried to catch his slightest word in order to place their money in the direction it seemed to indicate. Bah, cried Pillaralt, caught up in his favorite theory of reckless gambling. The best thing is still to do whatever you fancy, come what may. It's all just luck. Either one has luck or one doesn't. So there's no point in thinking about it. Every time I've actually thought about it, I've almost lost my shirt. Look, As long as I can see that gentleman over there, firmly at his post, and looking ready to devour everything in sight, I shall go on buying." With a wave he had pointed out Saccard, who had just arrived and settled into his usual place beside the pillar of the first archway on the left. Like all the heads of important companies, he had his own recognized place, where employees and clients could be certain of finding him on the days when the bourse was open. Only Gunderman made a point of never setting foot in the great hall. He didn't even send an official representative, but one could tell he had his army there, and as an absent and sovereign master, he reigned through the vast legion of jobbers and brokers who carried his orders, not to mention the others he had working for him, so numerous that any man present might be one of his mysterious soldiers. And it was against this elusive, but everywhere active, army that Saccard was fighting, in person and out in the open. Behind him, on the corner of the pillar, was a bench, but he never sat on it, staying on his feet for the 2 hours of the market, as if disdainful of fatigue. Sometimes, relaxing a moment, he would lean his elbow against the stone, which long rubbing had darkened and polished up to the height of a man, and in the dull bareness of the monument, this was even a characteristic feature, this band of shiny dirt, on the doors, on the walls, on the stairs, in the hall, a filthy underlay of the accumulated sweat of generations of gamblers and thieves. Very elegant, very correctly dressed, like all the market men, in his fine cloth and dazzling linen, Saccard, amid those walls with black borders, had the amiable and relaxed look of a man with no worries. "You know," said Moser, lowering his voice, "some say he's supporting the rise by making large purchases. If the Universal is speculating on its own shares, it's done for." But Pilleralt protested. "Another bit of gossip. How can you tell for sure who's buying and who's selling? He's here for the clients of his company, which is quite natural. And he's also here on his own account, for he must be speculating too." Moser, anyway, did not insist. Nobody at the bourse would yet have dared to state positively the terrible campaign conducted by Saccard. All the buying he had done on behalf of the bank under cover of front men like Sabatini, Jantru, and others, especially his own employees. There was just a rumor going round, whispered from ear to ear, always denied but always springing up again, though without any possible proof. Saccard had at first been cautious in his support of the market price, reselling as soon as he could, to avoid tying up too much capital and loading the coffers with shares. But now he was being dragged along by the struggle. He had foreseen that he might need, that day, to make excessive purchases if he wanted to remain master of the battlefield. He had given his orders and now affected the smiling tranquility of any ordinary day. Despite his uncertainty about the final outcome and the worry he felt at thus proceeding further and further down a path he knew to be appallingly dangerous. Suddenly Moser, who had been prowling about behind the back of the famous Amadou, who was deep in conversation with a small, sly-looking man, came back very excited, stammering. "I heard him with my own ears. He said that Gunderman's orders to sell were for more than 10 million. Oh, I'm selling, I'd sell my very shirt." "Heavens, 10 million, muttered Pilleralt in a slightly changed tone. "The knives are really out." And in the ever-growing clamor, intensified by all the individual conversations, there was now no other subject than the ferocious duel between Gunderman and Saccard. It was impossible to make out the words, but this was the very substance of the noise, this alone that made so loud a roar, the calm and logical obstinacy of the one selling, and the feverish passion to keep on buying that was suspected in the other. Conflicting reports were circulating, at first murmured, but ending up as trumpet blasts. As soon as they opened their mouths, some were shouting to make themselves heard above the din, while others, full of mystery, were bending close to the ears of their interlocutors, speaking very quietly, even when they had nothing to say. I'm keeping to my position, going for a rise," said Pilleralt, already reassured. "With such lovely sunshine, everything will go up again." "Everything's going to collapse," said Moser, stubbornly doleful. Rain is not far off. I had a really bad night last night. But the smile of Salmon, who was listening to each of them in turn, became so narrowed that both became unhappy, without any possibility of certainty. Could that devil of a man, so extraordinarily able, so deep, and so discreet, have found a third way of playing the market, being neither bull nor bear? Saccard, at his pillar, could see the throng of flatterers and clients growing around him, hands continually stretched out towards him, and he shook them all with the same happy ease, putting a promise of triumph into each squeeze of his fingers. Some ran up to him, exchanged a word or two, and went off again, delighted. Many stayed on obstinately, refusing to leave him in their pride at being in his group. He would often show kindness towards people, even when he couldn't remember the names of those who were speaking to him. He did not recognize Majindra, for instance, until Captain Chave told him his name. The captain, now reconciled with his brother-in-law, was urging him to sell, but Saccard's handshake was enough to inflame Majindra with unlimited hope. Then there was Sadil, the great silk merchant and one of the directors of the bank, who wanted to consult him for a moment. His business was going downhill, and his entire fortune was so tied in with the Universal that if the price dropped it would mean ruin for him. Anxious and consumed by his passion, and worried too about his son Gustav, who was not doing it all well at Mazad's, he was in need of reassurance and encouragement. With one tap on his shoulder, Saccard sent him away full of faith and ardor. Then there was quite a procession. Kolb the banker, who had taken his profit some time ago, but was trying to keep on the right side of fortune, the Marquis de Beauhain, with his lordly air of haughty condescension, who affected to go to the Bourse solely out of curiosity and through having nothing better to do, and even Harriet, incapable of nursing a grudge, and supple enough to remain friends with people until the very day they were finally swallowed up, was there to see if there was anything left for him to pick up. But Dagerman appeared, and everyone moved aside. He was very influential, and people noticed his affability and the confident and friendly way he joked with Saccard. The bulls were radiant, for he had a reputation as a man who knew his way about, shrewd enough to get out of a business at the first sign of cracks in the floor, so it became certain that Universals were not cracking yet. Others too were walking about and simply exchanging glances with Saccard. These were his own men, the employees who were there to give his orders, and who were also buying for themselves in the mania for gambling, the epidemic that was decimating the staff in the Rue de Londres, always on the watch, with an ear at every keyhole in the hunt for tips. Sabatani passed by twice, with the soft grace of his mixed Italian and Oriental blood, affecting not even to see Saccard, while Jantru, standing a few paces away with his back turned, seemed absorbed in reading the dispatches from the foreign stock exchanges pinned up on wire-meshed frames. Mashes the jobber, running as usual, bumped into the group and gave a little nod, doubtless a reply about some swiftly performed commission. As the opening hour approached, the endless shuffling of feet and the double movement of the crowd, back and forth across the room, filled it with the deep upheavals and roaring of a high tide. They were waiting for the first price to be announced. Mazad and Jacoby had just come out from the broker's room on to the trading floor side by side, with an air of conventional confraternity. Yet they knew they were adversaries in the merciless struggle which had been going on for weeks, and which could end with the ruin of one of them. Mazad, short, with the slim figure of a handsome man, had a bright vivacity in keeping with his good luck thus far, luck that had led to his inheriting his uncle's business at the age of only 32, while Jacoby, a former manager, had only become a broker by virtue of seniority, thanks to clients who supported him, and had the stout belly and heavy gait of his 60 years, a tall man, bald and grizzled. He had the broad face of a cheery, pleasure-loving fellow. And both of them, with their notebooks in their hands, were chatting about the fine weather as if they were not holding, on those pages, the millions they would be exchanging like gunshots in the murderous fight between offer and demand. A fine frost, eh? Oh, indeed, it was so pretty I even came on foot, When they reached the trading floor, its vast circular basin as yet free of the cast-off papers and cards that get thrown down there, they paused a moment, leaning on the red velvet balustrade that goes around it, continuing to exchange banal and inconsequential remarks, while also keeping an eye on their surroundings. The four gated aisles formed a cross, a sort of four-branch star with the trading floor at its center. This was the sacrosanct area closed to the public, and between the branches, at the front, there was, on one side, another section for the clerks dealing in cash, overlooked by the three-quarters asterisk perched on high chairs in front of their huge registers. On the other side, a smaller open section, known as the guitar, no doubt on account of its shape, allowed employees and speculators to have direct contact with the brokers. Behind, in the angle formed by two other branches, in the midst of the crowd was the market for government stocks, where each broker was represented, as in the cash market, by a special clerk, each with his own distinctive notebook, for the brokers around the trading floor are concerned exclusively with forward trading, totally given over to the great, frenetic task of speculation. But Mazad, seeing Berthier, his authorized clerk, trying to get his attention in the left-hand aisle, went over to exchange a few quiet words with him, the authorized clerks being allowed only in the aisles, at a respectful distance from the red velvet balustrade, which was not be touched by any profane hand. Every day Mazad came to the Bourse with Berthier and his two clerks, one for cash deals and one for government stock, usually accompanied by the settlement clerk as well as the telegraph clerk, the latter always being little Florey, whose face was disappearing more and more under his bushy beard, leaving only the tender sparkle of his eyes. Since gaining 10,000 francs in the aftermath of Zadova, Florey, driven to distraction by the demands of Choo-Choo, who was now both capricious and rapacious, was speculating wildly on his own account, without any calculation, just copying the moves of Saccard, which he followed with blind faith. The orders he knew about, and the telegrams that passed through his hands were a sufficient guide for him. And now, as he was running down from the telegraph office on the first floor, both hands full of telegrams, he had to send one of the attendants to call Mazad, who left Berthier and came over to the guitar. "Monsieur, do I need to go through them and classify them today?" "Yes, of course, if they're arriving in mass like this." "What's all that?" "Oh, universals, purchase orders, almost all of them." The broker, with a practiced hand, flicked through the telegrams, obviously pleased. Very much involved with Saccard, whom he had been carrying over asterisk for some time for considerable sums of money, and having that very morning received from him huge orders to buy, he had ended up as the official broker for the Universal. Although not greatly worried thus far, he still found it reassuring to see the continuing infatuation of the public and the obstinate buying, in spite of the extravagant rise in the price. One name stood out for him in the signatories of the telegrams, that of Fayeur, the revenue collector of Vendôme, who must have acquired an extremely large clientele of small buyers among the farmers, pious ladies and priests of his province, for not a week went by without his sending telegram after telegram like this. "Give all that to the cash clerk," Mazad told Florey, "and don't wait for the telegrams to be brought down to you, eh? Stay up there and take them yourself." Florey went and leaned over the balustrade of the cash section, shouting loudly, "Mazad! Mazad!" It was Gustave Sedil who came, for in the Bourse employees lose their own names, using only the name of the broker they represent. Florey, too, was called Mazad. After leaving the office for nearly 2 years, Gustave had just gone back to it, to try to persuade his father to pay his debts, and that day, in the absence of the head clerk, he found himself in charge of the cash section, which greatly amused him. Florey leant over to whisper in his ear, and both agreed to buy for Fayeur only on the last quotation, after using his orders for their own speculation, buying and selling in the name of their usual frontman so as to pocket the difference, since a further rise seemed certain. Meanwhile, Mazad came back to the trading floor, but at every step, an attendant passed him a card with an order scribbled in pencil on it, from some client who had not been able to reach him. Each broker had his own card, of a special color, red, yellow, blue, or green, so it could be easily recognized. Mazad's were green, the color of hope, and the little green slips kept on accumulating between his fingers as the attendants went to and fro, taking the cards at the end of the aisles from the hands of clerks and speculators, all of them having a ready stock of these cards in order to save time. As he paused once more by the velvet balustrade, he again found Jacoby, who was also holding a constantly growing fistful of cards, red cards, the bright red of spilt blood, orders, no doubt, from Gunderman and his followers, for everyone knew that in the massacre being prepared Jacoby was the agent for the Bears, the chief operator for the Jewish banks. He was now chatting with another broker, Delaroque, his brother-in-law, a Christian married to a Jewish woman, a big, stocky, ruddy-faced man, now very bald, a frequenter of Clubland, and known to be the receiver of the orders of Dagermont, who had recently fallen out with Jacoby, as he had previously done with Mazad. The story Delaroque was telling, a rather coarse story about a woman who had returned home to her husband in a state of undress, made his little eyes twinkle and blink, while in excited mimicry he waved his notebook about, bulging with cards, blue ones, the tender blue of an April sky. An attendant came to tell Mazad, "Monsieur Mashes is asking for you." Mazad at once returned to the end of the aisle. Mashes, the jobber, wholly in the pay of the Universal, was bringing him news from the curb market, which was already operating under the peristyle despite the terrible cold. Some speculators were venturing out anyway, going back into the hall from time to time to get warm, while the curb market dealers, huddled in thick overcoats, with their fur collars turned up, stayed at their posts, in a circle as usual, beneath the clock, so animated, shouting and gesticulating so much that they didn't feel the cold. And little Nathanson was one of the most active, well on the way to becoming an important person, favored by good luck ever since the day when, resigning his post as a petty employee of the Credit Mobilier, he had had the idea of renting a room and opening a trading desk. Speaking quickly, Mashes explained that as prices had seemed to waver under the impact of the load of shares with which the Bears were pounding the market, Saccard had just decided to operate in the curb market in order to influence the first official quotation on the trading floor. Universals had closed the previous evening on 3,030 francs, and he had given Nathanson an order for 100 shares that another of the curb market brokers was to offer at 3,035 francs. This would give an increase of 5 francs. "Good. That price will reach us," said Mazad. And he came back to the group of brokers, all of whom were now present. All 60 were there asterisk already, doing business among themselves in spite of the regulations, at the average price of the day before while waiting for the official bell. Orders given at a prearranged price had no influence on the market, since they had to wait until that price was quoted, while best price orders, whose execution was freely left to the judgment of the broker, determined the constant up or down movements of the quotations. A good broker needed to be both shrewd and prescient, with a quick brain and agile muscles, for speed was often the key to success. And in addition, he needed to be very well connected in the banking world, gathering information from just about everywhere, and seeing telegrams from the French and foreign stock exchanges before anyone else. And he also had to have a strong voice, to be able to shout loudly. But then 1 o'clock struck, the peal of the bell passing like a gust of wind over the surging sea of heads, and the last vibration had not died away before Jacoby, his 2 hands pressed down upon the velvet, was bellowing in the loudest voice of them all. "I have Universals. I have Universals." He named no price, waiting to be asked. The 60 had drawn near and formed a circle round the trading floor, on which a few discarded slips already made splashes of bright color. Face to face, they stared at each other, feeling each other out like duelists before the fight, very eager to see the first quotation established. "I have Universals," repeated Jacoby's thundering bass voice. "I have Universals." "What price Universals?" asked Mazad. in a voice not strong but so high-pitched that it rose above that of his colleague, just as the sound of the flute is heard above a cello accompaniment. And Delaroc proposed the quotation of the day before. At 3,030, I take universals. But immediately another broker went higher. At 3,035, send me universals. It was the curb market price arriving, preventing the deal that Delaroc must have had in mind. A purchase on the trading floor and a quick sale at the curb market to pocket the rise of 5 francs. So Mazod made his decision, certain of Saccard's approval. At 3,040, I take. Deliver universals at 3,040. How many? Asked Jacobi. 300. Both wrote a line in their notebooks, and the deal was done, the first quotation fixed, with a rise of 10 francs on the price of the previous day. Mazod moved away, to give the figure to the quoter who had the universal on his books. Then, for 20 minutes, the floodgates were open. Quotations for the other stocks had also been fixed, and the whole assorted heap of business brought in by the brokers was being transacted, without much variation in prices. And meanwhile the quoters, perched on high, caught between the din of the trading floor and that of the cash market, which was also feverishly busy, could scarcely manage to enter all the new quotations the brokers and clerks were constantly throwing at them. Further back, the market for government stocks was also furiously busy. Now the market was open. It was no longer simply a matter of the crowd roaring with the unremitting noise of rushing water. Above that tremendous rumbling there now rose the strident shouts of offers and demands, a characteristic yapping that rose and fell, and paused only to start again in tormented shrieks of varying strength, like the cries of thieving birds caught in a storm. Saccard, standing beside his pillar, was smiling. His court had grown even bigger. The rise of 10 francs on universals had set the whole bourse in a flutter, for a crash on settlement day had long been forecast. Hurrit had drawn near, along with Sedil and Kolb, loudly claiming to regret his prudence, which had made him sell his shares once the price reached 2,500, while Dagermont, looking quite detached, with the Marquis de Beauhain on his arm, was cheerily telling him why his stable had been defeated in the autumn races. But above all, Majindra was triumphantly pouring scorn on Captain Chave, who was still obstinately pessimistic, saying they had better wait to see how it would all end. And the same scene was being played out between the boastful Pilleralt and the woeful Moser, the one radiant about this mad rise, the other clenching his fists and talking of this obstinate, idiotic rise, as if it were some mad animal that in the end would have to be put down. An hour went by, the quotations remained much the same, and business continued on the trading floor, as new orders and telegrams came in, but less intensely than before. About halfway through each session of the bourse, there would be this sort of slowing down, a calmer spell of ordinary business before the decisive battle over the final quotations. But Jacobi's bellowing could still be heard, interspersed with Mazod's shrill cries, both of them hard at work on options. I have universals at 3,040, of which 15. I take universals at 3,040, of which 10. How many? 25 deliver. These were no doubt the orders from Fayeur that Mazod was carrying out, for in order to limit their losses, many provincial speculators bought and sold options before finally committing themselves. Then suddenly a rumor went around, and spasmodic shouts were heard. Universals had just dropped 5 francs. Then, in swift succession, they dropped 10 francs, then 15 francs, and fell down to 3,025. Just then Jantrou, who had come back after a brief absence, told Saccard that Baroness Sandorf was there in her coupe in the Rue Brignard, and was asking him if she should sell. Coming just at the moment when the price was wobbling, this question exasperated Saccard. In his mind's eye he could see again the motionless coachman perched on his box, and the Baroness studying her notebook behind the closed windows, as if she were at home. And he replied, "Tell her to stop bothering me, and if she sells, I'll strangle her." Mashes came rushing up at the announcement of the fall of 15 francs as if answering an alarm call, feeling he would be needed. Indeed, Saccard, who had prepared a stratagem to make sure of the last quotation, a telegram that was to be sent from the Lion Stock Exchange, where a rise was certain, was beginning to grow anxious at the non-arrival of the telegram, and this unexpected fall of 15 francs could bring disaster. Mashes, astutely, did not stop in front of Saccard but nudged him with his elbow and inclined his ear to receive the order. Quick, to Nathanson, for 100, 500, whatever it takes. This was all done so quickly that only Pilleralt and Moser noticed. They at once rushed after Mashes to find out what was happening. Since he had been in the pay of the Universal, Mashes had acquired enormous importance. People would attempt to sound him out and try to read over his shoulder the orders he was carrying. And he was himself now making splendid gains. With his smiling affability, this unlucky fellow, ill-used by fortune as he had been until now, was quite astonished. He now declared that this dog's life at the Bourse was after all quite bearable, and he no longer said one had to be a Jew to get on. At the curb market, in the freezing air of the peristyle that the pale mid-afternoon sun did little to warm, universals had fallen less rapidly than on the trading floor. And Nathanson, forewarned by his brokers, had just effected the deal that Delaroque had failed to make. Buying in the main hall at 3,025, he had sold again under the colonnade for 3,035. This had taken less than 3 minutes, and he had made 60,000 francs. The purchase had already made the price rise in the hall to 3,030, thanks to the leveling effect that the two markets, the official one and the tolerated one, have on each other. There was an endless gallop of clerks, elbowing their way through the throng, from the hall to the peristyle. However, the price in the curb market was just about to drop, when the order that Mashes brought to Nathanson maintained it at 3,035, then raised it to 3,045, while in consequence, the stocks on the trading floor came back to the first quotation. But it was difficult to keep it there, for the strategy of Jacobi and the other agents acting for the Bears was to save the really big sales until the end of the session, so that they could use them to crush the market and bring about a collapse in the disarray of the last half hour. Saccard so clearly understood the danger that with a prearranged signal he alerted Sabatani, standing just a few steps away, smoking a cigarette with the unconcerned and languid air of a ladies' man. He at once, with serpentine suppleness, made his way to the guitar, where, while listening intently to all the prices, he went on sending orders to Mazad on the green cards of which he had a considerable stock. In spite of all this, the attack by the Bears was so fierce that universals once again went down 5 francs. The clock struck the third quarter. There was only a quarter of an hour left before the closing bell. The crowd was now whirling about and screaming as if lashed by some hellish torment. The trading floor was snarling and howling, with a harsh clanging like the smashing of pots and pans, and it was just then that the incident so anxiously awaited by Saccard occurred. Little Florey, who, since the opening of the Bourse, had been running down from the telegraph office every 10 minutes with his hands full of telegrams, reappeared once more, pushing his way through the throng, this time reading a telegram with which he seemed highly pleased. "Mazad, Mazad," called a voice. And Florey, naturally, turned his head, as if he were responding to his own name. It was Jantru who wanted to hear the news. But the clerk, in too great a hurry, pushed past him, full of delight at the thought that the Universal would finish with a rise, for the telegram announced that the share price was rising at the Lion Stock Exchange, where purchases of such importance had been made that the effect was bound to be felt on the Paris Bourse. Indeed, other telegrams were already arriving. A large number of brokers were receiving orders. The result was immediate and considerable. At 3,040, I take universals, Mazad was repeating in his shrill, bird-like voice. And Delaroque, overwhelmed with orders, raised the bid by 5 francs more. At 3,045, I take. I hold, at 3,045, bellowed Jacobi. 200, at 3,045. Deliver. Then Mazad himself went higher. I take it 3,050. How many? 500. Deliver. But the din was now so dreadful, with all this epileptic gesticulating, that the brokers themselves could no longer hear each other. And caught up in the professional frenzy that possessed them, they continued their work by gestures, since the resonant bass of some voices did not carry, while the fluting of others thinned into nothingness. Enormous mouths could be seen opening, without any distinct sound coming out of them. All the talking was being done by hands alone. An outward gesture meant an offer, and an inward gesture acceptance. Fingers raised indicated quantities, and a nod or a shake of the head said yes or no. It was like one of those fits of madness that can seize a crowd, and was intelligible only to the initiated. Up above, women were leaning their heads over the telegraph gallery, stupefied and horrified at this extraordinary spectacle. In the government stocks market, it was almost like a brawl, with a furious central group resorting to fisticuffs, while the public, crossing this side of the room in both directions, pushed into the groups that were constantly breaking up and forming again in a continual turmoil. Between the cash market and the main trading floor, above the tempest-tossed sea of heads, there were now only the three quoters, sitting on their high chairs, floating above the waves like wreckage, with the big white patch of their registers, while they were tugged hither and thither by the rapid fluctuation of the prices being thrown at them. In the cash section especially, the jostling was at its worst. It was a solid mass of heads of hair, without faces, like a dark swarm, lightened only by the little white pages of the notebooks waving about in the air. And on the trading floor around the basin, now filled with a multicolored floral display of crumpled cards, one could see the gray of hair, the glistening of bald heads, the pallor of agitated faces, and hands feverishly outstretched, a whole dancing pantomime of bodies moving more freely, all seeming ready to devour each other if the balustrade had not held them back. This last-minute madness had also reached the public. People were being crushed in the hall, in a huge shuffling of feet, like the stampede of a great herd let loose in too narrow a passage. And in the great blur of frock coats, only the silk hats gleamed, under the diffused light from the high windows. Then suddenly the sound of a bell rang out through the tumult. Everything calmed down, gestures stopped in midair, voices fell silent in the cash market, the government stock market, and on the trading floor. There remained only the dull roar of the crowd, like the even voice of a torrent returning to its bed and its normal flow. And in the last of the agitation, the last quotations were circulating. Universals had risen to 3,060, a rise of 30 francs over the previous day. The defeat of the bears was complete. The settlement was once again going to be disastrous for them, for the differences of the fortnight would cost a substantial amount. For a moment, before leaving the hall, Saccard stretched up as though the better to take in the crowd around him in one glance. He was really bigger, so uplifted by his triumph that the whole of his little figure swelled and grew longer, became enormous. The person he seemed to be looking for over the heads of the crowd was the absent Gunderman. The Gunderman he would like to have seen defeated, grimacing and begging for mercy. And he was determined that at least all those unknown agents of the Jew, all the filthy Jews who were there, full of resentment, should see him thus transfigured in the glory of his success. This was his great day, the day people still talk about, as they do about Austerlitz and Marengo. His clients and his friends had rushed to him. The Marquis de Beauhain, Sedil, Kolb, and Hurret were shaking his hand, while Dagermont, with the false smile of his worldly affability, was congratulating him, knowing that at the Bourse death often follows such victories as these. Majindra would have kissed him on both cheeks in his excitement, though exasperated to see Captain Shave just shrugging his shoulders. But the most complete, even religious, adoration came from DeJoy, who had run from the newspaper office to learn what the last quotation had been, and now stood quite still, a few steps away, rooted to the spot by tenderness and admiration, his eyes glistening with tears. Jantru had disappeared, no doubt gone to take the news to Baroness Sandorf. Mashes and Sabatani were panting and beaming, as if on the triumphant evening of a great battle. "Well, what did I tell you?" cried the delighted Pillaralt. Moser, with a long face, made vague, threatening noises. "Yes, yes, but he laughs longest who laughs last. Mexico will have to be paid for. Affairs in Rome are even more confused since Montana, * Germany is going to fall upon us one of these fine mornings. Yes, yes, and these fools, the higher they go, the further they'll fall. Ah, it's all up now, you'll see." Then, as Salmon this time continued to look at him gravely, he added, "That's your view, isn't it? When everything's going too well, it means everything's going to crash." But now the hall was emptying, and soon the only thing left would be the cigar smoke in the air, a bluish cloud, thickened and yellowed by all the dust flying about. Mazad and Jacoby, now restored to normality, had returned together to the broker's office, the latter more upset at his own losses than by the defeat of his clients, while the former, who didn't speculate, was full of delight at the last quotation, so valiantly fought for. They talked to Delaroque for a few minutes, exchanging their engagements, holding in their hands their little books full of notes that their settlement clerks would go through that very evening to process the deals that had been made. Meanwhile, in the clerk's office, a low room with big pillars, rather like a badly kept classroom, with rows of desks and a cloakroom at the far end, Florey and Gustave Sedil, who had gone there to get their hats, were noisily engaged in merry chatter while waiting to find out the average quotation, which was calculated by the clerks of the syndicate according to the lowest and highest of the quotations. Towards 3:30, when the poster had been put up on one of the pillars, they both neighed like horses, clucked like hens, and crowed like roosters, in their satisfaction at the splendid result they had achieved with their maneuvers on Feyre's orders to sell. It meant a pair of diamond earrings for Choo-Choo, who was now tyrannizing Florey with her demands, and 6 months' payment in advance for Germain Kerr, whom Gustave had been foolish enough to entice definitively away from Jacoby, who had just taken up with a horsewoman from the hippodrome on a monthly basis. The noise continued unabated in the clerk's room, with all sorts of silly tricks and throwing about of hats, like the romping of schoolboys in the playground. And on the other side, under the peristyle, the curb market was hastily finishing its business, and Nathan Sohn, delighted with his dealings, was making his way down the steps through the last of the speculators, who were still lingering there in spite of the now intense cold. By 6 o'clock, this whole world of gamblers, brokers, dealers, and jobbers, once they had calculated their gains or losses, and others had prepared their brokerage bills, would all get dressed up and, with their distorted view of money, complete the dizziness of the day in restaurants and theaters, fashionable soirees, and mistresses' boudoirs. That evening, the fun-loving Paris that stays up late talked of nothing but the tremendous duel between Gunderman and Saccard. The women, quite caught up in speculation, through enthusiasm and fashion, made ostentatious use of technical terms like settlement and option, carry-over and close, without necessarily understanding them. People talked especially about the critical situation of the short sellers, who, for so many months, had been paying larger and larger sums at each settlement to cover ever greater differences as universals just went up and up beyond any reasonable limit. Some were certainly gambling without cover and getting carried over, being unable to deliver the shares. They kept on, still betting on a fall, hoping for a sudden collapse of the market. But in spite of all the carrying over, which became ever more expensive as money grew more scarce, the bears, exhausted and crushed, were going to be annihilated if the rise went on. It was true, though, that the situation of the all-powerful Gunderman, reputed to be their chief, was quite different, for he had his billion in his cellars, his inexhaustible troops that he could go on sending out to be massacred, no matter how long and murderous the campaign. This was his invincible strength, being able to keep on short-selling, with the certainty that he would always be able to pay the differences, until the day when the inevitable fall would give him victory. People talked about it, calculating what large sums he must already have seen swallowed up, when, on the 15th and 30th of every month, he sent forth sacks of gold that melted in the fire of speculation, like lines of soldiers mown down by bullets. Never before had he experienced, in the Bourse, so fierce an attack on his power, which he intended to be sovereign and indisputable. For, if he was, as he liked to repeat, a simple money merchant, not a gambler, he was fully aware that to remain that merchant, the first in the world, in control of the public fortune, he had to be absolute master of the market, and he fought not for immediate gain, but for his very royalty and his life. Hence the cold obstinacy, the wild grandeur of the struggle. He was seen on the boulevards or along the Rue Vivienne, with his pale, impassive face, walking, as ever, like an exhausted old man, but without the slightest trace of any anxiety. He believed only in logic. Once the shares of the Universal went above the 2,000-franc mark, it was the beginning of madness, and at 3,000 it was sheer lunacy. They were bound to fall, just as a stone thrown in the air inevitably drops, and he was waiting. Would he go right to the end of his billion? Around Gunderman people throbbed with admiration, but also with the desire to see him at last devoured, while Saccard, who provoked a more tumultuous enthusiasm, had on his side the women, the smart salons, and the whole fashionable world of gamblers, who had been pocketing handsome profits ever since they started coining money with their faith and trading on Mount Carmel and Jerusalem. The forthcoming ruin of the big Jewish banks had been decreed. Catholicism was going to acquire the empire of money, as it had that of souls. But if his troops were making huge gains, Saccard himself was running out of money, emptying his coffers to make his continual purchases. Of the 200 million available, almost two-thirds were now tied up. This was a prosperity too great, an asphyxiating, suffocating triumph. Any company that tries to be mistress of the Bourse in order to preserve the price of its shares is a company doomed. So indeed, at the start, Saccard had only intervened with caution. But he had always been the man of imagination, seeing things on too grand a scale, transforming his shady and risky deals into epic poems. And this time, with this really colossal and prosperous enterprise, he had moved into extravagant dreams of conquest, with an idea so mad, so huge, that he did not even formulate it clearly to himself. Ah, if only he had had millions, endless millions, like those dirty Jews. The worst of it was that he could see the end of his troops, only a few more millions left for massacre. Then, if the fall should come, it would be his turn to pay the differences, and being unable to produce the shares, he would have to ask to be carried over. For all his victory, the tiniest speck of grit could wreck his vast machine. There was some vague awareness of this even among the faithful, those who believed in the rise the way they believed in God. This was what was exciting Paris still more, all the confusion and doubt that accompanied this duel between Saccard and Gunderman, this duel in which the victor was bleeding to death, this hand-to-hand struggle between two fabulous monsters, trampling underfoot the poor devils who dared to join in their game, and threatening to strangle each other upon the heap of ruins they were piling up beneath them. Suddenly, on January 3rd, on the morrow of the day when the accounts of the last settlement had been paid, Universals went down by 50 francs. This caused some commotion. In fact, everything had gone down. The market, driven too hard for so long, and impossibly inflated, was now cracking all over. The collapse of 2 or 3 crooked companies had made quite a din. Anyway, people should have been used to these violent fluctuations, for prices sometimes varied by several hundreds of francs even in the course of one day's bourse, going crazy, like the needle of a compass in a storm. But in the great shudder that ensued, everyone sensed the beginning of the debacle. Universals were going down. The cry went around, spreading into a great clamor made of astonishment, hope, and fear. The very next day Saccard, firmly at his post and smiling, raised the price by 30 francs by means of substantial purchases. But on the 5th, despite his efforts, the fall was 40 francs. Universals were now down to 3,000. And from then on, every day brought another battle. On the 6th, Universals went up again. On the 7th and 8th, they went down once more. There was an irresistible movement, dragging them gradually into a slow fall. The bank was to be the scapegoat. It was to pay for the folly of all, for the crimes of other less prominent enterprises, for the proliferation of shady ventures, overheated by advertising, springing up like monstrous mushrooms in the putrefied compost of the rain. But Saccard, who now couldn't sleep, and who every afternoon took up his battle post beside the pillar, was living as if hallucinated by a still possible victory. Like an army commander convinced of the excellence of his plan, he yielded ground only inch by inch, sacrificing his last soldiers and emptying the bank's coffers of their last bags of gold to bar the way to his assailants. On the 9th, he still won a signal advantage. The bears trembled and retreated. Would the settlement of the 15th once again be fattened by their losses? And Saccard, already without resources, reduced to launching paper into circulation, now dared, like those starving people who in the delirium of their hunger see huge feasts before them, to acknowledge to himself the prodigious and impossible goal he was aiming at, the gigantic idea of buying back every one of his shares, to hold the short sellers, bound hand and foot, at his mercy. That had just been done for a minor railway company, when the issuing bank had gathered up the entire market, and the vendors, unable to deliver, had surrendered like slaves, forced to offer up their fortune and their person. If only he had been able to hunt down and frighten Gunderman to the point where he could hold him, powerless and unable to sell. If only he had seen him one morning bringing his billion, and begging him not to take it all, but to leave him 10 sous for the daily milk on which he lived. But for that to happen, 700 to 800 millions were needed. Saccard had already cast 200 million into the abyss, and he needed to line up 500 or 600 more. With 600 million, he could sweep away the Jews. He could become the king of gold, the master of the world. What a dream! And it was so simple. Any idea of the value of money was totally abolished at this level of fever. It was merely a matter of moving pawns about on the chessboard. During his sleepless nights, he raised the army of 600 millions and had them all killed for his glory. So he stood victorious at last in the midst of disasters, on the ruins of everything. Unfortunately, on the 10th Saccard had a terrible day. At the Bourse he remained splendidly light-hearted and calm. But never had there been a war of such silent ferocity, with every hour bringing new slaughter and ambushes on every side. In these covert and cowardly financial battles, in which the weak are quietly disemboweled, there are no more bonds of any sort, no kinship, no friendship, only the atrocious law of the strong, those who eat so as not to be eaten. So Saccard felt absolutely alone, with no other support than his own insatiable appetite, which kept him on his feet, ceaselessly devouring. He particularly dreaded the afternoon of the 14th, when the replies on the options would come in. But he still managed to find enough money for the 3 days before, and the 14th, instead of bringing a crash, strengthened Universals, which, on the settlement day of the 15th, closed at 2,860 francs, only 100 francs down on the last quotation of December. Having feared a disaster, Saccard now affected to believe this was a victory. In reality, it was the bears who, for the first time, were winning, at last receiving the differences instead of paying them, as they had done for months. And in this reverse situation, Saccard had to get Mazad to carry him over, and from then on, Mazad found himself heavily involved. The second fortnight of January would be decisive. Ever since he had been fighting like this, with daily shocks casting him down into the abyss, then up again, Saccard had felt, every evening, a frantic need for mind-numbing entertainment. He could not be alone. He dined out, and ended his nights beside some woman. Never before had he burned up his life in this way, turning up everywhere, doing the rounds of the theaters and nightclubs, spending ostentatiously, with the extravagance of a man with too much money. He avoided Madame Caroline, who embarrassed him with her reproaches, always telling him about the anxious letters she was receiving from her brother, and herself despairing about his bullish campaign, so alarmingly dangerous. He was seeing more of Baroness Sandorf, as if this cold perversion in the new little ground-floor apartment in the Rue Comartin could provide a sufficient change of scenery to allow him the hour or so of forgetfulness necessary for the relaxation of his overtaxed, exhausted brain. Sometimes he hid out there to examine some papers or reflect on certain matters, glad to be able to assure himself that there no one would disturb him. Sleep would often overtake him, and he would nod off for an hour or two, the only delicious hours of unconsciousness he had. And the Baroness then had no hesitation about going through his pockets and reading the letters in his wallet. For he had become totally silent with her. Not a single useful tip could she get out of him. And when she did get a word out of him, she was convinced he was lying. So she no longer dared to follow his suggestions in her speculation. It was by stealing his secrets in this way that she had acquired certainty about the financial problems with which the Universal Bank was now struggling, with a whole vast system of kite flying, raising money on credit, with accommodation bills asterisk that the bank was discreetly discounting abroad. One evening Saccard, waking too soon, caught her in the act of going through his wallet and slapped her as one might a prostitute caught filching money from the waistcoat of her clients. And since that time he had taken to beating her, which enraged them and wrecked them, then calmed both of them down. However, after the settlement of January 15th, which had cost her about 10,000 francs, the Baroness began to nurture a plan. She became obsessed with it, and eventually went and asked Jantru's advice. "My word, I think you're right," he replied. "It's time to go over to Gunderman. Go and see him then and tell him, since he promised that the day you gave him a useful piece of advice, he would give you one in return." On the morning when the Baroness turned up, Gunderman was in a filthy humor. Just the day before, Universals had risen again. Would he never be rid of it, this voracious beast that had swallowed so much of his gold and still refused to die? It could even go up again, once more closing on a rise on the 31st of the month, and he was reproaching himself for ever having entered this disastrous conflict, when he might perhaps have done better just to get on with the new bank from the start. Shaken in his usual strategy, and losing faith in the inevitable triumph of logic, he would, at that instant, have resigned himself to beating a retreat if he could have done so without losing everything. Such moments of discouragement were rare for him, though even the greatest captains have experienced them, even on the eve of victory, when men and things seem to be willing them to succeed. This disturbance of his normal, powerful clear-sightedness resulted from the fog that eventually arises from those mysterious operations of the bourse, which it is never possible to lay at the door of anyone in particular. Certainly Saccard was buying, was speculating, but was he doing it for real clients? Or was it for the company itself? In the end, Gunderman couldn't tell, surrounded as he was by all the different bits of gossip he was getting from everywhere. The doors of his huge office were being slammed. All his staff were trembling at his rage, and he greeted the jobbers so brutally that their usual procession turned into a gallop of disarray. "Ah, it's you," said Gunderman to the Baroness, without the slightest touch of courtesy. "I don't have time to waste with women today." She was so disconcerted that she abandoned everything she had prepared to say and just blurted out the news she was bringing. "What if it could be proved to you that the Universal has run out of money after the huge purchases it has made, and that it has been reduced to discounting its accommodation bills abroad in order to continue its campaign?" The Jew suppressed a shiver of joy. His eyes remained lifeless, and he replied in the same growling tones, "That's not true." "What do you mean, not true?" "I have heard with my own ears, seen with my own eyes." She decided to convince him by explaining that she had held in her hands the notes signed by frontmen. She named them, and named also the bankers who, in Vienna, Frankfurt, and Berlin, had discounted the bills of credit. Gunderman's correspondents would be able to inform him, and he would see she wasn't bringing him any airy gossip. She further maintained that the company had bought its own shares, with the sole aim of keeping the price rising, and that 200 millions had already been swallowed up. Listening to her with his gloomy air, Gunderman was already planning the next day's campaign, working with such quick intelligence that in a few seconds he had distributed his orders and calculated the amounts. Now he was certain of victory, knowing full well from what filth this information came, and full of contempt for the pleasure-loving Saccard, who was stupid enough to trust himself to a woman and allow himself to be betrayed. When she had finished, he raised his head and looked at her with his big, lifeless eyes. "Well now, why should what you're telling me be of any concern to me?" She was quite astonished, so calm and unconcerned did he seem. "But I thought, as you were short-selling." "I? Who told you I was short-selling? I never go to the bourse, I don't speculate. None of that is of any interest to me." And his voice was so guileless that the Baroness, shaken and alarmed as she was, would have ended up believing him, had it not been for certain inflections of irony in the naivety of his response. Clearly he was laughing at her, in his absolute disdain as a man totally free of desire, with no more use for women. "So, my good friend, as I am very busy, if you don't have anything more interesting to tell me." He was showing her the door. Furious now, she turned on him. "I trusted you. I spoke first, and fell into a trap. You promised me, if I was helpful to you, you would in turn help me, and give me some advice." He stood up, interrupting her. He, who never laughed, gave a little snigger, so thoroughly was he enjoying this brutal fooling of a young and pretty woman. "Some advice. Well, I don't refuse that, my good friend. Listen to me carefully. Don't gamble, don't ever gamble. It will make you ugly. A gambling woman is not a pretty sight." And when she had left, beside herself with rage, he shut himself up with his 2 sons and his son-in-law, allocated the roles they would play, and sent messages to Jacoby and other brokers to prepare the great coup of the following day. His plan was simple. To do what? In his ignorance of the actual situation of the Universal, prudence had prevented him from daring until now to crush the market under enormous sales. Now he knew the Universal was at the end of its resources and incapable of holding the price up. He was going to bring forward the formidable reserves of his billion, like a general who wants to get the battle over, and has learned the weak point of the enemy from spies. Logic would triumph. All securities that rise above the real value they represent are doomed. Indeed, that very day, Saccard, sensing danger with his natural flair, went to see Daggermont. He was in a fever. He felt that this must surely be the time for striking hard at the bears, if he didn't want to be definitively beaten by them. And his gigantic idea was tormenting him, that colossal army of 600 million still to be raised in order to conquer the world. Daggermont greeted him with his usual amiability, in his princely mansion, surrounded by valuable pictures, and all the dazzling luxury paid for by his fortnightly profits from the bourse, though no one really knew what actual substance lay behind the lavish decor, always liable to be whisked away by some whim of fortune. So far, Daggermont had not betrayed the Universal, refusing to sell and affecting an air of absolute confidence, enjoying his stance as a good gambler, betting on a rise, out of which he was anyway making a considerable profit. And he had been pleased with himself for not flinching, even after the bad settlement of the 15th, convinced, as he kept telling everyone, that the rise would restart, but keeping his eyes open, ready to go over to the enemy at the first serious sign of trouble. Saccard's visit, the extraordinary energy he displayed, and the enormous idea he outlined, of scooping up everything on the market, filled him with real admiration. It was mad, but then the great men in war and finance, aren't they often just madmen who succeed? And Daggermont formally promised to come to his aid the very next day at the bourse. He had already taken up strong positions, and he would see his agent Delaroque to take up some more, not to mention the friends he would visit, a whole syndicate, as it were, that he would bring in as reinforcements. This new army corps could be estimated, he thought, at about 100 million, immediately available. That would be enough. Saccard, radiant, certain of victory, at once drew up the battle plan, a flanking movement of rare audacity, a strategy borrowed from the most celebrated captains. First, at the opening of the bourse, a simple skirmish to attract the short sellers and give them confidence. Then, when they had obtained a first success and the prices were falling, Dagermont and his friends would arrive with their heavy artillery. All those unexpected millions suddenly appearing from behind a ridge, attacking the short sellers in the rear and overwhelming them. They would be crushed, massacred. The two men left each other after much handshaking and triumphant laughter. An hour later, as Dagermont, who was dining out, was about to get dressed, he received another visit from Baroness Sandorf. In her consternation, she had suddenly had the idea of consulting him. At one time she had been thought to be his mistress, but in fact there had never been anything between them except a very free man-woman comradeship. They were both too feline and understood each other too well to manage the deception involved in a liaison. She told him her fears, her visit to Gunderman, and his response, but she lied about the surge of treachery that had inspired her conduct. Dagermont was most amused, and enjoyed frightening her even more, pretending to be quite shaken, and almost believing that Gunderman was telling the truth when he swore he was not short-selling. For indeed, can one ever tell? The bourse is a real forest, a forest on a dark night, in which people can only grope their way along. In all that darkness, if you're foolish enough to take heed of everything, however inept and contradictory, that you're told, then you're sure to break your neck. So, she asked anxiously, I ought not to sell? Sell? Why would you? What madness! Tomorrow we shall be the masters. Universals will go up to 3,100. Just hold on. Whatever happens, you will be happy with the closing price. I can't say any more. The Baroness had just left, and Dagermont was at last getting dressed, when a ring at the doorbell announced a third visit. Ah, not another. He would not receive this one. But when he was handed the card of Delaroc, he at once called out to let him in, and as the broker, looking very disturbed, seemed to hesitate to speak to him, Dagermont sent away his valet, himself putting the finishing touches to his white tie in front of a tall mirror. My dear chap, said Delaroc with the easy familiarity of a man of the same social circle. Look, I'm counting on your friendship, all right? This is rather delicate. Just imagine, Jacoby, my brother-in-law, has just been kind enough to warn me of an attack that is being prepared. Gunderman and the others have decided to break the Universal at tomorrow's bourse. They are going to throw the whole lot onto the market. Jacoby has his orders. He came running to tell me. Heavens, cried Dagermont, turning pale. You understand, I'm holding some very strong positions, betting on a rise, yes, up to about 15 millions, enough to wipe me out entirely. So do you see? I've hired a cab, and I'm doing the round of my main clients. It's not at all correct, but the intention is good. Heavens, Dagermont repeated. So, my good friend, as you are speculating without cover, I came to ask you to cover me, or else to abandon your position. Abandon it. Yes, abandon it, my dear chap. Oh, no. I don't stay with companies that are crumbling. That's just useless heroism. Don't buy-sell. I have about 3 millions worth with you. Sell it all. And as Delaroc was hurrying away, saying he had other clients to see, Dagermont seized his hands and pressed them vigorously. Thank you. I shall never forget this. Sell everything. Once more alone, he called his valet back to attend to his hair and beard. Ah, what a lesson! This time he had almost let himself be bamboozled, like a child. That's what came from associating with a madman. That evening, at the 8 o'clock curb market, the panic began. That market was held at that time on the pavement of the Boulevard des Italiens, at the entrance of the Passage de l'Opéra. It was only the curb market, operating in the midst of a shady throng of option dealers, jobbers, and seedy speculators. Street hawkers were going round, and collectors of cigar ends were crawling about among the tramping feet of the different groups. The boulevard was quite blocked by this obstinate herd, packed together, sometimes carried along by the flow of passers-by, sometimes split up, but always forming again. That evening, nearly 2,000 people were standing there, thanks to the mildness of the weather, with the cloudy, misty sky now promising rain after the earlier dreadful cold. The market was very busy. Universals were being offered on all sides, and prices were falling rapidly. Soon, of course, rumors began circulating, and a new anxiety set in. What was happening? With voices lowered, people named the likely sellers, according to the jobber who gave the order or the broker who executed it. Since the big players were selling like this, something really serious must be in the wind. And from 8 o'clock until 10, there was a mad rush. All the canny speculators abandoned their positions. There were even some who just had time to change from buyers into sellers. All went off to bed in a fever of unease, as on the eve of great disasters. Next day, the weather was appalling. It had rained all night. A fine icy rain was swamping the city, now transformed by the thaw into a cesspit of yellow, liquid mud. By 12:30, the bourse was already clamoring under this downpour. The crowd sheltering under the peristyle, and in the hall, was enormous. And the hall, with all the umbrellas dripping onto the floor, soon found itself turned into a vast puddle of muddy water. The walls exuded black filth, and from the glass roof there came only a dim and reddish light of desperate melancholy. With all the ugly rumors going around, extraordinary stories that were seriously disturbing, the eyes of all, from the moment they entered the room, searched out Saccard and stared at him. He was at his post, standing by the usual pillar, and he looked the same as on other days, the days of triumph, with his air of pleasant good humor and absolute confidence. He was well aware that Universals had dropped by 300 francs the day before at the evening curb market. He could sense a huge danger. He was expecting a furious assault from the short sellers. But his battle plan seemed to him unbeatable. Dagermont's flanking movement, the unexpected arrival of a fresh army of millions, must surely sweep everything before it and once again assure him of victory. He had no further resources. The coffers of the Universal Bank were empty. He had scraped out everything, down to the last centime, but he was not despairing. He had been carried over by Mazad yet again. He had won him over to such an extent, telling him of the support of Dagermont's syndicate, that the broker had again accepted his purchase orders for several millions without any cover. The strategy they had agreed on was not to let the prices fall too far at the opening of the bourse, but to fight to support them pending the arrival of the reinforcements. So great was the excitement that Mashes and Sabatani, abandoning useless pretenses, now that the true situation was on everyone's lips, went quite openly to talk to Saccard. Then both ran to take his new orders, one to Nathanson under the peristyle, and the other to Mazad, who was still in the broker's room. It was 10 minutes to 1, and Moser, who arrived looking pale after a liverish attack which had kept him awake all the previous night, remarked to Pilleralt that everybody, that day, looked jaundiced and sickly. Pilleralt, restored by the approach of disasters, began boasting like a knight-errant and gave a loud laugh. "My dear fellow, you're the one who's sick. Everyone is very happy. We are about to give you one of those thrashings that are not easily forgotten." The truth was, however, that in the general anxiety, the whole room remained gloomy under the reddish light, and this was especially noticeable in the subdued rumble of the voices. No longer was it the tumultuous roar of the days when prices were rising, that agitation, that din of an all-conquering tide, overflowing on all sides. There was no more running, no more shouting. People sidled along and spoke quietly, as if in a house where someone lay ill. Although there was a considerable crowd, and one could hardly breathe when trying to move around, there was only a desolate murmuring, a whispering about the current fears, and some quiet exchanges of appalling news. Many remained silent, their faces drawn and livid, and eyes widened, desperately scanning the faces of others. "Nothing to say for yourself, Salmon?" asked Pilleralt, full of aggressive irony. "Of course not," muttered Moser. Like all the rest, he has nothing to say, he's frightened. Indeed, on that day, the silences of Salmon upset no one, for everyone was in the same state of profound and mute anticipation. But it was especially around Saccard that a stream of clients had gathered, trembling with anxiety, longing for a word of comfort. It was later noticed that Dagermont had not shown his face, nor had Deputy Hurrett, doubtless forewarned, since he was once more Rugin's devoted lackey. Kolb, surrounded by a group of bankers, pretended to be absorbed in a big arbitrage. The Marquis de Beauhain, quite above the vicissitudes of fortune, calmly walked around with his pale, aristocratic little head, certain of winning in any event, since he had told Jacobi to buy as many universals as he had asked Mazad to sell. And Saccard, besieged by the crowd of others, the devout and the naive, presented an especially amiable and reassuring face to Sedil and Majindra who, with trembling lips and tearful, pleading eyes, were looking for hope of triumph. He shook them firmly by the hand, putting into the grip of his hand an absolute promise of victory. Then, like a man who is invariably happy and beyond the reach of any danger, he began to bewail a triviality. "You find me quite upset. A camellia got left out in my courtyard in this severe cold, and it died." Word went around, and people lamented the unfortunate camellia. What a man, that Saccard! With his calm assurance, his ever-smiling face, with nobody able to tell if it was only a mask covering frightful worries that would have tortured anyone else. "What a creature! Isn't he splendid?" Jantram muttered in the ear of Mashes, who had just come back. Just then Saccard, a memory suddenly coming back to him at this supreme moment, called Jantru, remembering the afternoon when they had both seen Baroness Sandorf's coupe drawn up in the Rue Brunière. Was it there again today, on this day of crisis? And was the coachman, perched on high, keeping stock still as the rain pelted down, while the Baroness, behind the closed windows, waited to hear the prices? "Yes, certainly, she is there," Jantru answered quietly, "and heartily with you, determined not to retreat one step. We are all here, stoutly at our posts." Saccard was happy to hear of this fidelity, though he had doubts about the disinterestedness of the lady and the others. Anyway, in the blindness of his fervor, he still believed he was marching to victory, with his whole nation of shareholders behind him, that nation of humble folk and high society, all intoxicated and fanatical, pretty women and servants, all alike in the same surge of faith. At last the bell rang out, with the wail of an alarm over that agitated sea of heads, and Mazad, who was giving orders to Florey, hurried back to the trading floor, while the young clerk rushed to the telegraph office, very worried on his own account, for, though he had been making a loss for some time, stubbornly following the fortunes of the Universal, he was that day risking a decisive move, based on the expectation of Dagermont's intervention, which he had heard about from behind a door at the office. The trading floor was as nervous as the hall. The brokers, ever since the last settlement, had been feeling the ground shaking beneath their feet, amid symptoms of such gravity as to alarm even them with all their experience. Already there had been some partial collapses. The market, exhausted and overburdened, was showing cracks on all sides. Was this, then, going to be one of those great cataclysms of the sort that happens every 10 or 15 years? One of those crises that hit speculation when it reaches the point of acute fever, when it decimates the bourse and sweeps through like a wind of death? In the government stocks and in the cash market, the shouting sounded choked, the jostling was getting rougher, and above it all were the dark and high silhouettes of the quoters, waiting, pen in hand. And at once, Mazad, his hands gripping the red velvet balustrade, saw Jacobi on the other side of the circular area, shouting in his deep voice, "I have universals. At 2,800, I have universals." That was the closing price on the curb market of the night before, and to check the fall, Mazad thought it wise to buy at that price. His shrill voice rose above all the others. "At 2,800, I take. 300 universals, deliver. So the first quotation was fixed, but it proved impossible to maintain. Offers flooded in on all sides. He struggled desperately for half an hour, with no other result than slightly to slow down the rapid fall. He was surprised to find he was not being supported from the trading floor. So what was happening to Nathanson, from whom he was expecting orders to purchase? It was only later that he learned of Nathanson's clever tactics. While buying for Sackcard, he was selling on his own account, having got wind of the real situation through his Jewish flair. Mashes, himself very involved as a buyer, ran up, panting, to give news about the disaster on the trading floor to Mazad, who lost his head and decided to shoot his bolt, releasing in one stroke all the orders he had been keeping back to execute one by one, pending the arrival of the reinforcements. That sent the price up a little. From 2,500 it went back to 2,650, with the sudden mad leaps that happen on tempestuous days, and once again, for a moment, hope, boundless hope, arose in the minds of Mazad, Sackcard, and all those who were in the secret of the battle plan. Since the price was already going up, they had won the day. The victory would be crushing when the reserves came out on the flank of the short sellers, changing their defeat into a devastating rout. There was a movement of intense joy. Sadil and Majendra looked as if they would kiss Sackcard's hand, and Kolb drew near, while Jantru disappeared, running off to take the good news to Baroness Sandorf. And at that moment the radiant little Flory was seen searching everywhere for Sabatani, now acting as his intermediary, to give him new orders to purchase. But 2 o'clock had just struck, and Mazad, who was bearing the brunt of the attack, was again weakening. He was more and more surprised at the delay of the entry into battle of the reinforcements. It was high time for them to arrive. So what were they waiting for? To release him from the untenable position which was draining him? Although, out of professional pride, he kept his face impassive, he could feel a great chill rising to his cheeks, and feared he might be turning pale. Jacoby, thundering on, went on throwing offers at him in bundles, one after another, but he was no longer picking them up. And it was no longer at Jacoby that he was looking. His eyes were turned now in the direction of Delaroc, Dagermont's broker, whose silence he could not understand. Stout and stocky, with his russet beard, smiling beatifically after some festivity of the night before, Delaroc seemed quite calm, while waiting so inexplicably. Wasn't he going to pick up all these orders, and save everything through the purchase orders with which the order books he was holding must be bulging? Suddenly, in his guttural, slightly hoarse voice, Delaroc threw himself into the fight. I have universals. I have universals. And in a few minutes he offered several millions worth. Some voices responded. The share price was collapsing. I have it 2,400. I have it 2,300. How many? 500, 600. Deliver. What was he saying? What was happening? Instead of the expected help, was this a new enemy army suddenly appearing out of nearby woods? Just like Waterloo, when Grouchy did not arrive. And it was treachery that completed the rout. In the face of these deep and new masses of sellers, coming in at the gallop, a fearful panic set in. At that moment, Mazad felt death pass over his face. He had carried over Sackcard for too large an amount, and he had the distinct sensation that the Universal, in its collapse, was breaking his back. But his handsome, dark face, with its small mustache, remained stolid and impenetrable. He bought some more, exhausting the orders he had received, with his young cockerel voice crowing just as shrilly as it had in success. And facing him, his opposite numbers, Jacoby bellowing and Delaroc apoplectic, despite their effort at indifference, showed some signs of anxiety, for they could see that he was now in great danger, and if he went bust, would he pay them? Their hands gripped the velvet of the balustrade, while their voices kept on shouting, as if mechanically, out of professional habit, while their fixed stares reflected all the dreadful anguish of this drama of money. Then, during the last half-hour, it was disaster, the rout steadily worsening, and carrying people away in a gallop of confusion. After extreme confidence and blind infatuation came the reaction of fear, all now rushing to sell, if there was still time. A hail of orders to sell beat upon the trading floor. All one could see was order slips raining down. And these huge blocks of shares, scattered pell-mell like this, accelerated the fall, made it a real collapse. The prices, going down and down, fell to 1,500, to 1,200, to 900. There were no more buyers, nothing was left. The ground was strewn with corpses. High above the dark swarm of frock coats, the three quoters seemed like mortuary clerks registering deaths. By a singular effect of the wind of disaster blowing through the room, all agitation had come to a stop and the noise had died down, as in the stupor of a great catastrophe. A frightening silence reigned when, after the ringing of the closing bell, the closing price of 830 francs became known. And the rain went on stubbornly streaming down the windows, which now let in only a sort of sickly twilight. The hall, under the dripping umbrellas and trampling of feet, had become a cesspit, like the muddy floor of an ill-kept stable, littered with all sorts of torn papers, while the trading floor displayed the bright, multicolored slips, the green, the red, the blue, thrown away in handfuls, in such quantities that day that the vast basin was overflowing. Mazad had gone back to the broker's room at the same time as Jacoby and Delaroque. He went up to the bar and, consumed with a raging thirst, drank a glass of beer and gazed at the huge room, with its cloakroom, its long central table with the chairs of the 60 brokers ranged around it, the red velvet hangings, all the banal and faded luxury which made it look like the first-class waiting room of a large railway station. He looked at it with an astonished air, as a man might, who had never really seen it before. Then, as he was leaving, without a word, he shook hands with Jacoby and Delaroque in the usual way, but all three were pale beneath their appearance of everyday normality. He had told Fleury to wait for him at the door, and he found him there, along with Gustave, who, having definitively left the office a week ago, had come along simply out of curiosity, always smiling and leading a life of pleasure, without ever wondering whether his father, on the morrow, would still be able to pay his debts, while Fleury, looking very wan, was struggling to talk and making idiotic grimaces under the impact of the fearful loss he had just made of about 100,000 francs, with no idea where to find the first sou of it. Mazad and his clerk disappeared into the rain. But in the hall, panic had raged above all around Sackgard. This was where the war had done most damage. Without at first understanding, he had faced up to the danger and watched the whole rout. Where did that noise come from? Wasn't that Dagermont's troops arriving? Then, when he had heard the prices collapsing, still unable to grasp the cause of the disaster, he had stiffened himself, ready to die on his feet. An icy chill rose up from the ground to his skull. He sensed something irreparable. This was his defeat forever, and no base regret for money or anger about pleasures lost had any part in his pain. He bled only for his humiliation at being vanquished and for the dazzling, definitive victory of Gunderman, consolidating once more the omnipotence of that king of money. At this moment Sackgard was really superb, his whole slight figure braving destiny with unblinking eyes, his face stubbornly set, standing alone against the flood of despair and resentment that he could already feel rising against him. The whole room was seething, surging towards his pillar. Fists were clenched, mouths were muttering curses, and he had kept on his lips an unconscious smile that could easily seem a provocation. First, in a sort of mist, he made out Majendra, with a face of mortal pallor, as Captain Shave led him away on his arm, saying over and over that he had told him how it would be, with the cruelty of a minimal gambler, delighted to see the big players come a cropper. Then there was Sedil, with drawn face and the mad look of a merchant whose business is crumbling, who came like a good fellow, though with trembling hands, to shake Sackgard's hand, as if to say he bore him no grudge. At the first sign of danger, the Marquis de Beauhain had moved away, going over to the triumphant army of short sellers, telling Kolb, who was also prudently keeping his distance, about the worrying doubts he had had about Saccard ever since the last shareholders' meeting. Jantru, quite distraught, had disappeared again, running as fast as he could to take the closing price to Baroness Sandorf, who would surely have a hysterical fit in her carriage, as she was apt to do on days when she lost heavily. There, too, facing the still silent and enigmatic Salmon, were Moser the short seller and the bullish Pilleralt. The latter, in spite of his ruin, remained provocative, with his proud face, while the former, having made a fortune, was spoiling his victory with worries about the future. You'll see, in the spring, we'll be at war with Germany. All this has a bad smell, and Bismarck is watching and waiting. Oh, do stop all that. Once again, I made the mistake of giving things too much thought. Too bad. I just need to start all over again, and all will be well. So far, Saccard had not weakened. But hearing someone behind him mention Feyer, the collector of revenues in Vadom, with whom he had had dealings for a number of petty shareholders, the name had caused him some distress, reminding him of the enormous mass of humble folk, wretched little investors who would be crushed to pieces under the wreckage of the Universal. Then, suddenly, the sight of DeJoy, distraught and deathly pale, sharpened that distress, with this one poor man whom he knew, seeming to personify all the rest of the humble folk now ruined. At the same time, in a sort of hallucination, the pale and desolate faces of the Countess de Beauvilliers and her daughter arose before him, gazing at him in despair with their wide eyes full of tears. And at that moment, Saccard, the pirate, with a heart toughened by 20 years of banditry, Saccard, who took pride in never having felt his legs give way, and who had never once sat down on the bench right there beside the pillar, this same Saccard experienced a moment of real weakness, and had to let himself sink down upon it for a moment. Crowds still surged around, almost suffocating him. He raised his head to get some air, and was at once on his feet, for he recognized, up in the telegraph gallery, looking down on the hall, La McCain, towering over the battlefield with her enormous fat person. Her old black leather bag lay beside her on the stone balustrade. Waiting to fill it up with worthless shares, she was watching out for the dead, like the voracious crow that follows armies until the day of massacre. Saccard then, with a firm step, went away. His entire being seemed to him empty, but by an extraordinary effort of will, he went forward, erect and steady. But his senses seemed to have been blunted. He could no longer feel the ground. He seemed to be walking on a thick woolen carpet. His eyes, too, were clouded by mist, and his ears buzzing with noise. As he went out of the Bourse and down the steps, he no longer recognized people. They were just phantoms floating around him, vague shapes and stray sounds. Did he not see the broad, grimacing face of Bush go by? Did he not pause for a moment to chat with Nathanson, who was very much at ease, and whose weakened voice seemed to come from far away? Were not Sabatani and Mashes walking with him, amid the general consternation? He seemed to see himself once more with a large group around him, perhaps Sedil and Majindra again, all sorts of faces that faded away and kept changing. And as he was about to go away and disappear into the rain and the liquid mud submerging Paris, he repeated in a shrill voice to all that phantom throng, making it a last point of honor to show his freedom of spirit. How very upset I am about that camellia that got left out in my courtyard and died of the cold. Chapter 11. Madame Caroline, horrified, sent a telegram that very evening to her brother, who still had one more week in Rome, and 3 days later, rushing to the scene of danger, Hamelin arrived in Paris. There was a fierce encounter between Saccard and the engineer, right there in the workroom where formerly their venture had been discussed and decided on with so much enthusiasm. During those 3 days, the collapse at the Bourse had horribly worsened, and Universal shares had gone down, fall after fall, even to below par, to 440 francs, and the fall was continuing. The whole edifice was crumbling hour by hour. Madame Caroline listened in silence, not wanting to intervene. She was full of remorse, accusing herself of complicity, for it was she who, after promising to watch over things, had let it all happen. Instead of contenting herself with merely selling her shares to try to hamper the rise, shouldn't she have found some other recourse, like warning people, taking some action? In short, adoring her brother as she did, her heart bled for him, seeing him compromised in this way, with his great ventures undermined and his whole life's work called in question. She suffered all the more in that she felt she had no right to judge Sackgard. Hadn't she loved him? Was she not his? Through that secret bond, the shame of which she now felt more than ever? Placed as she was between these two men, she was being torn apart in a violent struggle. On the evening of the catastrophe, she had launched out at Sackgard in a great fit of frankness, emptying her heart of all the reproaches and fears it had been gathering for so long. Then, seeing him smiling, still tenacious and unvanquished, and thinking of how much strength he needed to keep standing up, she had felt she had no right, when she had been so weak with him, to finish him off by hitting him when he was down, and taking refuge in silence, showing blame only by her attitude. She wanted to be merely a witness. But Hamelin, he who was normally so conciliatory, so detached from everything other than his work, this time grew angry. He made an extremely violent attack on speculation. The Universal had succumbed to the madness of speculation in a frenzy of sheer lunacy. Of course, he was not one of those who claimed that a bank can simply let its shares go down, as, for instance, a railway company can. Railway companies have their mass of equipment that makes money, whereas the bank's real equipment is its credit, so it is in dire trouble the moment its credit wobbles. But there was a question of proportion. If it was necessary, even wise, to keep the share price at 2,000 francs, it was crazy and completely criminal to push it up, to try to put it up to 3,000 and even beyond. As soon as he arrived, Hamelin had insisted on the truth, the whole truth. It was now impossible to lie to him, to tell him what he had allowed them to announce in his presence at the last shareholders' meeting, that the company did not possess a single one of its own shares. The books were there, and he easily saw through the lies they held. For instance, Count Sabatani. He knew that this frontman concealed the activities of the bank itself, and he was able to follow month by month Sackgard's mounting fever over the last 2 years, starting timidly, buying only with moderation, then driven on to larger and larger purchases, reaching the enormous figure of 27,000 shares costing nearly 48 million francs. Wasn't that mad? A madness of such impudence it seemed to take people for fools, with such enormous transactions attributed to Sabatani? And Sabatani was not the only one. There were other men of straw, bank employees, even directors, whose purchases, entered as carried over, exceeded 20,000 shares, these two representing nearly 48 million francs. Indeed, that was just the completed purchases. To these must be added the fixed-term purchases, made in the course of the last January settlement, representing a sum of 67.5 million for more than 20,000 shares, of which the Universal would have to take delivery. In addition, 10,000 other shares at the Lyon Stock Exchange, which made another 24 million. All of this, when added up, showed that the bank was holding nearly a quarter of the shares it had issued, and had paid for those shares the appalling sum of 200 million francs. That was the abyss into which it had sunk. Hamelin's eyes filled with tears of grief and rage. He had so successfully laid the foundations for his great Catholic bank in Rome, the treasury of the Holy Sepulchre, which in the coming days of persecution would allow the Pope to be royally installed in Jerusalem, in the legendary glory of the Holy Land. A bank that would put the new kingdom of Palestine beyond the reach of political disturbance, basing its budget, with the guarantee of the country's own resources, on a series of share issues that Christians the world over would vie with each other to buy, and all of that was now foundering, thanks to the imbecile madness of speculation. Hamelin had gone away, leaving behind him an admirable state of affairs, with millions aplenty, and a bank enjoying so fast and so great a prosperity that it had astonished the world. And less than a month later, he returned to find the millions had melted away, and the bank was wrecked, reduced to dust, nothing left but a black hole, over which fire seemed to have passed. His stupor grew. He violently demanded explanations, trying to understand what mysterious power had driven Saccard to strive so relentlessly against the colossal edifice he had built, destroying it stone by stone on one side, while on the other he claimed to be completing it. Saccard, without getting angry, gave a very clear reply. After the first hours of turmoil and despair, he had recovered his self-possession, standing sturdily on his own 2 feet, with his indomitable hopefulness. Treachery had made the catastrophe terrible, but all was not lost. He would raise it all up again. Besides, if the Universal had enjoyed such rapid prosperity, wasn't that due to the very methods for which he was now being reproached? The creation of the syndicate, the successive increases of capital, the early balance sheet of the last shareholders' meeting, the shares kept by the bank, and, later, the shares bought en masse, so wildly. It was all of a piece. Accepting the success meant also accepting the risks. When you overheat a machine, it sometimes bursts. For the rest, he acknowledged no fault. He had simply done, but with more intelligence and vigor, what every manager of a bank does. And he had not abandoned his brilliant idea, his gigantic idea, of buying up the entirety of the shares and bringing down Gunderman. He had lacked the money, that was all. Now they must start again. A shareholders' meeting had been called for the following Monday, and he was certain of his shareholders, he said. They would be willing to make the necessary sacrifices. He was convinced that at a word from him, they would all bring him their money. Meanwhile, they would manage on the little sums that the other financial houses, the big banks, were advancing every morning for the day's urgent needs, to avoid too sudden a collapse which would endanger them too. Once the present crisis was over, everything would start again and be splendid once more. But, Hamelin objected, already calmed by this smiling tranquility of Saccard's, can't you see the tactics behind the help being offered by our rivals? It's a way of protecting themselves first, and then of slowing down our fall to make us fall further. What worries me is that I see Gunderman in all this. In fact, Gunderman was one of the first to offer help, to avoid the immediate declaration of bankruptcy, with the extraordinary practical common sense of a man who, having been forced to set fire to a neighbor's property, hastens thereafter to bring pails of water to prevent the destruction of the whole neighborhood. He was above resentment, and the only glory he cared about was being the premier money merchant of the world, the richest and the most shrewd, having succeeded in sacrificing all his passions to the continuous increase of his fortune. Saccard made an impatient gesture, exasperated by this evidence of the victor's wisdom and intelligence. Oh, Gunderman is playing Mr. Magnanimous, and thinks he's wounding me with his generosity. Silence fell, and it was Madame Caroline, who had not spoken until now, who at last went on. My friend, I've let my brother speak to you as he needed to do, in the legitimate grief he has felt on learning all these deplorable things. But our situation, his and mine, seems clear, and it seems to me impossible. It is, isn't it, that he should find himself compromised if this affair were to turn out decisively badly. You know at what price I sold our shares. No one can say that he pushed for a rise to get a bigger profit from his holdings. Besides, if there is a catastrophe, we know what we have to do. I confess I don't have your obstinate hopefulness. But you're right, we must fight until the last minute, and you can be sure my brother will certainly not discourage you from that. She was very moved, once more captured by tolerance towards this man with his obstinate vivacity, but trying not to show this weakness, for she could no longer close her eyes to the execrable things he had done and would surely do yet again, with all the dishonest passion of an unscrupulous brigand. Certainly, declared Hamelin, weary and incapable of further resistance. I am not going to paralyze you when you're fighting to save us all. You can count on me if I can be of help. And once more, at this last hour, facing the most terrible threats, Saccard reassured them, winning them over again and leaving them with these words, full of promise and mystery. Sleep easy. I cannot say more, but I am absolutely certain I can get everything back on track again before the end of another week." This remark, which he did not explain, he repeated to all the associates of the bank and all the clients who came to him, frightened or even terrified, seeking advice. For 3 days now, there had been an endless gallop through his office in the Rue de Londres. The Beauvilliers, the Magendras, Sedil, and Dajoy all came, one after another. He received them very calmly, with a soldierly air and with vibrant words that put courage back in their hearts. And when they spoke of selling, of realizing at a loss, he got angry, shouted at them not to do anything so stupid, promising on his honor to get back to the quote of 2,000 or even 3,000 francs. In spite of all the mistakes that had been made, they all still had blind faith in him. If only he could be set free to rob them again, he would sort everything out and in the end make them all rich, as he had sworn to do. If no accident occurred before Monday, and if he was given time to call an extraordinary general meeting, no one doubted that he would pull the universal safe and sound out of the ruins. Saccard had thought of his brother Rugen. That was the all-powerful help he had indicated without giving any further explanation. On meeting the traitor Dagermont face to face and bitterly reproaching him, he had received only this response: "But my dear chap, it wasn't I who abandoned you. It was your brother." Of course the man was within his rights, since he had only joined the company on condition that Rugen was in it, and Rugen had been formally promised, so it was not at all astonishing that he should pull out when the minister, far from being in it, was at war with the Universal and its manager. This was at least an excuse to which there was no answer. Struck by this, Saccard realized what a huge mistake he had made by quarreling with his brother who alone could defend him, and make him so sacred an object that no one would dare to bring about his ruin, knowing the great man was behind him. For Saccard's pride, this was one of the hardest moments, when he decided to beg Deputy Harrit to intervene on his behalf. But he still maintained a threatening attitude, refusing to disappear and demanding help as if it were a right, from Rugen, who had more to lose than he did from a scandal. The next day, as he awaited Harrit's promised visit, Saccard only received a note, in which he was told in vague terms not to be impatient and to count on a happy outcome later on, if circumstances permitted. He had to content himself with these few lines, which he regarded as a promise of neutrality. But the truth was that Rugen had just taken the firm decision to finish once and for all with this diseased member of his family, who had been embarrassing him for years with the perpetual terror of unsavory events, and he preferred to be at last done with him for good. If catastrophe came, he was resolved to let things take their course. Since he would never get Saccard to go voluntarily into exile, the simplest solution, surely, was to force him to leave the country, helping him to take flight after a thorough condemnation. A sudden scandal, quickly swept under the carpet, and that would be an end of it. Besides, the minister's position was becoming difficult ever since he had declared to the Legislative Assembly, in a passage of memorable eloquence, that France would never allow Italy to take possession of Rome. Heartily applauded by the Catholics, he had been severely attacked by the increasingly powerful Third Party, and he could see the time coming when the latter, supported by the liberal Bonapartists, were going to force him out of power, unless he also gave them some sort of pledge. And the pledge, if circumstances so decreed, would be the abandonment of the Universal Bank, which, under the patronage of Rome, had become disturbingly powerful. Finally, what had clinched his decision was a secret message from his colleague in the Ministry of Finance, who, being about to float a loan, had found Gunderman and all the Jewish bankers very reticent, intimating that they would refuse their capital as long as the market remained uncertain for them and open to adventurers. It was a triumph for Gunderman. Better the Jews, with their accepted sovereignty of gold, than the ultramontane Catholics as masters of the world, if they became the kings of the Bourse. It was later related that the Minister of Justice, Delcom, with his relentless grudge against Saccard, had Rugen sounded out about the conduct to be followed with regard to his brother if justice had to intervene, and had received only the heartfelt cry, Ah, if he'll just get rid of him for me, I'll light a special candle for him. After that, with Rugen abandoning him, Saccard was done for. Delcombe, who ever since he got into power had just been waiting for the opportunity, at last had him on the margin of the law, on the very edge of the vast net of the judiciary, needing now only a pretext to launch his police and his judges against him. One morning Bush, furious at not having acted sooner, took himself off to the Palais de Justice. If he didn't hurry, he would never now get out of Saccard the 4,000 francs still owed to La McCain on the famous bill of expenses for little Victor. His plan was simply to create an appalling scandal, accusing Saccard of the abduction of a child, which would allow the exposure of all the filthy details of the rape of the mother and the abandonment of the child. Such a prosecution of the manager of the Universal, in all the heightened emotions of the bank's current crisis, would rouse the whole of Paris, and Bush still hoped that Saccard would pay up at the first threat. But the surrogate who had been appointed to receive him, a nephew of Delcombe, listened to his story with an air of impatience and boredom. No, nothing serious could be done with such gossip. This did not fall under any article of the law. Disconcerted, Bush grew angry, and was speaking of his long and patient wait, when the magistrate suddenly interrupted him on hearing him say that he had pushed his goodwill towards Saccard to the point of depositing funds on credit in the Universal. What? He had funds compromised in the certain failure of that institution, and he was taking no action? Nothing could be simpler. He had only to make a charge of embezzlement, for the law was already aware of fraudulent transactions which were going to result in bankruptcy. This was what would deal a terrible blow, not the other story, that melodrama about a girl who drank herself to death, and a child brought up in the gutter. Bush listened with a grave, attentive face, launched on this new path, pulled towards an act he had not originally intended, but whose decisive consequences he could foresee. Saccard under arrest, and the Universal receiving its death blow. Simple fear of losing his money would have made him decide at once. He liked nothing better than disasters and the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Yet he hesitated, saying he would think about it and come back later, and the surrogate public prosecutor had to thrust the pen into his hand and make him write out, there and then in his office, on his desk, the charge of embezzlement, which, as soon as Bush had gone, he carried off in a ferment of zeal to his uncle, the Minister of Justice. The deed was done. Next day, at the bank in the Rue de Londres, Saccard had a long interview with the auditors and the appointed administrator to draw up the balance sheet he wanted to present to the shareholders' meeting. In spite of the loans from the other financial houses, it had proved necessary to close the counters and suspend all payments in the face of increasing demands. This bank, which only a month before had nearly 200 millions in its coffers, had been able to reimburse its desperate clients only the first few hundreds of thousands of francs. Bankruptcy had been officially declared by a commercial court, after a summary report given the day before by an expert called in to examine the books. In spite of everything, Saccard, as if unaware, with an extraordinary mixture of blind hopefulness and obstinate bravura, was still promising to save the situation. And indeed, that very day he was awaiting a response from the floor of the Bourse about fixing a rate of compensation, when the usher came in to tell him that 3 gentlemen were waiting to see him in an adjoining room. This was perhaps salvation, so Saccard rushed off happily, only to find a police superintendent, accompanied by 2 constables, who immediately arrested him. The summons had just been issued after perusal of the expert's report, pointing out irregularities in the accounts, and particularly after the accusation of abuse of trust from Bush, who claimed that funds he had deposited in the bank had been misappropriated. At the same time, Hamelin was being arrested at his home in the Rue Saint-Lazare. This time it really was the end, as if every hatred and every kind of ill luck had relentlessly worked against them. The extraordinary general meeting could not now take place. The life of the Universal Bank was over. Madame Caroline was not at home at the time of her brother's arrest, and he could do no more than leave her a few hastily scribbled lines. When she returned home, she was aghast. Never had she thought even for a moment that anyone could think of prosecuting her brother. So entirely free did he seem of any shady dealings, his innocence seemingly proved by his long absences. The day after the bankruptcy, the brother and sister had stripped themselves of all they possessed in order to increase the assets, wanting to remain as naked, coming out of this adventure, as when they had gone into it. And the sum was considerable, nearly 8 million, in which the 300,000 francs inherited from an aunt had also been swallowed up. Madame Caroline immediately threw herself into all sorts of activities and appeals. She now lived with the sole purpose of improving the lot and preparing the defense of her poor dear Georges, bursting into tears, despite her courage, whenever she thought of him, innocent as he was, behind bars, stained by this fearful scandal, his life in ruins and soiled forever. He, so gentle and weak, with the piety of a child, and, apart from his technical work, the ignorance of a big ninny, as she used to say. At first she had raged against Saccard, sole cause of the disaster, creator of their adversity, whose execrable handiwork she could now reconstruct and clearly judge, from those very first days when he had teased her so merrily for reading the code, to these final days when, with the severe consequences of failure, all the irregularities had to be paid for, irregularities she had foreseen and allowed to happen. Then, tortured by remorse for the complicity that haunted her, she fell silent and tried to avoid openly concerning herself with him, doing her utmost to act as if he did not exist. When she had to pronounce his name, it seemed as if she were speaking of a stranger, an adversary, whose interests were quite other than hers. She, who visited her brother almost every day at the conciergerie, had not even requested a permit to go and see Saccard. And she was very brave, still living in their apartment in the Rue Saint-Lazare, receiving all comers, even those who arrived with insults on their lips, transformed now into a businesswoman, determined to salvage whatever she could of their honesty and happiness. During the long days she spent in this way in the workroom, where she had lived such lovely days of work and hope, one sight particularly distressed her. When she drew near a window and looked down upon the house next door, it was with a pang at her heart that she saw, behind the windows of the little room where the two poor women lived, the pale profiles of the Countess de Beauvilliers and her daughter Alice. These February days were very mild, so she saw them frequently, walking slowly, with heads bent, along the alleys of the mossy, winter-ravaged garden. The crash had been terrible for these two lives. The unhappy ladies who, a fortnight before, had been in possession of 1,800,000 francs through their 600 shares, would today be able to get only 18,000 for them, now that the shares had fallen from 3,000 francs to 30. Their entire fortune had been lost, swept away at a stroke. The 20,000 francs for the dowry, so painfully saved by the Countess, the 70,000 francs, first borrowed on the farm at Les Aublets, then the 240,000 francs from the sale of Les Aublets, when it had actually been worth 400,000. What was to become of them, when the many mortgages on their house already ate up 8,000 francs a year, and they had never been able to reduce the household expenses to less than 7,000? Despite all their miserliness and the sordid miracles of economy they achieved to keep up appearances and maintain their status. Even if they sold their shares, how could they now live, how meet all their needs, with just 18,000 francs, the final debris from the shipwreck? One necessity imposed itself, one that the Countess had not yet been able to face with resolution. To leave their house, since it was impossible to pay the interest, abandon it to the mortgagees rather than waiting until the latter put the house up for sale, retire at once to some quiet little lodging, and there live a restricted and obscure life until the last crust of bread was gone. If the Countess still resisted, it was because this meant a tearing away of her whole person, the death of what she had believed herself to be, the crumbling of that edifice of her race that for years, with heroic obstinacy, she had upheld with her trembling hands. The Beauvilliers in rented accommodation, no longer under the ancestral roof but living in the houses of others, in the acknowledged penury of the defeated. Wasn't that, really, enough to make one die of shame? So she went on struggling. One morning Madame Caroline saw the two ladies doing their washing in the little shed in the garden. The old cook, now almost helpless, was no longer much use to them. During the recent cold weather they had had to look after her. And it was the same story with the cook's husband, who was porter, coachman, and valet all in one. It was now only with great difficulty that he swept the house, and kept the old horse on its feet, stumbling now and wrecked by age, as he was himself. So the ladies had resolutely applied themselves to the housework, the daughter sometimes leaving her watercolors to make the thin broths on which the four people were frugally living, the mother dusting the furniture, mending the clothes and shoes, thinking she was making some minute economy in the use of dusters, needles, and thread now that it was she who was using them. But as soon as a visitor arrived, it was quite a sight to see the way they both fled, throwing off aprons, having a quick wash, and reappearing as the ladies of the house, with white and idle hands. Viewed from the street, their lifestyle had not changed. Their honor was intact. The carriage came out properly equipped to take the Countess and her daughter on their visits, and the fortnightly dinners still brought together the same guests as every winter, with not one dish less on the table, nor one candle less in the candelabra. Only someone who was able, like Madame Caroline, to look down into their garden could know what terrible days of fasting followed all that show, that illusory facade of a vanished fortune. When she saw them, down there in that damp well of a garden, squashed between neighboring houses, walking with their mortal melancholy under the greenish skeletons of the centenarian trees, she was seized by immense pity, and would leave the window, her heart torn with remorse, as if she felt she had been Saccard's accomplice in causing this wretchedness. Then, on another morning, Madame Caroline felt a sadness more direct and even more painful. A visit from DeJoy was announced, and she bravely insisted on seeing him. Well, my poor DeJoy. But she stopped in alarm when she saw the pallor of the former office boy. His eyes seemed lifeless, his face was distraught, and formerly very tall, he had shrunk, as if folded up. Come now, you must not let yourself be demoralized by the thought of all that money being lost. And then he spoke, in a slow voice. Oh, madam, it's not that. Of course, in the first moment it was a hard blow, because I had got used to thinking we were rich. When you're winning, it goes to your head. It's as if you were drunk. But Lord, I was already resigned to going back to work, and I'd have worked so hard I would have managed to make up the sum again. But you can't imagine. Fat tears rolled down his cheeks. You can't imagine. She's gone. Gone? Who's gone? Asked Madame Caroline in some surprise. Natalie, my daughter. Her marriage had fallen through, and she was furious when Theodore's father came to tell us that his son had waited too long, and he was going to marry a haberdasher's daughter who was bringing him nearly 8,000 francs. That, of course, I understand, that she should be angry at being left with no money and no prospect of marriage. But I loved her so much. Even last winter, I would get up in the night to tuck in her blankets. And I went without tobacco so she could have prettier hats, and I was a real mother to her. I brought her up. I only lived for the pleasure of seeing her in our little apartment. His tears were choking him, and he broke into sobs. So it's all the fault of my ambition. If I had sold, as soon as my 8 shares gave me the 6,000 francs for the dowry, she would have been married by now. But there, do you see? The price kept going up, and I thought of myself. First I wanted to get an income of 600, then 800, then 1,000 francs. All the more eagerly in that my little girl would later inherit that money. To think that at one moment, when the price was 3,000, I had 24,000 francs in hand, enough to give her a dowry of 6,000, and retire, myself, with an income of 900 francs. No, I wanted 1,000, isn't that stupid? And now it's not even 200 francs. Ah, it's my fault. I'd have done better to throw myself in the river. Madame Caroline, very moved by his grief, let him relieve his feelings. But she still wanted to know more. So she's gone, my poor DeJoy, but gone where? Then he looked embarrassed, and a faint flush rose to his pallid face. Yes, gone, disappeared, 3 days ago. She had become acquainted with a gentleman who lived across the street from us. Oh, a very proper gentleman, a man of 40. So, she has run away. While he gave some details, searching for words, tripping over his tongue, Madame Caroline could see Natalie again in her mind's eye, slim and blonde, with the frail grace of a pretty girl of the Paris streets. She had noticed especially her wide eyes, so tranquil and so cold, with the extraordinary limpidity of egoism. The child had allowed herself to be adored by her father, happy to be idolized, and behaving well as long as it was in her interest to do so, incapable of a stupid fall for as long as she was expecting a dowry, a marriage, and a counter in a little shop, where she could have played the queen. But to go on with a penniless life, living in rags with her good old father, having to go back to work. Ah, no, she had had enough of that dreary life, now unrelieved by hope. And she had gone, had coldly put on her boots and her hat, and gone elsewhere. Oh Lord, DeJoy went on, stammering. She didn't have much fun at home, it's true, and it's annoying for a nice girl to be wasting her youth, getting bored. But even so, she has been very hard. Just think of it. Not even saying goodbye to me, not a scrap of a letter, not the tiniest promise to come back and see me now and then. She just shut the door, and that was that. You see, my hands are trembling. I've been like a wounded animal ever since. It's too much for me. I keep on looking for her in the house. After so many years, dear Lord, how is it possible that I don't have her with me any more, and never shall again, my poor little child? He had stopped crying, and his bewildered grief was so distressing that Madame Caroline seized hold of both his hands, finding no other comfort for him than to keep repeating, "My poor DeJoy, my poor DeJoy." Then, to distract him, she went back to the failure of the Universal. She blamed herself for having let him buy shares, and severely criticized Saccard, without naming him. But suddenly the former office boy became animated. Bitten by the gambling bug, he was still passionate about it. Ah, Monsieur Saccard, he was so right to stop me selling. It was a splendid business, and we'd have beaten them all, but for the traitors who let us down. Ah, madam, if Monsieur Saccard were here, things would be different. It was death for us when they put him in prison, and it's only he who could save us. I told the judge, Monsieur, give him back to us, and I'll trust him again with my fortune and my life. Because, you see, that man, he's like God himself. He can do whatever he wants. Madame Caroline gazed at him, quite stupefied. What? Not a word of anger or reproach. This was the ardent faith of a believer. What powerful influence could Saccard have had on the whole flock, to keep them under such a yoke of credulity? In fact, madam, I came here just to tell you that, and you must forgive me if I told you about my own troubles, because I'm not very steady in my head just now. When you see Monsieur Saccard, please tell him we are still with him." He went away with faltering steps, and for a moment she felt a horror of life. That unhappy man had broken her heart. Against the other man, the one she didn't name, she felt a fresh surge of anger, the force of which she rammed down inside herself. Besides, visitors were now arriving. She had hordes of them that morning. Among the flow of people, the Jordans especially upset her again. They had come, Paul and Marcel, like a loving couple who always acted together in serious matters, to ask whether there was really nothing more their parents, the Magendras, could get out of their shares in the Universal. On that side the disaster was irreparable. Before the great battles of the last two settlements, the former tarpaulin manufacturer already held 75 shares, which had cost him about 80,000 francs. A splendid deal, since at one moment, with the price at 3,000 francs, the shares represented 225,000. But the awful thing was that in the passion of the fight, he had gambled without cover, believing in the genius of Saccard, and had gone on buying, with the result that the frightful differences he had to pay, More than 200,000 francs had just swept away the last remnants of his fortune, that income of 15,000 francs that he had earned with 30 years of hard work. Now he had nothing. He would hardly be able to clear all his debt, even after selling his little house in the Rue Legendre, of which he had been so proud. And in this disaster, Madame Magendra had certainly been more guilty than he. "Ah, madame," Marcel explained, with her sweet face, even in the midst of catastrophe, still fresh and smiling. "You can't imagine how Mama changed. She, so prudent, so thrifty, the terror of the servants, always at their heels picking over their accounts. She had taken to speaking only in terms of hundreds of thousands. She kept urging Papa on. Oh, he was much less brave, deep down, and would have listened to Uncle Chave if she hadn't driven him mad with her dream of winning the big prize, the million. They got caught up in speculation at the start through reading the financial papers, and it was Papa who first got enthusiastic about it. Indeed, to begin with, he used to hide what he was doing. Then once Mama went into it too. Despite having for so long professed a good housekeeper's hatred of all gambling, it all blazed up. It didn't take long. How is it possible that the passion for winning can change decent people to such an extent? Jordan broke in, amused by the recollection of the face of Uncle Chave, evoked by his wife's mention of him. And if you had only seen Uncle's serenity in the midst of these catastrophes, it was just what he had predicted. He was triumphant in his tight military collar. Not one day was he absent from the bourse. Not one day did he fail to make his tiny gamble on the cash market, content every evening to carry off his 15 or 20-franc coin, like a good worker who has resolutely done his day's work. All around him, millions were crumbling on every side. Gigantic fortunes were being made and unmade in the space of 2 hours. Gold was raining down in bucketfuls amid flashes of lightning, and he went on calmly making his little living, his little gains for his little vices. He is the cleverest of the clever, and the pretty girls of the Rue Nollet have continued to get their cakes and sweets. This allusion, made with great good humor to the pranks of the captain, succeeded in amusing the two ladies. But right away, the sadness of the situation returned to their minds. "Alas, no," declared Madame Caroline. "I don't think your parents will get anything out of their shares. It seems to me it's all over. The shares are at 30 francs now, and they'll fall down to 20 francs or even 100 sous. Oh Lord, poor old folk at their age and so used to comfort. What will become of them?" "Well," Jordan replied with simplicity, "they will need to be looked after. We are not exactly rich yet, but things are beginning to get better, and we shan't be leaving them out on the street." He had just had a stroke of luck. After so many years of thankless work, his first novel, issued first as a newspaper serial, then taken up by a publisher, suddenly looked like being a great success, and he was now rich to the tune of several thousand francs, with every door opening for him, and he longed to get back to work, certain of achieving fortune and glory. "If we can't take them in, we shall rent a little apartment for them. We'll manage to sort it out." Marcel, gazing at him with boundless tenderness, was shaken by a slight tremor. "Oh, Paul, how good you are!" And she began to sob. "Calm yourself, my dear, I beg you," said Madame Caroline, over and over, concerned and astonished. "You mustn't grieve so." "No, let me be, I'm not grieving. But, honestly, this is all so stupid. I just ask you, when I married Paul, shouldn't Mama and Papa have given me the dowry they had always promised? But on the pretext that Paul no longer had any money, and that I was stupid to insist on keeping my promise to him, they didn't give us a centime. Ah, much good has it done them. They could have had it back now, my dowry. That at least would not have been swallowed up by the bourse." Madame Caroline and Jordan couldn't help laughing, but that did not comfort Marcel, who went on crying all the harder. "And anyway, that's not all. When Paul suddenly became poor, I had a dream of my own. Yes, I dreamed I was a princess, like the ones in fairy tales, and one day I would bring my ruined prince heaps and heaps of money, to help him to be a great poet. And now he has no need of me, Now I am nothing but a burden, along with my family. It's he who will have all the trouble, and he who will be giving all the gifts. Ah, it really breaks my heart." Paul had quickly caught her up in his arms. "What are you saying, my silly goose? Does a wife need to bring anything? You bring yourself, your youth, your love, your good humor, and there's not a princess in the world who could bring more." This at once calmed her, happy to be loved so much, and feeling it was indeed silly to be crying. Jordan went on, "If your mother and father are willing, we'll find them a place in Clichy, where I've seen some ground-floor apartments with gardens that were not too dear. Our apartment, our little nest, filled as it is by our few sticks of furniture, is very nice, but it's too small, all the more so since we're going to need a bit more room." And smiling again, turning towards Madame Caroline, who was very touched by this family scene, he added, "Ah yes, we are going to be 3, no reason not to admit it. Now I'm at last earning a living. So you see, madam, yet another gift she's giving me, she who's been weeping over bringing me nothing." Madame Caroline, in the incurable despair of her sterility, looked at the slightly blushing Marcel, whose increased girth she had not previously noticed. And now it was her own eyes that were full of tears. "Ah, my dear children, love one another. You are the only sensible ones, the only happy ones." Then, before taking his leave, Jordan related some details about the newspaper, L'Espérance. With his instinctive horror of business matters, he spoke of the office of L'Espérance as a sort of extraordinary cavern, echoing with the hammers of speculation. The entire staff were gamblers, from the manager to the office boy, and he alone, he added with a laugh, had not engaged in speculation, so was out of favor and treated with contempt by all. Anyway, the collapse of the Universal, and especially the arrest of Saccard, had just killed the newspaper dead. The contributors had taken flight, while Jantrou, in dire straits, held on stubbornly, hanging on to this bit of debris, still trying to live off what was left of the shipwreck. It was all over for him. His 3 years of prosperity had totally ruined him, with his monstrous overindulgence in everything that can be bought, like those starvelings who die of indigestion when at last they sit down to a meal. And the curious thing, though logical enough, was the final downfall of Baroness Sandorf, who had become the mistress of this man, as she tried in her desperation to get her money back in the confusion of the catastrophe. On hearing the name of the Baroness, Madame Caroline turned slightly pale, while Jordan, who knew nothing of the rivalry of the two women, went on with his story. "I don't know why she gave herself to him. Perhaps she thought he would supply her with information, thanks to his connections as a publicity agent. Perhaps she simply rolled down to him by the laws of gravity, falling ever lower and lower. In the passion for gambling there is a sort of destructive ferment I've often observed, that corrodes and rots everything, and changes even the proudest and most well-brought-up person into a mere rag of humanity, a scrap of rubbish that gets swept into the gutter. In any case, if that old scoundrel Jantrou had always bitterly remembered the kicks on the backside he is said to have received from the Baroness's father when he went long ago to ask for orders, he has had his vengeance now. For when I went back to the newspaper to get paid, I pushed a door open too suddenly, and came upon an altercation, and with my own eyes I saw Jantrou giving Sandorf a resounding slap in the face. Oh, a drunkard like that, sunk in alcohol and vice, striking that society lady with such loutish brutality." With a gesture of pain, Madame Caroline silenced him. It seemed to her as if these excesses of degradation were bespattering her too. Marcel, very lovingly, had taken her hand before leaving. "At least, don't think, dear Madame Caroline, that we came here to bother you. Paul, in fact, vigorously defends Monsieur Saccard." "Why, certainly," the young man replied. "He has always been good to me. I shall never forget the way he rid us of that terrible bush. And anyway, he is a very considerable person. When you see him, madam, tell him that our little family is still deeply grateful to him." When the Jordans had left, Madame Caroline made a gesture of silent anger. Grateful? Why? For the ruin of the Magendras. These Jordans were like Dajoy, going away with the same words of excuse and good wishes. And yet these people did know. He was no ignoramus, this writer who had traveled through the world of finance, full of so fine a contempt for money. Her own rebellion continued and grew stronger. No, there was no possible pardon. There was too much mud. Jantru's slapping of the Baroness did not avenge her. It was Saccard who had corrupted everything. That same day, Madame Caroline was to go and see Mazad about some documents she wanted to add to her brother's file. She also wanted to know what his attitude would be if the defense should call him as a witness. The appointment was not until 4 o'clock after the bourse, and being alone at last, she spent more than an hour and a half sorting out the information she had already obtained. She was beginning to see more clearly into this heap of ruins. In the same way as on the day after a fire, when the smoke has cleared and the embers have ceased to glow, one sorts through whatever's left, still hoping to find the gold of melted jewels. At first she had wondered where the money could have gone. In that swallowing up of 200 million, if some pockets had been emptied, it followed that other pockets must have been filled. However, it seemed certain that the bears had not raked in the whole sum. A terrible leakage had carried away at least a third. On days of catastrophe at the bourse, it seems the very ground drinks up money, some wanders away, and a little of it sticks to every finger. Gunderman alone must have pocketed about 50 million. Next came Dagermont, with 12 or 15. The Marquis de Beauhain was also cited, having once again been successful with his classic coup. Having played for a rise with Mazad, he refused to pay up, while he had gained almost 2 million with Jacobi, with whom he had been playing for a fall. But this time, even knowing that the Marquis had, like any common crook, put all his possessions in his wife's name, Mazad, in despair over his losses, was talking of taking legal action against him. Almost all the directors of the Universal had cut themselves a handsome slice of the profits, some, like Hurrett and Kolb, by realizing at the top price before the collapse, and others, like the Marquis and Dagermont, by treacherously going over to the Bears, and besides, in one of its last meetings, when the company was already in serious trouble, the board had had each of its members credited with more than 100,000 francs. Indeed, on the trading floor Delaroc, and especially Jacobi, were thought to have made huge personal profits, which had already been swallowed up into the two gaping and unfillable chasms created, in the case of the former, by his appetite for women, and in the latter by his passion for gambling. It was also rumored that Nathanson had become one of the kings of the curb market, thanks to a gain of 3 million that he had made by playing on his own account for a fall, while playing for a rise for Saccard. And his extraordinary stroke of luck was that, committed as he was to large purchases in the name of the Universal, which was no longer paying, he would certainly have been ruined if there had not been a forced clearing of debts, making the whole curb market, now declared insolvent, a gift of the more than 100 million francs it owed. Such a lucky and clever fellow, that little Nathanson. And what a happy turn of events. It made you smile, by which you keep all your profits, without paying for any of the losses. But the figures were still vague, and Madame Caroline could not arrive at a correct estimation of the profits, for the transactions of the bourse are carried on with a great deal of mystery, and professional secrecy is strictly observed by the brokers. Nothing could have been learned even from the order books, for they contain no names. She tried in vain to discover how much had been carried off by Sabatani, who had mysteriously disappeared after the last settlement. That was yet another ruinous blow hitting Mazad hard. It was the usual story, the shady client, accepted at first with misgivings, who deposits a small security of 2,000 or 3,000 francs and gambles only modestly for the first few months. Then, when the meagerness of the cover has been forgotten, and he has become a friend of the broker, he absconds after some act of banditry. Mazad was talking of posting Sabatani, as he had formerly posted Schlosser, a crook out of the same stable, part of that endless band of robbers who make use of the market to cover their activities in the same way that bandits once used the woods. And the Levantine, that mixture of Italian and Oriental, with his velvety eyes and endowed, it was said, with a phenomenon that women inquisitively whispered about, had gone off to skim some other stock market. Berlin, some said, waiting until the Paris bourse had forgotten him, and he could return to be accepted once more, ready, given the general tolerance, to perform the same trick. The next list Madame Caroline had drawn up was of the disasters. The crash of the Universal had been one of those terrible shocks that shake the foundations of a whole city. Nothing had remained steady and solid. Cracks were appearing in neighboring institutions, and every day brought new collapses. The banks were crumbling one after another, with a sudden clatter like stretches of wall still standing after a fire. People listened in silent dismay to this noise of things falling, and wondered where the ruins would stop. What struck Madame Caroline to the heart was not so much the bankers, the companies, the financiers and financial establishments destroyed and carried away in the storm, as all the poor people, the shareholders, and even speculators, whom she had known and loved, and who were among the victims. After the defeat, she was counting her dead. And it wasn't just her poor de Joy, the incredibly stupid and lamentable Magendras, or the sad Beauvilliers ladies. Another drama that had greatly upset her was the bankruptcy of Sedil the silk manufacturer, which had been declared the day before. Having seen him at work as a director, the only one, she said, that she would have trusted with 10 sous, she declared him to be the most honest man in the world. What a frightening thing, this passion for gambling. A man who had spent 30 years establishing, with his work and integrity, one of the soundest businesses in Paris, and who now, in less than 3 years, had so damaged it, so undermined it, that in one stroke it had crumbled into dust. What bitter regrets he must have for the laborious days of yesteryear, when he still believed in fortune being made by long effort, before one first lucky gain had made him scorn all that, consumed by the dream of acquiring in 1 hour on the stock market the million that takes the whole lifetime of an honest tradesman. And the bourse had taken everything, leaving the wretched man struck down, disgraced, incapable and unworthy of taking up business again, and with a son whom penury would perhaps turn into a swindler. Gustave, that soul of joy and festivity, living on the basis of 40 to 50,000 francs of debt, and already compromised in an ugly story of promissory notes made out to Germain Coeur. Another poor devil who distressed Madame Caroline was Mashes the jobber, though, heaven knows, she was not often disposed to be sentimental about those go-betweens serving deception and theft. But she had known him too, with his big, laughing eyes, and that look of his, like a good dog unjustly whipped, as he raced around Paris to snatch up a few meager orders. If he too had for a moment imagined himself one of the masters of the market, after making a conquest of fortune, following in Saccard's footsteps, what a dreadful awakening he had had from his dream, finding himself quite knocked down, a broken man. He had debts of 70,000 francs, and he had paid, when he might have claimed gambling exemption asterisk as so many others had done, but by borrowing from friends and pledging his entire life, he had been sublimely and uselessly stupid enough to pay. Uselessly, in so far as nobody showed any gratitude, and some even shrugged their shoulders at him behind his back. His rancor was directed only against the bourse. He had returned to his former disgust with his sordid job, insisting that you had to be a Jew to succeed in it, but resigning himself to carrying on, since he was already in it, and still had the stubborn hope of making his fortune after all, as long as he still had his keen eye and good legs. But the unknown dead, the victims with no name and no history, especially filled Madame Caroline's heart with infinite pity. They were legion, scattered in remote thickets and overgrown ditches, dead or wounded bodies breathing their last in anguish, behind every tree trunk. What fearful, silent dramas there were, in this host of unfortunate people of modest means, timid shareholders who had put all their savings into one stock. retired concierges, pale spinster ladies living with their cats, provincial pensioners with their obsessively regulated lives, country priests impoverished by their charitable giving. All these little people with a budget of a few sous. So much for milk, so much for bread. A budget so precise and restricted that even 2 sous less meant disaster. And suddenly, nothing left, life cut short and swept away. Old, trembling hands, bewildered and groping in the dark, incapable of work. All these humble, quiet existences thrown at one stroke into the horror of want. 100 desperate letters had arrived from Vendôme, where Fayeur, the collector of revenues, had aggravated the disaster by taking flight. Holding money and shares for the clients on whose behalf he operated at the bourse, he had begun a terrible gambling spree for himself, and having lost, but not intending to pay, he had disappeared with the few 100,000 francs he had still kept his hands on. All around Vendôme, in farms far from anywhere, he had left destitution and tears. The crash had reached everywhere, even the humblest cottages. As after great epidemics, were they not always the most pitiable victims, these ordinary people, neither rich nor poor, people with limited savings? Savings that would be replaced only after years of hard work by their sons. At last Madame Caroline went out to visit Mazade, and while she walked down towards the Rue de la Banque, she thought of the repeated blows that had been hitting the broker over the last fortnight. There was Fayeur, who had robbed him of 300,000 francs, Sabatani, who had left an unpaid account of almost double that sum, the Marquis de Beauhain and Baroness Sandorf, who had refused to pay, between the two of them, more than 1,000,000 francs worth of differences, and Sedille, whose bankruptcy carried away about the same amount, not to mention the 8 million owed him by the Universal. The 8 million carried over for Saccard, that dreadful loss, the abyss into which the anxious bourse hourly expected to see him sink. Twice already Mazade's downfall had been rumored, and with fate's relentlessness, a further misfortune had just occurred, one that was going to be the last straw. The clerk Fleury had been arrested 2 days before, convicted of having embezzled 180,000 francs. Little by little the demands of Mademoiselle Chou-Chou, the former variety artiste, the skinny grasshopper from the Paris streets, had grown. First it was jolly parties, of no great expense. Then the apartment in the Rue Condorcet. Then jewels and lace. And what had led the unfortunate and tender lad astray was his first winnings of 10,000 francs after Zadova. That special luxury, money so quickly gained, so quickly spent, those winnings that had called for more, and then still more, in his feverish passion for the woman so dearly bought. But the extraordinary thing about this story was that Fleury had robbed his employer simply to pay the gambling debt he owed another broker. A singular piece of honesty, due to fright at the prospect of immediate posting, and hoping, no doubt, to hide the theft and replace the money by some miraculous means. In prison he had wept a great deal, in an awful reawakening of shame and despair, and it was said that his mother, who had arrived that morning from Saints to see him, had had to take to her bed at the home of the friends with whom she was staying. What a strange thing is luck, thought Madame Caroline, as she crossed the Place de la Bourse. The extraordinary success of the Universal, that rapid rise into triumph, conquest, and domination in less than 4 years, then the sudden crumbling, and that colossal edifice that took less than a month to be reduced to dust. All this she still found stupefying. And wasn't that also the story of Mazade? Surely no man had ever seen destiny smile on him to such an extent. A stockbroker at 32, already very rich through his uncle's death, the happy husband of a charming wife who adored him, and had given him 2 lovely children. He was also a good-looking man, occupying a place on the trading floor that every day grew in importance thanks to his connections, his energy, his really surprising flair, and even his shrill voice, that piping voice, that had become as famous as the thundering bass of Jacobi. And suddenly, the whole situation had started to crack, and he had found himself on the edge of the abyss, into which a mere breath was now enough to hurl him. And yet he had not gambled, still protected by his ardor for work and his youthful anxiety. While still battling faithfully, he had been struck down through inexperience, passion, and having too much faith in others. Anyway, there was a great deal of sympathy for him, and it was claimed that if he could keep his nerve, he might yet be able to survive. When Madame Caroline had gone up to the main office, she clearly smelled the scent of ruin and felt the shudder of secret anguish in the now bleak offices. As she went through the cash office, she saw about 20 people, quite a crowd, waiting there, while the money cashier and the shares cashier still honored the establishment's commitments, but with slower hands, like men emptying the last drawers. The settlement office, seen through a half-open door, looked asleep, with its 7 clerks reading their newspapers, having only a very few transactions to deal with since the bourse was now idle. Only the cash office showed some signs of life. It was Berthier, the authorized clerk, who received her, himself looking very upset and pale amid the misfortunes of the house. "I don't know whether Monsieur Mazod will be able to receive you, madam. He isn't very well. He caught a chill, insisting on working all through the night with no fire, and he has just gone down to his home on the first floor to rest a while." Then Madame Caroline insisted, "Please, monsieur, arrange for me to have a few words with him. It may be vital for saving my brother. Monsieur Mazod knows that my brother never took part in the operations in the bourse, and his testimony could be of great importance. In addition, I have to ask him about some figures. Only he can give me information about certain documents." Berthier, still very hesitant, at last asked her to go into the broker's office. "Wait there a moment, madam. I'll go and see." And indeed, Madame Caroline felt the cold in that room very keenly. The fire must have gone out the day before, and no one had thought of relighting it. What struck her even more was the impeccable order, as if the whole night and all the morning had been spent emptying cupboards, destroying useless papers, and filing those that had to be kept. Nothing was lying about, not a file, not even a letter. On the desk, neatly arranged, were only the inkstand, the pen rack, and a large blotter, and in the middle, a bundle of Mazod's slips, green slips, the color of hope. In the bareness of the room, an infinite sadness seemed to hang, along with the heavy silence. After a few minutes, Berthier reappeared. "Oh dear, madam, I rang twice and I don't dare go on. As you go down, see whether you should ring yourself. But I advise you to come back another time." Madame Caroline had to give up. However, on the first-floor landing, she still paused, even stretched out her hand towards the doorbell. And she was at last about to go away, when cries, sobs, and a muffled commotion in the depths of the apartment stopped her. Suddenly the door was opened, and a frightened-looking servant rushed out and disappeared down the stairs, stammering, "Oh my God, monsieur." Madame Caroline had remained stock-still before that open door, from which emerged, quite distinctly now, a wail of dreadful grief. And she turned cold, as she guessed, and then clearly envisaged what had happened here. At first she decided to take flight, but she couldn't, overwhelmed with pity, and drawn on, feeling the need to see, and to bring her own tears to the scene. She went in, finding all the doors wide open, and reached the drawing-room. 2 servants, the cook and the chambermaid no doubt, were craning their necks into the room, with terrified faces and stammering, "Oh, monsieur! Oh, my God! My God!" The dying light of the gray winter day filtered weakly through a gap in the thick silk curtains. But it was very warm, and large logs, almost burnt through, were glowing in the fireplace, lighting up the walls with their red reflection. On one of the tables, a bunch of roses, a royal bouquet for that season, which the broker had brought his wife the day before, was opening out in that hothouse warmth, its flowers filling the whole room with their scent. It seemed to be the very scent of the refined luxury of the apartment, the sweet smell of good luck, wealth, and happiness and love, which for 4 years had flourished in this place. And there, in the red reflection of the fire, lay Mazod, stretched out on the edge of the sofa, his head shattered by a bullet, his clenched hand still gripping the revolver, while standing in front of him, his young wife, who had run to the scene, was making that wailing sound, that continuous wild scream that could be heard from the stairway. When the shot rang out, she had been holding her little boy of 4.5 in her arms, and his little hands had clung tightly to her neck in fright, and her little girl, already 6 years old, had followed her, clinging to her skirt, huddled against her, and the two children, hearing their mother's desperate screams, were screaming too. Madame Caroline at once tried to lead them away. "Madam, I beg you, madam, don't stay here." She herself was trembling and feeling faint. She could see the blood still flowing from the hole in Mazad's head and falling, drop by drop, onto the velvet of the sofa, then down onto the carpet. On the floor was a large and spreading stain, and she felt as if this blood was reaching her, bespattering her feet and hands. "Madam, I beg you, please follow me." But, with her son hanging round her neck and her daughter pressed to her waist, the unhappy woman did not hear, did not move, standing rigid, fixed to the spot with such force that no power on earth could have uprooted her. All three were blonde, with skin of milk-like freshness, the mother looking as delicate and innocent as the children. And in the stupor of this death of their happiness, in this sudden destruction of the joy which was meant to last forever, they continued their great cry, the scream that seemed to carry all the fearsome sufferings of humankind. Then Madame Caroline fell down on her knees. She was sobbing and stammering. "Oh, madam, you're tearing at my heart. Please, madam, drag yourself away from this sight. Come with me to the next room. Let me try to spare you just a little of this pain." And still they stood there, a wild and pitiful group, the mother with the two little ones seeming almost a part of her, all three quite motionless, with their long, pale hair hanging loose. And still there came that frightful screaming, like the wailing his kin make in the forest when hunters kill the parent stag. Madame Caroline was now standing, her head whirling. There were footsteps, then voices, no doubt a doctor arriving to certify the death. And she could stay no longer. She fled, pursued by the awful, endless lament that even out on the street, with the cabs rumbling by, she still seemed to be hearing. The sky was growing pale, it was cold, and she walked slowly, fearing her strange, disturbed appearance might lead to her being regarded as dangerous and arrested. Everything surged back into her mind. The whole story of the monstrous collapse of 200 million francs that had piled up so many ruins and crushed so many victims. What mysterious power, after so rapidly building that tower of gold, had simply destroyed it in this way? The same hands that had constructed it seemed to have been seized by madness, and striven desperately to leave not a stone of it standing. Everywhere, cries of pain could be heard. Fortunes were crumbling with a noise like demolition carts being emptied into the public dump. It was the last remnants of the Beauvilliers estate, de Joy's savings, scraped together so by so, the profits made by Sedille's great industry, the pensions the Magendras had gained in their trade, altogether, pell-mell, hurled with a crash into the depths of a cesspit that nothing seemed to fill. And then there was Jantrou drowning in alcohol, Sandorf drowning in filth, Mashes fallen back to his miserable life as an orders tout, chained to the Bourse for life by his debts, and Fleury, now imprisoned as a thief, expiating the weaknesses of his tender heart, Sabatani and Fayer, fugitives galloping away in fear of the police, and even more distressing and pitiful were the unknown victims, the great anonymous flock of all those the crash had impoverished, leaving them shivering and lost, crying with hunger. Then there was death, pistol shots ringing out from the four corners of Paris, Mazad's shattered head, and Mazad's blood which, drop by drop, amid luxury and the scent of roses, bespattered his wife and his little ones, howling with grief. And now, everything she had seen and heard over the last few weeks poured forth from Madame Caroline's bruised heart in a cry of execration for Saccard. She could no longer keep silent, no longer push him aside as if he didn't exist, to avoid having to judge and condemn him. He alone was guilty. This was clear in every one of the accumulated disasters, in their fearful and terrifying quantity. She cursed him, as her anger and indignation, held in for so long, now broke out in vengeful hatred, hatred of evil itself. Did she no longer love her brother, then, that she had waited so long to hate the terrible man who was sole cause of their misfortunes? Her brother, that great innocent, that great worker, so just and upright, soiled now by the indelible stain of prison, the victim she had been forgetting, the dear victim, even more painful than all the rest. Ah, might Saccard never find forgiveness, nor anyone ever dare to plead his cause, not even those who continued to believe in him, those who had known only his kindness. And might he die one day, alone and despised? Madame Caroline looked up. She had reached the square, and saw before her the Bourse. Twilight was falling, and the winter sky, laden with mist, had created, behind the monument, a cloud of dark and reddish smoke as if from a fire, as if made from the flames and dust of a city stormed. And the Bourse stood out, gray and bleak in the gloom of the crash, which for the last month had left it deserted, open to the four winds, like a marketplace cleared by famine. It was the fatal, periodic epidemic asterisk that ravages the markets, sweeping through, every 10 to 15 years, the Black Fridays as they are called, that strew the ground with wreckage. It takes years for confidence to be restored, and for the great banking houses to be rebuilt until the day when the passion for gambling gradually reawakens, blazes up, and sets the whole process in motion again, bringing a new crisis and sending everything crashing into a new disaster. But this time, behind that reddish smoke on the horizon, in the blurred and far-off parts of the city, could be heard a sort of muffled creaking, as of the imminent end of a world. Chapter 12. Preparations for the trial were taking so long that 7 months had already gone by since the arrest of Saccard and Hamelin, and the case had not yet been listed. It was now the middle of September, and that Monday, Madame Caroline, who went to see her brother twice a week, was to visit the conciergerie at about 3 o'clock. She never spoke Saccard's name, and she had, 10 times over, answered his pressing requests to come and visit him with a formal refusal. For her, firmly resolved on justice as she was, he no longer existed, and she still hoped to save her brother. She was brightly cheerful on her visits, happy to tell him about her most recent efforts and to bring him a big bouquet of his favorite flowers. That Monday morning, she was preparing a basket of red carnations when Princess Durvido's maid, old Sophie, came down to tell her that her mistress wanted to speak to her right away. Astonished and slightly worried, Madame Caroline hurried up the stairs. She had not seen the princess for several months, having resigned her post as secretary at the Work Foundation after the crash of the Universal. She now only went to the Boulevard Binot at rare intervals, just to see Victor, on whom the strict discipline now seemed to be having some effect, still with one eye lower than the other, the left cheek larger than the right, and his mouth pulled into a grimace of mocking ferocity. She immediately had the feeling that it was on account of Victor that she was being called. The Princess Durvido was at last ruined. It had taken her barely 10 years to return to the poor the 300 millions she had inherited from the prince, millions stolen from the pockets of credulous shareholders. If she had needed 5 years to spend the first 100 million in extravagant good works, she had managed in only 4.5 years to swallow up the other 200 million in establishments of even more amazing luxury. To the Work Foundation, the St. Mary Crèche, the St. Joseph Orphanage, the Chatillon Home, and the St. Marceau Hospital, she had added a model farm near Évreux, 2 convalescent homes by the sea for children, another old people's retirement home in Nice, hospitals, workers' housing developments, libraries and schools all over France, not to mention large donations to already established charities. It was of course still that same determination to make royal restitution, not the crust of bread thrown to the wretched out of pity or fear, but giving enjoyment of life, luxuries, everything that is good and beautiful, to the humble folk who have nothing, and to the weak, that part of joy stolen from them by the strong. In short, the palaces of the wealthy opened wide to roadside beggars so that they too might sleep in silk and eat from vessels of gold. For 10 years the showers of gold had not ceased, with marble dining halls, dormitories brightened by colorful pictures, buildings with facades as monumental as the Louvre, gardens blooming with rare plants. 10 years of magnificent constructions, with an incredibly wasteful use of building contractors and architects. And the princess was now happy, uplifted by the great joy of having clean hands at last, with not a centime left. She had even managed the astonishing feat of getting into debt, and was being sued for a balance outstanding on some bills amounting to several 100,000 francs, a sum her lawyers were unable to find in the final frittering away of that huge fortune thrown to the four winds of charity. And a placard nailed above the front entrance announced the sale of the house, the ultimate stroke that would sweep away even the last vestiges of the accursed money gathered in the mire and blood of financial brigandage. Upstairs, old Sophie was waiting for Madame Caroline to take her in. Furious at what had happened, she now carried on scolding all day long. She had said all along that Madame would end up a pauper. Shouldn't Madame have remarried and had children with another gentleman, since that was the only thing she really cared about? It wasn't that she, Sophie, had anything to complain or worry about, for she had long ago been given an annuity of 2,000 francs, on which she was going to live, back in her birthplace near Angoulême. But she was overcome with rage at the thought that Madame had not even kept back for herself the few sous needed each morning for the bread and milk on which she now lived. Quarrels kept breaking out between the two women. The princess just smiled her divine smile of hope, and responded that by the end of the month she would need nothing other than a shroud. Once she had entered the convent in which she had long ago reserved her place, a Carmelite convent completely shut off from the world. Rest, everlasting rest. Madame Caroline found the princess looking just the same as she had seen her over the last 4 years, dressed in her eternal black dress, her hair hidden beneath a lace shawl, still pretty at 39, with her round face and pearly teeth, but with a sallow complexion, the flesh seeming dead, as if after 10 years in the cloister. And the small room, like the office of a provincial bailiff, was filled with a huge pile of papers, hopelessly jumbled together. Plans, accounts, files, all the paper wasted in the squandering of 300 millions. "Madam," said the princess in her slow and gentle voice, a voice no longer troubled by any emotion, "I wanted to let you know about some news that was brought to me this morning. It's about Victor, the boy you placed with the Work Foundation." Madame Caroline's heart began to beat painfully. The wretched child, whom his father, despite his solemn promises, had not even been to see, during the few months in which he had known of his existence before being imprisoned in the conciergerie. What would become of him now? And she, who refused to allow herself to think about Saccard, was continually being brought back to him, disturbed in her adoptive motherhood. "Terrible things happened yesterday," the princess went on, "a crime, in fact, that nothing can repair." And in her ice-cold manner, she related an awful happening. For the last 3 days, Victor had got himself placed in the infirmary, claiming to have unbearable pains in his head. The doctor had certainly suspected this might be merely the pretense of an idler, but the child really had suffered from frequent attacks of neuralgia. Now that afternoon, Alice de Beauvilliers was at the foundation without her mother. She had gone to help the sister on duty with the quarterly inventory of the medicine cupboard. This cupboard was in the room that separated the two dormitories, the girls' dormitory from the boys', in which, at that time, Victor was the only occupant, and the sister, who had gone out for a few minutes, had been very surprised on her return not to find Alice. Indeed, after waiting a few minutes, she had started to look for her. Her astonishment had increased on observing that the door of the boys' dormitory had been locked on the inside. What could be happening? She had had to go right round by the corridor, and had stood gaping in terror at the spectacle that presented itself. The young girl lay half strangled, a towel tied over her face to stifle her screams, her skirts pulled up roughly, displaying the pitiful nakedness of an anemic virgin, raped and defiled with appalling brutality. On the floor lay an empty purse. Victor had disappeared. The scene could be reconstructed. Alice, perhaps answering a call, going in to give a cup of milk to that 15-year-old boy, already as hairy as a man, and then the monster's sudden hunger for that frail flesh, that overlong neck, and the leap of the nightshirt male. The girl, suffocating, thrown onto the bed like a rag, raped and robbed, and then a hasty pulling on of clothes and flight. But so many points remained obscure, so many baffling and insoluble questions. How was it no one had heard anything? No sound of a struggle, no cry. How could such frightful things have happened so quickly, in barely 10 minutes? And above all, how had Victor been able to escape, to vanish, as it were, leaving no trace? For after the most meticulous searches, it had been definitely established that he was no longer in the building. He must have fled through the bathroom, giving onto the corridor, where one of the windows opened onto a series of tiered roofs stretching right down to the boulevard. And yet this escape route was so very dangerous that many refused to believe that a human being would have been able to take it. Alice had been brought back to her mother's house, where she had taken to her bed, bruised, distraught, sobbing, and shaking with a high fever. Madame Caroline, on hearing this story, was so shocked that it seemed as if her heart's blood had frozen. A memory had come back to her, horrifying her with a hideous convergence. Saccard, years ago, taking the wretched Rosalie on the stairs and dislocating her shoulder at the very moment of the conception of this child, whose crushed cheeks still bore witness to that event. And now today, Victor, in his turn, violently assaulting the first girl that fortune offered him. What pointless cruelty! That young girl, so gentle and desolate, the last of her line, and on the point of giving herself to God, since she was unable to have a husband like any other girl. What sense could it have, this imbecilic and abominable encounter? Why smash the present with that past event? I don't want to reproach you at all, madam, the princess went on. It would be quite unfair to make you feel in the least responsible. But in this boy you certainly had a really terrible protege. Then, as if by an unexpressed association of ideas, she added, there are some environments in which one cannot live with impunity. I have myself had very serious qualms of conscience. I felt myself to have been complicit when that bank recently crashed, creating such a heap of ruins and iniquities. Yes, I should not have agreed to let my house become the cradle of such an abomination. But there, the harm is done, the house will be cleansed, and as for me, oh, I don't exist any more, God will forgive me. Her pale smile, of hope at last fulfilled, had reappeared as, with a gesture, she indicated her departure from the world, and the disappearance forever of this invisible good angel. Madame Caroline had seized her hands and clasped them, kissing them, so overwhelmed with remorse and pity that she could only stammer incoherently. You're wrong to excuse me. I am guilty. That poor girl. I must see her. I shall go at once to see her. And she went away, leaving the princess and Sophie, her old servant, to do their packing for the great departure which was to separate them after 40 years of life together. On the Saturday 2 days before, Countess de Beauvilliers had resigned herself to abandoning her house to her creditors. She had not been paying the mortgage interest for the last 6 months, and the situation had become intolerable amid expenses of all sorts, and the continual threat of an enforced sale. Her lawyer had advised her to leave everything and retire to a small apartment, where she could live on very little, while he would try to pay off her debts. She would not have given up, would perhaps have continued obstinately to try to maintain her rank, persevering with her pretense of an undamaged fortune, even to the point of risking the extinction of her race under collapsing ceilings, were it not for a further misfortune which had laid her low. Her son, Ferdinand, the last of the Beauvilliers, that useless young man, who had been kept away from any employment, and had become a pontifical Zo to escape his nullity and idleness, had died ingloriously in Rome without any glory, his blood being so impoverished, and his body so unable to withstand the fierce sun that he had not been able to fight at Montana. Asterisk being feverish and his lungs already affected. After that she had felt a sudden inner emptiness, a crumbling of all her ideas, all her resolution, and all the laboriously constructed scaffolding that for so many years had so proudly upheld the honor of her name. It took only 24 hours. The whole house had collapsed and penury made its distressing appearance in the debris. The old horse was sold, and only the cook remained, going shopping in a dirty apron for 2 sous of butter and a liter of dried beans, and the Countess was seen on the pavement with mud on her dress and leaking boots on her feet. It was penury overnight, disaster sweeping away even the pride of this woman still faithful to a bygone age and at war with her century. She had taken refuge with her daughter in the Rue de la Tour de Dames, in the house of an old second-hand clothes dealer who, having turned pious, rented out furnished rooms to priests. There the 2 women lived in one large, bare room, dignified and depressing in its wretchedness, with an alcove closed off at one end. The alcove was occupied by 2 small beds, and when the folding doors, covered with the same paper as the walls, were closed, the room was transformed into a drawing room. That happy arrangement had somewhat comforted them. But the Countess de Beauvilliers had scarcely been there 2 hours on that Saturday, when an unexpected and extraordinary visit threw her back into fresh anguish. Alice, fortunately, had just gone out on an errand. The visitor was Bush, with his dull and dirty face, his greasy overcoat, and his white cravat rolled into a string, who, prompted perhaps by his instinct for when the time was ripe, had decided at last to get on with the old business of the promissory note signed by the Count de Beauvilliers to Leonide Cron for 10,000 francs. With one glance at their lodgings, he grasped the widow's situation. Had he perhaps waited too long? And, as one capable, on occasion, of urbanity and patience, he had lengthily explained the case to the alarmed Countess. It was indeed her husband's writing, was it not? And this clearly established the facts of the case. The Count had had a passion for the young person, so first, he finds a way of having her, and then a way of getting rid of her. Bush did not even conceal from the Countess the fact that, after nearly 15 years, he did not believe she could legally be forced to pay. But he was merely acting for his client, whom he knew to be resolved on taking the matter to court, and creating the most frightful scandal if no compromise could be found. The Countess, white-faced and struck to the heart by the reawakening of that awful past, expressed astonishment that they had waited so long before contacting her, whereupon Bush invented a tale about the note being lost, then found again at the bottom of a trunk, and as she absolutely refused to discuss the matter further, he had gone away, still very polite, saying he would come back with his client, not next day, as she could not leave her place of work on a Sunday, but certainly on Monday or Tuesday. That Monday, in the midst of the appalling events that had befallen her daughter, who had been brought back to her, delirious, the Countess, looking after her with eyes blinded by tears, was not thinking at all about that scruffy-looking man and his cruel story. At last, Alice had fallen asleep, and her mother had just sat down, worn out, and crushed by this further blow of relentless fate, when Bush presented himself once more, accompanied this time by Leonide. "Madam, here is my client. We must get the matter settled." At the sight of the girl, the Countess had shuddered. She looked at her, dressed in garish colors, her coarse black hair falling down upon her eyebrows, her wide, flabby face, her whole person sordid and vile, worn out by 10 years of prostitution. And the Countess felt wounded, her womanly pride cut to the quick after so many years of forgiving and forgetting. It was, dear Lord, for creatures destined to fates like this, that the Count had betrayed her. "The matter must be settled," Bush insisted, "because my client needs to get back to the Rue Feydeau." "Rue Feydeau," the Countess repeated, uncomprehending. "Yes, that's where she is, in the brothel." Bewildered and with trembling hands, the Countess went over to close the alcove properly, since only one of the doors was pushed to. Alice had just moved, feverishly, under her coverlet. If only she went back to sleep. If only she didn't see, and didn't hear. Bush was already going on. Look, madam, just understand. Mademoiselle has entrusted me with this business, and I represent her. That's all. That's why I wanted her to come in person to explain what she is seeking. Come then, Leonide, explain yourself. Anxious and ill at ease in the role he was making her play, Leonide turned her big, cloudy eyes on him with a hangdog look. But the hope of the 1,000 francs he had promised made her decide. And while he, once more, unfolded and held up the Count's note, she, with her hoarse voice, roughened by alcohol, began. Yes, that's it. That's the paper Monsieur Charles signed for me. I was the daughter of the carter, Cron the Cuckold, as he was called. You see, madam. And then Monsieur Charles was always there, hanging on to my skirts, asking for all sorts of dirty things. For me, it was just annoying. When you're young, you don't know much, do you? So you're not kind to old people. So Monsieur Charles signed this paper for me one evening when he'd taken me into the stable. Standing there, crucified, the Countess was just letting her talk, when she thought she heard a moan from the alcove. She gestured in anguish. Be quiet. But Leonide was in full flow and wanted to finish. It's really not honest, after all, when you don't want to pay, to go seducing a good little girl. Yes, madam, your Monsieur Charles was a thief. That's what they all think, the women I've told about it. And I assure you it was well worth the money. Be quiet, cried the Countess in fury, throwing her arms in the air, as if to knock her down if she went on. Frightened, Leonide raised her elbow to protect her face, with the instinctive movement of a girl who is used to being slapped. A dreadful silence fell, in which another sound, a moan, choking with tears, seemed to come from the alcove. Well, what do you want? Said the Countess, trembling and lowering her voice. Now Bush intervened. But madam, the girl wants to be paid. And she's quite right, the poor thing, to say that the Count de Beauvilliers treated her very badly. It's a straightforward swindle. Never will I pay such a debt. Well then, we'll take a cab as soon as we've left you, and go to the Palais de Justice, where I shall lodge the complaint which I've already drafted, as you can see here. It contains all the facts Mademoiselle has just told you. Monsieur, that's an abominable piece of blackmail. You won't do that. I beg your pardon, madam. I shall do it at once. Business is business. An immense weariness, an utter discouragement, came over the Countess. That last bit of pride which had held her up had just been broken, and all her violence, all her strength, collapsed with it. She clasped her hands and stammered. But you can see how it is with us. Just look round this room. We have nothing left. Tomorrow perhaps not even anything to eat. Where do you expect me to get money? 10,000 francs, my God. Bush smiled the smile of a man well used to fishing about in ruins of this sort. Oh, ladies like you always have some resources. If you look hard enough, you'll find something. For a moment or so, he had been looking with interest at an old jewel box the Countess had left on the mantelpiece that morning while emptying a trunk, and he could scent jewels with the sureness of instinct. His eyes blazed with such fire that she saw where he was looking and understood. No, no, she cried, not the jewels. And she seized the casket, as if to defend it. These last jewels, which had been in her family for so long, these few jewels she had kept as her daughter's sole dowry, even through times of greatest hardship, and which now remained her last resource. Never. I'd rather give my flesh. But at that moment there was an interruption, when Madame Caroline knocked the door and entered. Arriving already very upset, she was astonished at the scene she encountered. With a brief word, she begged the Countess not to disturb herself, and she would have left, but for a supplicatory gesture from the Countess, which she thought she understood. So she stood aside, quite still, at the far end of the room. Bush had put his hat back on, while Leonide, more and more uncomfortable, made for the door. So, madam, it only remains for us to make our departure. However, he did not depart. He went over the whole story in even more shameful terms, as if he wanted to humiliate the Countess in front of the newcomer, that lady he affected not to recognize, as was his habit when he was engaged in business. "Goodbye, madam. We are going straight to the prosecutor's office. A detailed account of the matter will be in the newspapers 3 days from now, and you will have only yourself to blame." In the newspapers, this horrible scandal falling even on the ruins of her house. So it wasn't enough just to see the ancient fortune disappear into dust. Everything had to crumble in the mud. But the honor of the name should at least be saved. And with an instinctive movement, she opened the casket. The earrings, the bracelet, and 3 rings appeared, diamonds and rubies in antique settings. Bush eagerly approached. His eyes softened into a gentle caress. "Oh, there's not 10,000 francs worth here. Let me see." He was already picking up the jewels one by one, turning them over, holding them up in the air, his fat fingers trembling with love, with his sensual passion for precious stones. The purity of the rubies seemed particularly to throw him into ecstasies. And these antique diamonds, even with their sometimes imperfect cutting, what wonderful limpidity. 6,000 francs, he said in the voice of an auctioneer, hiding his emotion under this global estimate. "I'm only counting the stones. The settings are only fit to be melted down. Well, we'll settle for 6,000. But the sacrifice was too hard for the Countess. Her violent feelings reawakened. She took back the jewels and clasped them in her agitated hands. No, no, this was too much, to ask her now to throw into the abyss these few jewels her mother had worn, and that her daughter was meant to wear on her wedding day. Hot tears sprang to her eyes and streamed down her cheeks, in such tragic grief that Leonide, touched to the heart, and distraught with pity, began to tug at Bush's coat to make him leave. She wanted to get away. This was beginning to upset her, giving so much pain to the poor old lady who seemed so good. Bush very coldly surveyed the scene, sure now that he would get the whole lot, knowing from long experience that bursting into tears, in women, precedes the collapse of the will, so he waited. Perhaps the frightful scene would have gone on longer, if at that moment a distant muffled voice had not burst into sobs. It was Alice crying out from beyond the alcove. "Oh, Mama, they're killing me. Give them everything. Let them take it all. Oh, Mama, make them go away. They're killing me, killing me." At this, the Countess made a gesture of desperate abandon, a gesture with which she would have given her whole life away. Her daughter had heard. Her daughter was dying of shame, and she threw the jewels at Bush, leaving him barely enough time to place the Count's promissory note on the table in exchange, and pushed him out after Leonide, who had already disappeared. Then she reopened the doors of the alcove and went and cast herself down on Alice's pillow, where, destroyed and utterly exhausted, the 2 women mingled their tears. Madame Caroline, appalled, had been briefly tempted to intervene. Would she simply allow this wretch to rob these poor women like this? But she had now heard the whole shameful story, and what could be done to avoid the scandal? For she knew that Bush would not hesitate to carry out his threat. She herself felt ashamed in his presence, in the complicity of the secrets they shared. Such suffering, such filth. A wave of embarrassment swept over her. What had she run over here for, since she could find no word to speak, nor help to offer? All the phrases that rose to her lips, the questions or mere allusions to yesterday's drama, seemed wounding, unclean, and impossible to utter before this still bewildered victim, agonizing over her defilement. And what help could she offer that would not seem a derisory piece of charity? For she too was ruined, and already in difficulties, pending the result of the trial. At last she moved forward, her eyes full of tears, arms outstretched in infinite pity, with a desperate tenderness with which her whole body trembled. These 2 wretched, utterly ruined creatures in this dreary lodging-house alcove. This was all that remained of the ancient race of the Beauvilliers, formerly such powerful rulers. They had owned lands the size of a kingdom, 20 leagues of the Loire had belonged to them, with their castles, meadows, farmland, and forests. Then this immense landed fortune had gradually dwindled away with the passing of centuries, and the Countess had just swallowed up the last remnants in one of these storms of modern speculation that she did not understand at all. First, her 20,000 francs of savings, collected so by so for her daughter, then the 60,000 francs borrowed on the farm at Les Oblats, then the farm itself. The house in the Rue Saint-Lazare would not be enough to pay her creditors. Her son had died far away, ingloriously. Her injured daughter had been brought to her, soiled by a scoundrel, like a child picked up in the road, bleeding and muddy after being knocked down by a cab. And the Countess, formerly so noble, so tall and slim and pale, with her grand air of a previous age, was now no more than a ruined old woman, broken by all this devastation, while Alice, with neither beauty nor youth, untidily clad in her nightdress that showed all too clearly her overlong neck, had the eyes of a mad woman, eyes that revealed the mortal grief of her last vestige of pride, her virginity now violated. And the two women went on weeping, weeping on and on. Madame Caroline didn't utter a word. She just gathered them both up and clasped them tightly to her bosom. She could not think of anything else to do. She wept with them. And the two unhappy women understood, their tears flowing even more freely and more gently. Even if there was no possible consolation, it was still necessary to go on living, wasn't it? To go on living in spite of everything. When Madame Caroline was once again out on the street, she saw Bush deep in conversation with La Macaine. He had hailed a cab, into which he pushed Leonide, and disappeared from sight. But as Madame Caroline hurried along, La Macaine walked straight up to her. She had doubtless been waiting for her, for she immediately spoke of Victor, already informed of what had happened the day before at the Work Foundation. Ever since Saccard had refused to pay the 4,000 francs, she had gone on raging, striving to find some way of getting something out of the affair, and she had just learned the story, there on the Boulevard Binot, where she often went, hoping for something profitable to turn up. She must have already made her plan, and told Madame Caroline that she was immediately going in search of Victor. That unfortunate child, it was too terrible that he should have been abandoned like that to his evil instincts. They must take him back if they didn't want to see him one fine morning in the assize court. And while she was talking, her little eyes, lost in the flabby flesh of her face, were exploring this good lady, delighted to see how upset she was, and telling herself that as soon as she found the lad again, she would once more be able to get the odd 100 sous coin out of her. So, madam, it's agreed. I'm going to take care of it. If you need news, don't bother to rush all the way to the Rue Marcadet. Just go up to Bush's office in the Rue Feydeau, where you can be sure to find me every day around 4 o'clock. Madame Caroline returned to the Rue Saint-Lazare, tormented by a new anxiety. It was true, as Victor wandered about, hunted and abandoned by everyone. What evil heredity would that monster need to satisfy, moving through the world like a voracious wolf? She ate a quick lunch and took a cab, with time enough to call at the Boulevard Binot before going to the conciergerie, burning with desire to get some information immediately. On the way, in her feverish agitation, an idea took hold of her, even took possession of her. It was to go first of all to see Maxime, take him to the Work Foundation, and force him to concern himself with Victor, who was, after all, his brother. He was the only one who was still rich. He alone could intervene and deal with the matter effectively. But once in the hallway of the luxurious little dwelling in the Avenue de l'Impératrice, Madame Caroline felt suddenly chilled. Upholsterers were removing the hangings and carpets. Servants were putting covers on the chairs and chandeliers, while from the disturbance of all these pretty things there arose, over the furniture, over the bookshelves, a faded scent like that of a bouquet, thrown away the day after a ball. And at the far end of the bedroom she found Maxime, standing between two enormous trunks which his valet was just finishing packing with a wonderful trousseau of clothes, rich and delicate, fit for a bride. When he saw her, it was he who spoke first, in a very cold, dry voice. It's you. You've come just in time to save me having to write to you. I've had enough, and I'm leaving. What do you mean, leaving? Yes, I'm leaving tonight. I'm going to Naples for the winter. Then, when he had dismissed the valet with a wave of his hand, he went on. If you think it's been fun for me having a father in the conciergerie for the last 6 months, I'm certainly not going to wait here to see him in prison. I, who so detest traveling. Still, the weather is good there, and I'm taking with me just about all I need, so perhaps it won't be too much of a bore. She gazed at him, so neat, so good-looking, and she looked at the overflowing trunks, into which no garment of wife or mistress had strayed. Everything was devoted to his cult of himself, and yet she dared to risk speaking. And I had come to ask a service of you. Then she related the story, Victor the scoundrel, raping and thieving, Victor in flight, capable of any and every crime. We cannot abandon him. Come with me, let us join forces. He did not let her finish. He was livid and trembling with fear, as if he had felt some dirty, murderous hand settle upon his shoulder. Oh well, that's all I needed. A thief for a father and a murderer for a brother. I've delayed too long. I meant to leave last week. But it's abominable, to put a man like me in such a situation. Then, when she insisted, he became insolent. You just leave me alone. Since you seem to enjoy that life of grief, carry on with it. I did warn you. It's your own fault if you're weeping now. But as for me, you see, I'd sooner sweep the whole filthy lot into the gutter than do the slightest thing for them. She got up. Goodbye then. Goodbye. And as she left, she saw him calling back the valet and attending to the careful packing of his toilet kit, in which every piece was most elegantly worked in silver, especially the basin, which was engraved with a ring of cupids. While this man was going away to live a life of forgetfulness and idleness beneath the bright sun of Naples, she had a sudden vision of the other, prowling hungrily on some dark and dripping evening with a knife in his hand, in some remote lane in La Valette or Chiron. Didn't this answer the question of whether education, health, and intelligence are not all, in fact, down to money? Since there is the same human mud underneath, does civilization amount to no more than the superiority of smelling good and living comfortably? When she reached the work foundation, Madame Caroline felt an odd sense of revulsion at the enormous luxury of the establishment. What good were these two majestic wings, one for boys and one for girls, linked by the monumental administrative offices? What good were the courtyards large as parks, the ornate tiles of the kitchens, the marble of the dining halls, the corridors vast enough for a palace? What good was all this grandiose charity if, in this large and salubrious environment, they could not straighten out one ill-begotten being and turn a perverted child into a decent man, endowed with healthy good sense? She went at once to see the director and pressed him with questions, wanting to know the slightest details. But what had happened remained obscure. He could only repeat what she had already heard from the princess. Searches had continued since the day before, in the institution and the surrounding areas, without any result. Victor was already far away, galloping around the city, in the frightening depths of the unknown. He couldn't have any money, for Alice's purse, which he had emptied, only contained 3 francs and 4 sous. The director had, anyway, avoided bringing in the police in order to spare the poor Beauvilliers ladies the public scandal, and Madame Caroline thanked him for that, and promised that she would not contact the prefecture either, in spite of her ardent desire to know where Victor was. Then, in despair at going away no wiser than when she had come, it occurred to her to go up to the infirmary and question the sisters. Again, she got no precise information, but up there, in the quiet little room that separated the girls' dormitory from the boys', she at least enjoyed a few profoundly calming moments. A happy, boisterous noise rose from below. It was playtime, and she felt she had been unjust about the successful cures that had been obtained through the open-air life, well-being, and work. There were certainly some strong and healthy men growing up here. One scoundrel to 4 or 5 men of average honesty would already be very good, given all the hazards that aggravate or diminish hereditary defects. Left on her own for a moment by the sister on duty, Madame Caroline had moved over to the window to watch the children playing down below, when the crystal-clear voices of some little girls in the next-door infirmary attracted her attention. The door was half open, and she could observe the scene without being noticed. It was a very cheerful room, this white infirmary with white walls, and 4 beds draped with white curtains. A big patch of sunlight added gold to the whiteness, a flowering of lilies in the warm air. In the first bed on the left, she at once recognized Madeline, the girl who had been there, eating bread and jam, on the day she brought Victor. Madeline kept on falling ill, wrecked by the alcoholism of her family, and of such poor blood that despite her big eyes, like those of a grown woman, she was as thin and pale as a saint in a stained-glass window. She was 13, and alone in the world now, her mother having died one drunken evening, after being kicked in the stomach by a man who wouldn't pay her the 6 sous they had agreed on. And Madeline, kneeling in the middle of her bed in her long white night-dress, with her fair hair flowing about her shoulders, was teaching a prayer to the 3 little girls from the other 3 beds. Put your hands together like this, and open wide your heart. All 3 little girls were also kneeling among their sheets. 2 were about 8 or 10, and the 3rd was under 5. In their long white night-dresses, with their frail hands clasped and their serious, ecstatic faces, they looked like little angels. And now repeat after me what I'm going to say. Listen carefully. O God, let Monsieur Saccard be rewarded for his goodness, and may he have a long and happy life. Then, with cherubic voices and an adorable childish lisping, the 4 little girls repeated together, in a surge of faith to which they gave the whole of their pure little being. O God, let Monsieur Saccard be rewarded for his goodness, and may he have a long and happy life. With an angry movement, Madame Caroline was about to go into the room to make the children stop and forbid them to go on with what she regarded as a blasphemous and cruel game. No, Saccard had no right to be loved. It was a stain on their childhood that they should pray for his happiness. Then she stopped, with a great shudder, and tears rose to her eyes. Why should she draw into her quarrel, into the anger of her experience, these innocent beings who as yet knew nothing of life? And hadn't Saccard been good to them, he who was part creator of this establishment, and who every month sent them playthings? She felt deeply disturbed. She was once more finding proof that there is no man, however guilty, who, in the midst of all the evil he may have done, has not also done much good. And she left, while the little girls took up their prayer once more, and she carried away in her ears the sound of those angelic voices, calling down blessings on that man of recklessness and disaster, whose hands, in their folly, had just ruined a whole world. As she was at last leaving her cab on the Boulevard du Palais, in front of the conciergerie, she realized that, in all her emotion, she had left at home the bunch of carnations she had prepared that morning for her brother. There was a flower seller there with little bouquets of roses for 2 sous, and she bought one, which made Hamelin, who loved flowers, smile when she told him of her forgetfulness. That day, however, he seemed truly sad. Initially, during the first weeks of his imprisonment, he had not been able to believe there were serious charges against him. His defense appeared so simple. He had been made president against his will, and had remained apart from all financial transactions, being almost always absent from Paris and unable to exercise any control. But conversations with his lawyer and the approaches made by Madame Caroline, which, she said, had been a useless waste of effort, had made him see at last the alarming responsibilities laid upon him. He was going to be involved in every illegality, however slight. It would never be accepted that he was ignorant of a single one. Saccard had drawn him into a dishonorable complicity. It was then that in his rather simple faith as a practicing Catholic, he had found a resignation, a tranquility of soul that astonished his sister. When she arrived from the outside world, from her anxious efforts, from all those human beings at liberty, so shifty and hard, she was astonished to find him peaceful and smiling in his bleak cell, in which, like the great pious child that he was, he had nailed up luridly colored religious pictures around a little crucifix of black wood. Once one puts oneself in the hands of God, there is no more rebellion, and undeserved suffering is a pledge of salvation. His only sadness came, at times, from the disastrous halting of his great enterprises. Who would take up his work again? Who would carry on with the resurrection of the East, so successfully started with the United Steamship Company and the Carmel Silver Mines Company? Who would build the network of railway lines from Broussa to Beirut and Damascus, from Smyrna to Trebizond, all that pumping of new young blood into the veins of the old world? In this, too, he still had faith. He said the work undertaken could not die, and he felt only the grief of no longer being the one chosen by heaven to carry it out. His voice broke particularly when he wondered why, in punishment of what fault, God had not allowed him to create the great Catholic Bank, destined to transform modern society, that treasury of the Holy Sepulchre, which would restore a kingdom to the Pope, and in the end make all the peoples of the world into one single nation, taking the sovereign power of money away from the Jews. He also predicted the coming of that bank as inevitable and invincible, and he heralded the just man, with pure hands, who one day would found it. And if he seemed careworn that afternoon, it must simply have been because, in his serenity as an accused man who will be found guilty, he had realized that on getting out of prison, he would never have hands clean enough to take up again that great task. He listened distractedly as his sister pointed out that opinion in the newspapers seemed to be growing a little more favorable towards him. Then, with no transition, and looking at her with the gaze of one newly awakened, he said, "Why do you refuse to see him?" She shuddered, understanding at once that he was speaking of Saccard. With a shake of her head, she said no, and again, no. Then he made a decision and said, with embarrassment, in a very low voice, "After what he has been to you, you cannot refuse. Go and see him." Oh God! He knew, and she was suffused with a burning red blush. Throwing herself into his arms to hide her face, she stammered at him, asking who could have told him, and how had he learned about this matter that she had thought was quite unknown, and especially unknown to him. "My poor Caroline, a long time ago. Anonymous letters, horrible people who envied us. I never mentioned it to you. You are free. We no longer think the same way. I know you are the best woman on earth. Go and see him." And gaily, smiling once more, he took down the little bouquet of roses that he had already slipped behind the crucifix and put it back into her hands, adding, "Look, take that to him, and tell him I don't hold a grudge, either." Madame Caroline, overwhelmed by her brother's pitiful tenderness, and filled with simultaneous feelings of awful shame and delightful relief, resisted no more. Besides, since that morning, she had felt it had become necessary to see Saccard. How could she not inform him of Victor's flight, and the atrocious events that made her tremble even now? From the very first day, he had listed her among the persons he wished to see, and she had only to speak her name for a warder to lead her at once to the prisoner's cell. When she entered, Saccard had his back to the door, sitting at a little table, covering a sheet of paper with figures. He stood up quickly and gave a cry of joy. "You? Oh, how kind of you, and how happy I am." He had clasped her hand between his two hands, and she smiled, looking embarrassed, very moved, and unable to find the right thing to say. Then, with her free hand, she placed her little 2-sou bouquet on the table, among the papers covered with figures that littered its surface. "You are an angel," he murmured in delight, kissing her fingers. At last she spoke. "It's true, it was all over, and I had condemned you in my heart. But my brother wanted me to come." "No, no, don't say that. Say that you are too intelligent, too kind, that you've understood and forgiven me." She interrupted him with a gesture. "I beseech you, don't ask that much of me. I don't know myself. Isn't it enough that I've come? And besides, I have to let you know about something very bad." Then at once, in a low voice, she told him of the reawakening of Victor's savagery, his attack on Mademoiselle de Beauvilliers, his extraordinary, inexplicable flight, the uselessness, so far, of all the searches, and the little hope there was now of ever finding him again. He listened, astonished, without a question, without a gesture, and when she fell silent, his eyes overflowed with two big tears that streamed down his cheeks while he stammered out, "The wretched boy, the wretched boy." She had never before seen him cry. She was deeply moved and amazed. So strange were these tears of Sacchards, gray and heavy, as if they had come a long way, from a heart hardened and clogged by years of knavery. And then suddenly, he burst out in noisy despair. "But it's terrible. I've never even embraced him, this lad. For you know I haven't seen him. My God! Yes, I had sworn to go and see him, and I never had the time, not a single free hour, with those accursed business affairs consuming me. Ah, it's always like that. When you don't do something straight away, you can be certain you'll never do it. And now, are you sure I can't see him? Someone could bring him here." She shook her head. "Who knows where he is now, in the unknown depths of this terrible Paris?" For a moment Saccard again walked about furiously, throwing out scraps of phrases. "That child is found for me, and what do I do but lose him? I shall never see him. You see, I just have no luck. No luck at all. Oh, great heavens! It's the same story as for the Universal." He had sat down again at the table, and Madame Caroline took a chair facing him. And now, with his hands riffling through the papers in the whole voluminous dossier he had been preparing for months, he began to unfold the history of the trial, and to expound his mode of defense, as if he felt the need to persuade her of his innocence. The case against him rested on the perpetual increasing of the capital to create a fever in the share prices, and make people believe that the bank was in possession of the whole of its funds, the simulation of subscriptions and payments that had not in fact been made, thanks to the accounts opened for Sabatani and other frontmen, whose payments were no more than accountancy juggling, the distribution of fictitious dividends, in the form of releases of old shares, and finally, the bank's buying of its own shares, a whole frenzy of speculation, which had produced an extraordinary and artificial rise, by which the Universal had been drained of money and killed. To all this he responded with abundant and passionate explanations. He had done what any general manager of a bank does, only he had done it on the grand scale, with the vigor of a forceful man. There was not one of the heads of the most prosperous banks of Paris who did not deserve to share his cell, if anyone had thought to use a little logic. He was being made the scapegoat for the illegalities of all. Besides, what a strange way of assessing the responsibilities. Why were the directors not being prosecuted? The Dagermonts, the Harets, the Bohanes, who, in addition to their 50,000 francs of attendance fees, received 10% on the profits, and had a hand in all the jiggery-pokery? And why was there total impunity for the auditors, Laviniere among others, who got away with just alleging incompetence and claiming their good faith? Of course, this trial was going to be the most monstrous iniquity, for Bush's charge of embezzlement had to be set aside for making unsubstantiated allegations, and the expert's report, after a preliminary examination of the bank's books, was discovered to be full of errors. So why should bankruptcy have been officially declared as a result of these two documents, when not a sou of the deposits had been embezzled, and all the clients were going to recover their funds? Was it then that they just wanted to ruin the shareholders? If so, they had succeeded. The disaster was growing steadily worse, spreading ever more widely. And it was not he who was to blame for all this. It was the magistrates, the government, all those who had plotted to suppress him and kill the Universal. Ah, the scoundrels! If they had left me free, you'd have seen. Madame Caroline gazed at him, marveling at his insouciance, which was really beginning to acquire a certain grandeur. She recalled his old theories, the need for speculation in all great enterprises, in which fair remuneration is impossible, speculation seen as human excess, the necessary fertilizer, the compost on which progress grows. Wasn't it he who, with his unscrupulous hands, had madly heated the enormous engine until it burst into fragments and wounded all those it was carrying along with it? And wasn't he the one who had wanted that idiotic, crazily exaggerated share price of 3,000 francs? A company with a capital of 150 millions, whose 300,000 shares, quoted at 3,000 francs each, represented 900 millions. How could that be justified? Wasn't there a fearful danger in the distribution of the colossal dividend required by such a sum, even at the rate of 5%? But Saccard had stood up and was striding restlessly back and forth, like a great conqueror shut in a cage. Ah, the scoundrels, they knew what they were doing when they chained me up like this. I was about to triumph, about to crush them all. What do you mean, triumph? You didn't have a so left. You were defeated. Of course, he went on, bitterly. I was defeated, so I'm a villain. Honesty and glory belong only to success. You mustn't let yourself be beaten, otherwise you find that overnight you've become an idiot and a crook. Oh, I can guess what people are saying. You don't need to tell me. Isn't it this? They call me a robber, accuse me of having pocketed all those millions. They'd cut my throat if they could get hold of me. And what is worse, they shrug their shoulders in pity, as if I were just a madman of little intelligence. But if I had succeeded, can you imagine? Yes, if I had brought down Gunderman and conquered the market, if I were now the undisputed king of gold. What a triumph. I'd be a hero. I'd have Paris at my feet. She flatly disagreed. You could not succeed. You had neither justice nor logic on your side. He had stopped brusquely, facing her angrily. Couldn't succeed. Come now. I didn't have enough money. That's all. If Napoleon at Waterloo had had another 100,000 men to send out to get killed, he would have won, and the face of the world would have been changed. And I, if I had had the few hundreds of millions I needed to throw into the abyss, I would be the master of the world. But that's awful, she cried, in revulsion. What? You think there's not been enough ruin, tears, and blood? You'd have yet more disasters, more families robbed, more wretched people reduced to begging in the streets. He took up once more his violent marching about, and with a gesture of superiority and indifference, he cried, as if life bothered about such matters. With every step we take, we destroy thousands of existences. At this, a silence fell, and she walked behind him, her heart quite chilled. Was he a villain? Was he a hero? She shuddered, wondering what thoughts, as of a great captain defeated and reduced to impotence, he might have been harboring during the 6 months he had been shut up in this cell. And only then did she cast a glance around her, and see the 4 bare walls, the little iron bed, the whitewood table, the 2 chairs with straw seats. And he had lived a life of such extravagant and dazzling luxury. But suddenly he went and sat down again, as if his legs had given way in weariness. And he spoke quietly, at some length, making a sort of involuntary confession. Gunderman was right, absolutely. It's no good at all being excitable at the Bourse. Ah, the scoundrel, how lucky he is, to have neither blood nor nerves any more, unable to sleep with a woman or drink a bottle of Burgundy. Besides, I think he's always been like that. His veins are full of ice. But I am too passionate, that's for sure. That's the reason for my defeat, and that's why I have so often been brought down. But it must be added that if my passion kills me, it's also my passion that keeps me alive. Yes, it carries me away, lifts me up, carries me very high, then brings me down and suddenly destroys all it has accomplished. Enjoyment is perhaps only a devouring of oneself. Certainly, when I think of those 4 years of struggle, I can see what has betrayed me. It's all the things I have desired, all that I have possessed. It must be incurable, all that. I'm done for. Then he was seized with rage against his conqueror. That Gunderman, that dirty Jew, he triumphs because he has no desires. He is like all of Jewry, that cold and obstinate conqueror. marching towards royal sovereignty over the whole world, among nations bought, one after the other, by the omnipotence of gold. For centuries now that race has been invading us and triumphing over us, in spite of being kicked on the backside and spat upon. Gunderman already has 1 billion. He'll have 2. He'll have 10. He'll have 100. One day he will be master of the earth. I have gone on shouting this from the rooftops for years, but nobody seems to listen. People think it's just a speculator's rancor, when it's the cry of my very blood. Yes, hatred of the Jew is a part of me, from way back, in the very roots of my being. What an extraordinary thing, Madame Caroline murmured quietly, with her vast knowledge and universal tolerance. For me, the Jews are just men like any others. If they are apart, it's because that's where they've been put. Saccard, who had not even heard, went on with increasing violence. And what exasperates me is that I see governments in complicity with them, governments at the very feet of these beggars. Even the empire has been sold to Gunderman, as if it wasn't possible to rule without Gunderman's money. And certainly Rugen, that great man, my brother, has behaved in a truly disgusting way towards me. For I haven't told you, I was cowardly enough to seek a reconciliation with him before disaster struck. And if I am here, it's because that's what he wanted. Never mind. Since I'm an embarrassment to him, let him get rid of me. The only thing I'll really blame him for is his alliance with those dirty Jews. Have you thought of that? The universal strangled, so that Gunderman can carry on with his trade. Every Catholic bank, if it's too powerful, is crushed, as if it were a danger to society, to ensure the definitive triumph of Jewry, which will devour us all, and soon. Rugen should be careful. He will be the first to be eaten, swept away from that power to which he clings, and for which he is betraying everything. It's very cunning, that balancing act of his, giving pledges one day to the liberals and next day to the authoritarians. But in that game you inevitably end up breaking your neck. And since everything is cracking up, let Gunderman's desire be fulfilled, he who predicted that France would be beaten if we had a war with Germany. We're ready. The Prussians have only to walk in and take over our provinces. Star. With a terrified and supplicating gesture, she made him stop, as if he risked bringing a thunderbolt down on his head. No, do not say such things. You have no right to say these things. Besides, your arrest is nothing to do with your brother. I know from a sure source that it was Delcom, the keeper of the seals, who did it all. Saccard's anger suddenly subsided, and he smiled. Oh, he's just taking his revenge. She looked at him with a questioning air, and he added, Yes, it's an old story between us. I know in advance that I shall be condemned. She no doubt suspected what the story was, for she did not insist. There was a brief silence, during which he again took up the papers on the table, entirely absorbed once more in his obsessive idea. It was very nice of you to come, dear friend, and you must promise me you'll come back, because you give good advice, and I want you to look at some plans for me. If only I had money. She quickly interrupted him, seizing the opportunity to clarify a point that had been haunting and tormenting her for months. What had he done with the millions he must possess for his own shares? Had he sent them abroad, or buried them at the foot of some tree known only to him? But you have money. The 2 millions from the Zadova affair, and the 9 millions from your 3,000 shares, if you sold them at the 3,000 share price. Oh, my dear, but I don't have a so. And that was said in a voice so clear and despairing, and he looked at her with such an air of surprise, that she was convinced it was true. I have never made a so in business affairs that have turned out badly. I ruined myself, you see, along with the rest. Certainly, yes, I sold, but I bought back too. And where they went, the 9 million, along with 2 other million, I'd find it very difficult to explain clearly. I rather think my account with poor Mazad ended with me owing him 30 to 40,000 francs. Not a so left, a clean sweep, as ever. She was so relieved to hear this, so cheered, that she joked about their own ruin, the ruin of her brother and herself. We too, When it's all finished, I don't know whether we'll even have enough to keep us fed for a month. Ah, that money, the 9 millions you promised us. You remember how they frightened me. Never have I lived in such a state of unease. And what a relief it was, that evening when I gave everything up, to be counted in the assets. Even the 300,000 francs we inherited from our aunt went the same way. That indeed is not very fair. But as I told you, money found, money not earned, one doesn't set such store by it. And as you see, I am cheerful and laughing now. He stopped her with an agitated gesture. He had picked up the papers on the table and was brandishing them. Oh, come now. We shall be very rich. In what way? Do you imagine I'm giving up my ideas? For 6 months I've been working here, often right through the night, to reconstruct everything. Those idiots blame me especially over that anticipatory balance sheet, which they see as a crime on the grounds that out of the 3 great enterprises, the United Steamship Company, the Carmel Mines, and the Turkish National Bank, only the first has provided the expected profits. Good Lord, if the other 2 have gone down, it's only because I wasn't there. But when they let me out, oh yes, when I'm the master again, you'll see, you'll see. With pleading gestures, she tried to prevent him from going on. He had stood up, stretching to his full length on his short legs, shouting in his piercing voice. I've done the sums, here are the figures, look. Carmel and the Turkish National Bank are just minor things. We have to get the vast network of the Oriental Railways. We have to have all the rest, Jerusalem, Baghdad, the whole of Asia Minor conquered. All that Napoleon failed to do with his sword, we shall do with our pickaxes and gold. How could you think I would give up? Napoleon came back from Elba. And I too. I have only to show myself, and all the money in Paris will rise up and follow me. And this time, I promise you, there will be no Waterloo, because my plan has been worked out with mathematical rigor, down to the last centime. At last we are going to bring him down, that wretched Gunderman. I need only 400 million, or perhaps 500 million, and the world is mine. She had managed to take hold of his hands, and was pressing close against him. No, no, be quiet, you're frightening me. And in spite of herself, even in her alarm, she could feel a certain admiration rising within her. Suddenly, in this bleak and bare cell under lock and key, and cut off from every living soul, she had just had the sensation of an overflowing force, an effulgence of life, the eternal illusion of hope, the stubborn refusal of the man who will not die. She sought within herself her anger, her abhorrence of the sins committed, and found they were no longer there. Had she not condemned him, after the irreparable misfortunes he had caused? Had she not called down on him the punishment of a solitary death, despised by all? She now only retained her hatred of evil-doing and her pity for suffering. As for Saccard, with his heedless, dynamic force, she felt his power once more, as if he were one of those violent, but no doubt necessary, elements of nature. And anyway, even if it was only womanly weakness, she gave herself up to it with delight, yielding to her frustrated maternal instincts and the infinite need for love, which had made her love him even without esteem, her normally lofty rationality quite laid low by the experience. It's over, she repeated several times, without ceasing to clasp his hands in hers. So can't you just be calm now, and rest at last? Then, as he stretched up to touch her white hair with his lips, her curls falling about her temples with a youthful and lively profusion, she held him back and, with an air of absolute resolution and profound sadness, giving her words their full significance, she added, No, no, it's over, over forever. I'm glad to have seen you this one last time, so that there should be no more anger between us. Goodbye. When she left, she saw him standing by the table, clearly moved by the parting, but already, with one hand, instinctively reorganizing the papers he had mixed up in his excitement. And as the little two-sou bouquet had lost its petals among the pages, he was shaking them off one by one, using his fingers to sweep away the rose petals. It was only 3 months later, towards the middle of December, that the case of the Universal Bank at last came to trial. It occupied 5 long hearings of the magistrate's court, among intense public curiosity. The press had made an enormous to-do about the catastrophe, and extraordinary rumors were circulating about the slowness of the proceedings. The indictment drawn up by the office of the public prosecutor was much remarked upon. It was a masterpiece of ferocious logic, in which the tiniest details had been grouped together, used and interpreted with pitiless clarity. Anyway, people everywhere were saying that the judgment had been decided in advance. And indeed, the obvious good faith of Hamelin and the heroic attitude of Saccard, who stood up to his accusers throughout the 5 days, the magnificent and resounding pleas for the defense, did not stop the judges from sentencing each of the accused to 5 years of prison and a fine of 3,000 francs. However, as they had been provisionally released on bail a month before the trial, they had been able to appear as free defendants, so were able to lodge an appeal and leave France in 24 hours. It was Rugen who had insisted on this outcome, wanting to avoid the embarrassment of having a brother in prison. The police themselves watched over the departure of Saccard, who fled on a night train to Belgium. That same day Hamelin had left for Rome. 3 more months went by. It was the first days of April, and Madame Caroline was still in Paris, kept there by some complicated matters she had to settle. She remained in the little apartment in the Orvieto mansion, where posters now advertised its sale. She had at last sorted out the last of the difficulties and was able to get away, though of course without so much as a sou in her pocket, but also without leaving any debts behind her. And she was to leave Paris next day, to go and rejoin her brother in Rome, where he had been lucky enough to find a lowly post as an engineer. He had written that there were pupils waiting for her. It was like starting their life all over again. When she got up on the morning of her last day in Paris, she felt a sudden impulse not to go away without trying to get some news of Victor. Up to that point, all searches had been fruitless. But she remembered the promises of La McCain and told herself that the woman perhaps knew something, and it would be easy to question her by going to Bush's office at about 4 o'clock. At first she pushed the idea away. What good would it do? Wasn't it all past history now? Then she felt real pain, her heart grieving as if over a child she had lost, and on whose grave she had placed no flowers before leaving. At 4 o'clock she walked down the Rue Feydeau. The 2 doors on to the landing were open, and water was boiling furiously in the dark kitchen, while on the other side, in the tiny office, La McCain, sitting in Bush's armchair, seemed drowned in the heap of papers she was pulling out, in enormous sheaves, from her old leather bag. "Ah, it's you, my good lady. You've come at a really bad moment. Monsieur Sigismund is dying, and poor Monsieur Bush is positively out of his mind. He so loves his brother. He's just running about like a madman, and now he's gone out to get a doctor. As you see, I've had to take care of his business affairs, for it's a whole week now since he even bought a share or got his nose into a claim. Fortunately, I just had a stroke of luck. Oh, a real piece of luck, which will console him a bit in his grief, the dear man, when he recovers his senses." Madame Caroline, suddenly shocked, quite forgot she had come about Victor, for she had recognized devalued Universal shares among the handfuls of papers La McCain was drawing out of her bag. The old leather was cracking under the strain, and she went on pulling them out, growing chatty in her joy. "Look, I got all that lot for 250 francs, and there are at least 5,000 of them, which puts them at 1 sou each. 1 sou, for shares that were once quoted at 3,000 francs. And there they are, reduced almost to the price of the paper they're printed on. Yes. Just so many pounds of paper. But they're worth more than that all the same. We shall sell them on for at least 10 sous, as they are wanted by bankrupts. You see, they had such a good reputation that they're still useful. They look very good on the debit side, as it's very distinguished to have been a victim of the crash. Anyway, I had an extraordinary bit of luck. I'd sniffed out the pit in which, ever since the battle, all this merchandise was lying, like the remains from a slaughterhouse, and an ignorant idiot let me have it all for next to nothing. You can imagine how I fell upon it. It didn't take long. I cleaned it all out in no time. And this bird of prey of the battlefields of financial massacres glowed with pleasure, her enormous person oozing with the disgusting food with which she had fattened herself, while with her stubby, claw-like hands, she rummaged among the dead, these almost worthless shares, already yellowing and giving off a rancid smell. But a deep and ardent voice arose from the next room, the door of which stood wide open, like the two doors on the landing. Good, there's Monsieur Sigismund starting to talk again. That's all he's done since this morning. Oh heavens, the boiling water. I'd forgotten it. It was for some tisanes. My good lady, since you're here, go and see if there's anything he needs. La Macaine hurried into the kitchen, and Madame Caroline, always drawn towards suffering, went into the room. Its bareness was quite enlivened by bright April sunshine, a ray of which fell right across the little whitewood table, loaded with written notes and huge folders, out of which bulged 10 years of work, and there was nothing else save the 2 chairs with straw seats, and some volumes piled up on planks. On the narrow iron bed, Sigismund, sitting propped up by 3 pillows, his top half dressed in a short red flannel smock, was talking incessantly, with that curious cerebral agitation that sometimes precedes the death of consumptives. He was delirious, but with moments of extraordinary lucidity, and in his very thin face, framed by his long curly hair, his eyes, unnaturally wide, seemed to be searching into the void. As soon as Madame Caroline appeared, he seemed to recognize her, although they had never met. "Ah, it's you, madam. I had seen you. I was calling you with all my strength. Come closer, let me tell you quietly." In spite of the little shiver of fear she had felt, she drew near, and had to sit on a chair right up against the bed. "I didn't know, but I know now. My brother sells papers, and I've heard people crying in there, in his office. My brother, I feel as if I had a red-hot iron in my heart. Yes, that's what has stayed in my breast, still burning, because this is abominable, the money and the poor suffering people. So, very soon, when I'm dead, my brother will sell my papers, and I don't want him to. I don't want that." His voice rose steadily higher, pleading. "Look, madam, there they are on the table. Give them to me, so we can make a parcel of them, and you will carry them away, carry them all away. Oh, I was calling for you. I was waiting for you. My papers lost. My whole life of research and effort, all wiped out." And as she hesitated to do what he asked, he clasped his hands together and said, "I beg you, let me be sure that they are all there before I die. My brother isn't here. My brother won't be able to say that I'm killing myself. I beg you." Then, overwhelmed by the ardor of his appeal, she gave in. "You know I'm doing wrong, since your brother says that this does you harm." "Harm? Oh no. And anyway, what does it matter? At last, after spending so many nights on it, I have managed to set it up, that society of the future. Everything has been foreseen and resolved. There will be all possible justice and happiness. How I regret not having had the time to write this work, with all the necessary developments. But here are my complete notes, all indexed. And you will, won't you? You're going to save them so that someone else, one day, can make them into the definitive book to be launched upon the world." With his long, frail hands, he had picked up the papers and was leafing through them lovingly, while in his large, already cloudy eyes, a flame flickered once more. He was speaking very quickly, in a cracked, monotonous voice, like the tick-tock of a clock's chain pulled by the weight. It was the very sound of his brain's mechanisms, going on working even in the throes of death. Ah, how well I see it, how clearly it stands there before me, the city of justice and happiness. There everyone works, a work at once personal, obligatory, and free. The nation is just a vast cooperative society, where tools are the property of all, and products are centralized in huge public warehouses. When people have done a specific amount of useful labor, they have a right to an equivalent amount of consumption. The work hour is the common currency, An object is only worth the hours it cost, and there is only exchange between all the producers, using work vouchers, and that is all managed by the community, without any further deduction other than the special tax for bringing up children, feeding the old, renewing equipment, and defraying the cost of the free public services. No more money, hence no more speculation, no more thieving, no more abominable trafficking, no more of those crimes incited by cupidity, girls married for their dowry, old parents strangled for their inheritance, passers-by killed for their purses. No more hostile classes of bosses and workers, proletarians and bourgeois, and therefore no more restrictive laws or tribunals, no armed force protecting the iniquitous hoardings of the few from the enraged hunger of the many. No more idlers of any sort, hence no more owners living on rent, no more annuity holders living off their luck like kept women, no more luxury, in short, and no more poverty. Isn't that the ideal of fairness, the sovereign wisdom? No one privileged, no one wretched, everyone making their own happiness by their own effort, the averaging out of human happiness. He was getting excited and his voice became soft and distant, as if it were going far away on high, and disappearing into the future whose coming he was foretelling. And to go into details, you see this separate sheet of paper with all the marginal notes. That's on the structure of the family, with a free contract and children to be educated and supported by the community. However, this is not anarchy. Look at this other note. I want every branch of production to have a managing committee responsible for establishing what is really needed and balancing production to consumption. And here's another organizational detail. In the towns and in the fields, industrial and agricultural armies will operate under the leadership of their own elected chiefs, obeying regulations voted by themselves. And look, I've indicated here, with rough calculations, how many working hours the working day can be reduced to in 20 years. Thanks to the great number of new hands, and thanks especially to machines, people will work for only 4 hours, perhaps 3, leaving them so much time to enjoy life. For this is no barracks, but a place of freedom and gaiety, in which all can choose their own pleasure, with plenty of time to satisfy their legitimate appetites, the joy of loving, of being strong, beautiful, intelligent, and taking their share of inexhaustible nature. And his gesture, sweeping around that miserable room, took possession of the world. In the bareness in which he had lived, this poverty without needs, in which he was dying, he was sharing out all the wealth of the earth with a brotherly hand. It was universal happiness, everything good that he had never himself enjoyed, that he was thus distributing, knowing he never would enjoy any part of it. He had hastened his death in order to make this supreme gift to suffering humanity. But his hands were straying, groping about, among the scattered notes, while his eyes, no longer seeing them, filled as they were with the dazzling light of death, seemed, in a rapturous ecstasy that lit up his whole face, to perceive, on the other side of life, an infinite perfection. What new activities, the whole of humanity at work, the hands of every living being improving the world. No more barren moors, no more marshes, no more wastelands. Inlets are filled up, obstructive mountains disappear, deserts change into fertile valleys, with water springing out everywhere. No marvel is unrealizable. The great works of old call forth a smile. So timid and childish do they appear. The whole earth at last is habitable, and the whole man is now developed, fully grown, enjoying his full appetites, now the true master. Schools and workshops are open, and each child chooses his occupation according to his abilities. Years have already gone by, and selection has been made, thanks to rigorous examinations. It is no longer enough to be able to pay for instruction. It is necessary to profit by it. So all find themselves, with their education finished at the right level for their intelligence, set to work, which means posts in the public service are equitably distributed, following the indications of nature herself, each for all, according to his strengths. Active and joyful city, ideal city of healthy, human effort, where the old prejudice against manual work no longer exists, and one sees great poets who are carpenters, and locksmiths great scholars. Ah, happy city, triumphant city, toward which mankind has been marching for so many centuries, city whose white walls are shining out there in the land of happiness, in the blinding sunlight. His eyes grew pale, and the last words emerged indistinctly, in a little gasp, and his head fell back, still with that ecstatic smile on his lips. He was dead. Overcome with pity and tenderness, Madame Caroline was gazing at him when she felt something like a storm bursting in behind her. It was Bush, coming back without the doctor, panting and ravaged with anguish, while Lama Kane, close on his heels, was explaining why she had not yet managed to make the tisane, because the water had boiled over. But he had seen his brother, his little child, as he called him, lying on his back, motionless, with his mouth open and his eyes in a fixed stare. He understood at once, and let out a shriek like a slaughtered animal. In one bound, he had thrown himself onto the body, lifting him up in his two strong arms, as if to breathe life into him. This terrible consumer of money, who would have killed a man for 10 sous, and who for so long had skimmed off the filth of Paris, now screamed with atrocious suffering. His little child, oh God! He had put him to bed and pampered him like a mother. He would have him no more, his little child. And in a spasm of raging despair, he gathered up the papers scattered on the bed and tore them, crushing them, as if he wanted utterly to destroy all that mad labor he had so resented, the labor which had killed his brother. Madame Caroline then felt her heart melting. Poor, wretched man! He now filled her only with a divine pity. But where had she heard such screaming before? Only once had the howl of human pain pierced her with such a shudder. And she remembered. It was at Mazad's house, the screams of the mother and the little ones, facing the father's dead body. As if unable to withdraw from this suffering, she stayed a moment more and gave what help she could. Then, as she was leaving, finding herself alone with Lama Kane in the little business office, she remembered that she had come to ask about Victor, and she questioned her. Ah well, Victor was far away, if he was still running. Lama Kane had tramped all over Paris for 3 months without discovering any trace of him. She had given up. There would be time enough to find that scoundrel one day, on the scaffold. Madame Caroline listened to her, silent and chilled. Yes, it was all over. The monster had been abandoned by everybody, left to the future, the unknown, like a beast, jaws foaming with the hereditary virus, which would spread evil with every bite. Outside, on the pavement of the Rue Vivienne, Madame Caroline was surprised at the softness of the air. It was 5 o'clock. The sun was setting in a sky of tender purity, turning to gold the signs far off, hanging high above the boulevard. This April, so delightful in its new youthfulness, was like a caress for her whole physical being, right down to her heart. She breathed in deeply, comforted, and happier already, with the feeling of invincible hope returning to her and growing. It was no doubt the beautiful death of that dreamer, giving his last breath to his chimera of justice and love that moved her in this way. A dream she also had dreamed, of a humanity purged of the execrable evil of money. And it was also the screams of that other one, the tormented and bleeding love of that terrible jackal, Asterisk, whom she had thought heartless and incapable of tears. But no. She had not come away with the consoling impression of so much human goodness in the midst of so much grief. On the contrary, she had come away finally despairing of that little monster, let loose, and galloping away, sowing along his path that ferment of rottenness of which the world would never be cured. So why this renewal of cheerfulness, filling her whole being? When she reached the boulevard, Madame Caroline turned left and slowed down in the midst of the busy crowd. She stopped for a moment by a little cart full of bunches of lilies and wallflowers, and their strong scent wrapped her in a waft of springtime. And now, as she continued her walk, the wave of joy mounted within her as if from a bubbling spring, impossible to stop or smother, however hard you tried. She had understood, but unwillingly. No, no, the awful catastrophes were too recent. She could not be gay, could not abandon herself to this uplifting surge of endless life. She strove to maintain her grieving. She called herself back to despair, with so many cruel memories. What? Could she still laugh, after the collapse of everything, after such a frightening mass of miseries? Was she forgetting that she had been complicit? And she recited the facts to herself, this fact, that one, and that other, that she should have spent the rest of her life weeping over. But in between her fingers clenched over her heart, that bubbling up of sap gathered strength, and the spring of life overflowed, pushing away all obstacles, tossing all debris aside, to flow freely, clear and triumphant in the sunlight. From that moment Madame Caroline gave in and simply abandoned herself to the irresistible force of continual rejuvenation. As she often said with a laugh, she was unable to be sad. This proved it. She had touched the very depths of despair, yet hope was springing to life again, broken and bloody, but still alive, and growing by the minute. Certainly she had no illusions left. Life was decidedly unjust and squalid, like nature itself. So why this madness of loving it, wanting it, and still, like a child who has been promised a constantly deferred pleasure, counting on the distant and unknown goal towards which it is leading us? Then, when she turned into the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin, she stopped trying to reason it out. The philosopher in her, the scholar and the woman of letters, had abdicated, weary of the useless search for causes. She was simply a creature happy at the blue sky and the gentle air, enjoying the sole pleasure of being in good health and hearing her little feet firmly tapping the pavement. Ah, the joy of being alive! Is there really any other joy than this? Life, just as it is, however abominable it may be, with all its power and its eternal hope. Back in the Rue Saint-Lazare, in the apartment she was to leave the next day, Madame Caroline finished her packing, and as she made a tour of the now empty workroom, she saw on the walls the maps and watercolors she'd promised herself she would tie up in a roll at the last minute. But at every sheet of paper, before taking out the 4 tacks at each corner, she fell into a dream. She was reliving those far-off days in the Orient, that beloved land, whose brilliant light she seemed to have kept inside her. She relived the 5 years she had just spent in Paris, with a crisis every day, and that crazy activity, that monstrous hurricane of millions that had run its devastating path through her life. And from those ruins, still warm, she could already sense the growth of a great blossoming opening out in the sun. Even if the Turkish National Bank had collapsed after the collapse of the Universal, the United Steamship Company was still standing and prospering. She saw once more the enchanted coast of Beirut where, among huge warehouses, administrative buildings were rising, the plans for which she was just dusting down. Marseille's a gateway to Asia Minor, the Mediterranean conquered, nations brought together, to live in peace perhaps. And the Carmel Gorge, this watercolor she was taking down, didn't she know from a recent letter that a whole population had grown up there? The village, at first of 500 inhabitants, clustering round the workings of the mine, was at present a city of several thousand souls, a whole civilization, with roads, factories, and schools, creating life in this dead and savage place. Then there were the planned routes, the land surveys, and the outlines for the railway line from Brussels to Beirut via Angora and Aleppo, a series of large sheets that she rolled up one by one. No doubt years would go by before the tourist passes were crossed at full steam. But already life was flowing in from everywhere. The soil of the ancient cradle of humanity had just been sown with a new crop of men. The progress of tomorrow would grow there, a vegetation of extraordinary vigor, in that wonderful climate under that perpetual sun. And wasn't this the awakening of a world, with an expanded and happier humanity? Madame Caroline now tied up the bundle of plans with some stout string. Her brother, who was waiting for her in Rome, where the two were going to start their lives all over again, had urged her to pack them carefully, and as she tied the knots, her thoughts went to Sackcard now in Holland, once again launched on a colossal enterprise, the draining of vast marshes, a little kingdom to be won from the sea, thanks to a complicated system of canals. He was right. Money was always the manure in which the humanity of tomorrow was growing. Money, poisonous and destructive, became the ferment of all social growth, the compost necessary for the great works that made life easier. This time, was she at last seeing clearly? Did her invincible hope spring from her belief in the usefulness of effort? Heavens! Over and above the stirring of so much mud and the crushing of so many victims, out of all that abominable suffering that humanity has to pay for every step forward, is there not an obscure and distant goal, something superior, something good, just and definitive, toward which we move without knowing it, but which fills our hearts with the obstinate need to live and hope? And Madame Caroline, with her face ever young beneath its crown of white hair, was joyful in spite of everything, as if she were rejuvenated every April in the old age of the earth. And at the shameful memory she had of her relationship with Sackcard, she thought of the terrible filth with which love, too, has been soiled. Why then blame money for the dirt and crimes it causes? Is love any less sullied? Love, the creator of life? The end. About the author. Émile Zola, 1840 to 1902, was a French novelist, journalist, and literary critic, widely regarded as the leading figure of the naturalist movement in literature. Born in Paris, Zola became one of the most influential writers of the 19th century through his realistic portrayal of society and his rigorous examination of the social, political, and economic forces that shape human behavior. Zola achieved international recognition with his 20-volume series Les Rougon-Macquart, which chronicles the lives of a single family during the Second French Empire. Through these interconnected novels, he explored themes such as heredity, environment, industrialization, poverty, politics, and social inequality. Among his most celebrated works are Germinal, Nana, Therese Raquin, Money, and The Belly of Paris. His novels are distinguished by detailed observation, psychological realism, and a commitment to portraying society without romantic idealization. Beyond his literary achievements, Zola played a pivotal role in French public life through his defense of justice during the Dreyfus Affair. His open letter, J'accuse, became one of the most famous acts of political advocacy in literary history, demonstrating his commitment to truth and civil rights. Today, Émile Zola is recognized as one of the greatest novelists of modern literature. Through works such as Money, he continues to challenge readers to examine the relationship between wealth, ambition, morality, and the social structures that shape human experience. Production credits. This audiobook was produced by Pigeon Publishing House, dedicated to the preservation of timeless literature. Copyright 2026, Pigeon Publishing House. All rights to the narration and audio production are reserved. Unauthorized reproduction or distribution is prohibited. Pigeon Publishing House is an independent label dedicated to public domain works. Public domain text used with attribution. Pigeon Publishing House presented. Money. Author, Émile Zola. Narrated by Henry Wells. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you for listening to this audiobook. If anything you heard today helped you, challenged you, or gifted you a useful idea, remember to support us with a 5-star rating, follow the podcast, and leave a comment with your reflection of the day. And if you want to keep growing, we'll be waiting for you in our other compilations. Pigeon Audiobooks, Philosophy, Pigeon Audiobooks, Finance, Pigeon Audiobooks, Classics, and Pigeon Audiobooks, Top 100 Bestsellers. There you'll find a complete library to elevate your mind and your results. See you in the next episode. And never forget, knowledge is the greatest act of rebellion against the system.